Chapter 1. Do you have to buy a car for your boyfriend before he agrees to your proposal? Jiangnan City, downstairs of Deep Blue Center. Lu Yida held 99 roses in his hands and waited excitedly. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day, and also his and his girlfriend's third anniversary. He specially ordered a DR diamond ring and is ready to propose. 5:30. My girlfriend Su Qing and colleagues from the company came out. Qing, marry me. Lu Yida knelt on one knee, took out the diamond ring, and looked at Su Qing tenderly. After 3 years of long-distance love, and having gone through so many hardships and obstacles, they are finally getting married. How can I not be happy? However, just when Lu Yida was full of expectations, Su Qing suddenly put forward a condition. Marry you. But you have to take another 200,000. Lu Yida frowned slightly and asked in surprise, hasn't the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift agreed upon before already been given to my uncle and aunt? Why do you want another 200,000 yuan? Hearing Lu Yida's question, Su Qing felt a little unhappy and said, the 200,000 yuan is for Luo how to buy a car. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Luo Hao was Su Qing's colleague and best male friend. Lu Yida's face turned gloomy in an instant. I couldn't help but ask, why do you want me to pay for Luo how to buy a car? Su Qing snorted proudly, why? Because he's my best male friend. When I was sad, he comforted me. When I was lonely, he was with me. When I wanted to go out and play, he asked for leave without a word. He's been with me for 25 years and is also my family. What's wrong with you giving him a betrothal gift? Besides, he still has to stay with me for the rest of his life. 200,000 is not enough. Su Qing held Luo Hao's arm with an arrogant expression on her face. Lu Yida's face turned pale. Su Qing, we haven't bought a car yet, and you want me to pay 200,000 yuan to buy him a car? Don't you think it's too much? My colleagues couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Continue to accompany you for the rest of your life? 200,000 is too little? Vomit. Could you two please have some shame? They haven't even gotten married yet, but they've already been cuckolded, right? At this time, Luo Hao suddenly sneered, Lu Yida, what do you mean by this? You just don't want to buy it for me. Su Qing's attitude was even more resolute. I'll tell you the truth, if you don't take this 200,000, I won't marry you. Hearing this, Lu Yida's face became even gloomier. He accepts the gift of marriage. But it depends on who it's for. To a male best friend? I really want to give him 2 big bricks. However, at this time, Su Qing continued to press forward. Lu Yida, we've been together for 3 years, and my future children will have to take your last name. What's wrong with asking you to buy a car for my boyfriend? Go back and raise the money quickly, or we won't be able to get married. Luo Hao sarcastically taunted, you can't even come up with 200,000 yuan, and you still want to marry Xiaoqing? You're so shameless. Oh. Looking at their sarcastic expressions, Lu Yida clenched his fists. If his mother hadn't wanted to see his wedding before she died, he would have refused to serve her long ago. But he was unwilling to endure it. He really couldn't come up with 200,000. But at this moment, suddenly a voice came from my mind. Ding! The wife-loving system has been successfully bound. Random mission is open, please make your choice. 1. Agree to buy Luo Hao a car. Reward, title of cuckold king and 20 million in cash. 2. Break up in public, reward, 500,000 yuan in cash. 3. Break up in public, curse Su Qing and Luo Hao, and propose to your girlfriend, CEO Yi Wanqiu. Rewards are random, the more you curse, the higher the reward. The sudden voice startled Lu Yida. During the years he was with Su Qing, he spent almost all the money he earned on Su Qing's shopping. He went to the same place every day, and his only form of entertainment was reading novels. Of course I understand what this system sound means. Lu Yida never expected that he would also have an awakening system and the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of his life. As for those 3 options, even a fool knows how to choose. That's 20 million in cash. Wouldn't it be great to get the money and then dump Su Qing? So, he stood up excitedly and said, I don't want to get married anymore. Let's break up. Right. It feels really good to get 20 million for free. But Lu Yida has had enough of being the cuckold king. What did you say? Not getting married? We've been together for 3 years, And I've been through so much hardship with you, and you're breaking up with me just for a mere 200,000? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Su Qing's face was full of grievance and anger, as if Lu Yida was an irresponsible scumbag. Lu Yida's face turned pale. Su Qing, we have been together for several years, and you have some idea of how I treat you, right? Every time I buy milk tea for you, I have to bring some for Luo Hao. You can remember that he doesn't eat onions or garlic, but you can't remember that I don't eat cilantro. You tolerated me taking Luo Hao with you to the amusement park, but you rode the Ferris wheel with him and asked me to take a picture of you and even posted it on WeChat Moments. When we traveled to Xi'an, you and Luo Hao walk hand in front, and let me carry the bag behind. You asked me to buy 2 iPhone 12s that came out last year. You use one and give the other to Luo Hao. Let me come to the company to work overtime for you on the weekend, and you and Luo Hao can go out and play. Luo Hao was in a bad mood and called you at 2 in the morning. Without saying a word, you went to find him. I offered to go with you, but you refused. As a result, you didn't come back all night and the phone was unreachable. Am I not good enough for you? I'm almost like a ninja turtle. But now, you're asking me to spend 200,000 yuan to buy him a car. Su Qing, if you love him so much, just go and marry him. I've had enough. I'm breaking up with you. He never stopped Su Qing from having male friends. But relationships must have a limit. This male best friend is even more disgusting than the guy next door. Lu Yida's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's ears. My colleagues looked strange. Su Qing and Luo Hao were indeed very close in the company, but no one expected that they would be even more excessive in private. 2 o'clock in the morning, and he didn't come back all night. How can this be called a boyfriend? It's more like a regular sex partner. I really don't know how Lu Yida has endured all these years. At the same time, he took a few steps back. I heard that honest people will kill people when they are forced into a corner. Lu Yida will take action soon, but he must not let them get covered in blood. Su Qing was so angry that her face turned red. She pointed at Lu Yida and wanted to scold him, but she was speechless. Luo Hao supported her and said angrily, Lu Yida, stop talking nonsense here. Qing and I have a pure friendship. Lu Yida, yes, without me as a third party, the relationship between you will be purer. I wish you a long and pure life together. Bah, I think you two are just having sex in a pure relationship. Su Qing, Lu Yida, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake to me, and I can forgive you. Lu Yida? Am I wrong about this? If it weren't for the 3 years of our relationship, I would have scolded you to death. Kneel down? Now even if you kneel down and admit your mistake to me, I will ignore you. So he said, we're over. I hope you can find a husband who is willing to buy Luo Hao a car soon. No, Luo Hao is so good to you. He should take care of you meticulously after marriage. Buying him a car alone is not enough. You should also buy him an apartment. Lu Yida, actually, I envy your future husband. After all, marrying you and getting Luo Hao is like buying one and getting one free. It's a pity that I don't have the luck to enjoy it. Colleagues? In-depth care? Buy one, get one free? I didn't realize before that Lu Yida has such a vicious mouth. But it sounds really cool. Su Qing, you. Luo Hao, Qing, this poor loser has gone crazy. Don't bother with him. He can't even come up with 200,000 yuan. He will never get married in his life. Let him go. Su Qing, Lu Yida, get out of here. 200,000 is not enough now. I won't marry you unless you give me 300,000. Until this moment, Su Qing was still arrogant and glared at Lu Yida with a haughty look. I am a little fairy, how could Lu Yida be willing to give up on me? He just acted on impulse. I'm going to regret it immediately. You dare to embarrass this fairy in public? Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you, humph. But at this time, Lu Yida walked around the loving pair of best friends in front of everyone and came to the company's president Yi Wanqiu. Holding a rose in hand, kneeling on one knee. Mr. Yi, I like you, can you marry me? Chapter 2 Confessing to the female CEO in public. Dumbfounded. Shock. Unbelievable. Everyone's eyes widened. Is this guy crazy? That was Yi Wanqiu, who became the president of Fenghua Design Company at the age of 19 and was named one of the top 10 outstanding young people in Jiangnan City at the age of 24. Now at the age of 25, she is the dream lover of countless young talents in Jiangnan. The wealthy son Zhao Shitao even declared that he would not marry anyone other than Yi Wanqiu in this life. A well-deserved daughter of heaven. Lu Yida, a poor loser who has done nothing, is not even worthy of carrying her shoes. You dare to propose? Luo Hao even had a look of sneer and disdain on his face. Lu Yida, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How dare you confess your feelings to Mr. Yi? A toad wants to eat swan flesh. I can't even get the meat even though I'm so close to you, how can you be worthy? Su Cheng also followed suit, mocking him. Lu Yida, I know you want to piss me off, but you've got the wrong person. Boss, you wouldn't even bother looking at a poor loser like you. Go back and prepare another 300,000 yuan, then kneel down and apologize to Luo Hao and me. I can forgive your rudeness. Remember, this is the last time I forgive you. If you dare to question the friendship between Luo Hao and me again, we will be completely finished. Su Qing looked proud, as if marrying Lu Yida was the greatest honor in her life. At this moment, Yi Wanqiu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Lu Yida. She had heard that someone was going to propose to an employee and planned to come over to offer her blessings, but she didn't expect Lu Yida to confess his love to her in public. Lu Yida often picked up and dropped off Su Chang, and always made loving lunchboxes for her, so Yi Wanqiu was naturally familiar with it. As for what happened between Su Qing and Luo Hao and the company, she had also heard about it. They did a lot of intimate things under the name of male best friends. Coupled with Lu Yida's crying just now, she felt a little sympathy for this poor man. Just then, her cell phone rang. It was a text message from his mother. Your parents have ordered it, your matchmaker has said it. You and Zhou Ning cannot be revoked. You must marry immediately after he returns to China. If you dare to object, I will take away everything you have and leave you destitute. This was the 98th time her mother urged her to get married. Yi Wanqiu couldn't understand why she had to become a man's accessory when she was good in every way. Etc. If I get married, how can they still urge me? Zhou Ning is from a famous family, there's no way he'd want a divorced woman. Yi Wanqiu's eyes lit up and he took the rose as if possessed. Okay, I agree. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was struck by lightning. Even Lu Yida was stunned. To be honest, he proposed in order to complete the system task and get the reward. I never thought that Yi Wanqiu would actually agree to it. This is really an unexpected success. Su Qing, who was standing by, was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed, Boss Yi, are you crazy? He's just a poor loser. He's not worthy of you at all. Su Qing was about to collapse. Yi Wanqiu is her and Luo Hao's boss. If she married Lu Yida, how would she and Luo Hao live in the future? Moreover, after breaking up with her, shouldn't Lu Yida cry and scream, become despairing and depressed, and then kneel down in front of her and beg for reconciliation? She would never allow Lu Yida to live better than her. Absolutely not. Yi Wanqiu smiled slightly. I think he's very nice. Only then did Lu Yida wake up from his shock. He raised his head and looked into Yi Wanqiu's eyes for the first time. Their eyes met and his heart beat faster. With bright eyes, white teeth and a face like a lotus, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Wrapped in professional attire, she exudes a cool temperament, just like a lotus on a snowy mountain. For the first time, Lu Yida felt that he was not very talented or well-educated. Because, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't describe Yi Wanqiu's beauty. At this time, the system sound rang again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Mission 3. Reward, 10 million in cash and a 5-carat diamond ring. The cash has been paid into the host's bank card. The diamond ring is in the host's pocket. Please check it carefully. The system is so thoughtful. How could the broken diamonds he customized at DR be worthy of a perfect woman like Yi Wanqiu? Lu Yida took out the jewelry box from his pocket and opened it. A sparkling diamond ring appeared in front of everyone. The folds are shining. The eyes of all the girls present were shining. What girl in the world doesn't love diamonds? Especially this 5-carat diamond ring is something that countless people dream of owning. With the diamond ring as a backdrop, everyone's eyes looking at Lu Yida changed. Lu Yida held up the diamond ring and said to Yi Wanqiu, Wanqiu, will you marry me? Yi Wanqiu didn't say anything, but directly extended her hand in front of him. Lu Yida excitedly put the diamond ring on Yi Wanqiu's hand. Crazy. Lu Yida is crazy, Yi Wanqiu is crazy, the whole world is crazy. Su Cheng grabbed her hair in despair, looking at the scene in disbelief. The employees nearby applauded. Suddenly I think Lu Yida is quite handsome. Yeah, she looks quite good standing next to Mr. Yi. What a talented man and beautiful woman. They all felt great when they saw Su Cheng being slapped in the face. Come on, let's go back and talk about marriage. Yi Wanqiu smiled, took Lu Yida's hand, walked into the Mercedes-Benz car beside her, and drove away. Before leaving, Lu Yida opened the car door. She shouted to Su Cheng, thank you so much for not getting married. It allowed me to meet someone as outstanding as Wanqiu. I hope you can find the man who can help your bestie buy a car and a house soon. Come on. Colleagues? Thank you for not marrying me. Grab the bamboo shoots. But we like it. What a crappy male best friend, so disgusting. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a bitch would make them die of anger. Luo Hao gritted his teeth and said, Boss Yi must be acting with him because he feels sorry for him. Boss Yi is such a nobody, how could he possibly agree to that toad who can't even come up with 200,000 yuan? Su Cheng nodded heavily. It must be like this. Mr. Yi will kick Lu Yida out immediately. Humph, when you come to beg me again tomorrow, it won't be 300,000. Without 500,000, don't even think about touching my hand again. Toad? Stop being ridiculous. He just proposed with a 5-carat diamond ring. The market price is over 1 million. How could such a person not come up with 200,000 yuan? He just doesn't want to throw his money away. Suddenly, a colleague made a sarcastic remark with disdain in his eyes. What did you say? Su Cheng's eyes widened. That diamond ring is worth millions? Colleague, if the material is good, it can even sell for millions. Su Cheng's head buzzed. A diamond ring worth millions? Lu Yida is so rich? If I had agreed to the proposal just now, wouldn't the diamond ring be mine? She felt like she had lost 100 million. My heart aches. Luo Hao sneered, how could that poor bastard possibly afford a diamond ring worth millions? Maybe it's made of glass. Su Cheng nodded desperately, yes, he borrowed the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift money from relatives. How could he afford such an expensive diamond ring? He is a liar. If the diamond ring is real, doesn't that mean she did something wrong? She is a fairy, how could she be wrong? Colleagues? The previous 300,000 yuan was borrowed from relatives, and you asked him to give you another 200,000 yuan to buy a car for Luo Hao? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Wait, if Luo Hao was a dog, her conscience might really have been eaten by the dog. If it was just speculation before, now it is confirmed that they are a pair of bastards. Seeing the contemptuous looks from their colleagues, Su Cheng and Luo Hao felt a little uncomfortable and ran away in shame. Su Cheng sent a text message to Lu Yida, you don't have to buy a car for Luo Hao, but I want a 6-carat diamond ring. If you buy it for me, I will marry you. Chapter 3 It's your diamond ring. 3 kilometers away, in front of a shop that makes fake certificates. Lu Yida looked at the marriage certificate in his hand with his eyes wide open. He said, Wanqiu, this thing only costs 9.9 yuan at the Civil Affairs Bureau. You spent 100 yuan on a fake one, you're losing money. Yi Wanqiu handed the phone to the boss, put her arm around Lu Yida's arm with one hand, held up the marriage certificate with the other, took a photo, and then smiled contentedly. I didn't realize you were quite handsome before. Seeing Lu Yida looking confused, Yi Wanqiu explained. If I had rejected you just now, you would have lost all your face. My family just happened to be urging me to get married, so I made a fake marriage certificate to fool them. Don't worry, I didn't let you take the photo for nothing. There's 2 million in this card. Think of it as buying you a diamond ring. Use it to date. Next time you look for a girlfriend, keep your eyes open and don't get cheated. Yi Wanqiu put the bank card into Lu Yida's pocket, then got into the car and closed the door. Done, easy and fun. I wonder how you guys can keep urging me to get married. Lu Yida was stunned for a moment, then opened the car door and shouted, I will never find a girlfriend again. Yi Wanqiu said earnestly, you can't lose faith in this world just because of a failed love, alas, poor child, Su Cheng has made him doubt his life. The most beautiful woman in the world has already married me, why should I look for someone else? Lu Yida looked at Yi Wanqiu lovingly. Yi Wanqiu was stunned for a moment and quickly shook his head to explain. Lu Yida, you may have misunderstood. We are just mutually beneficial. I don't really want to marry you. This guy, is he really angry and stupid? Lu Yida said, do you hate me? Yi Wanqiu said, that's not the case. Lu Yida said, if I don't hate her, then I like her. I'm going to take her as my fiancée. Yi Wanqiu? Oh my god. Is this guy relying on me? I just felt sorry for him and gave him a way out, so why did he still get scammed? Brother, we are not suitable. It's not that Lu Yida is shameless, it's really a task given by the system. Ding. Random mission is launched, please check carefully. Task 1, invite Yi Wanqiu to dinner to express gratitude. Reward, title, you are a good person. Additional attribute, when the host confesses his feelings to a girl, he will receive the reply you are a good person, but we are not suitable for each other. Task 2, continue pursuing Yi Wanqiu. A toad that doesn't want to eat swan meat is not a good toad. Reward, 50 million yuan in courtship funds. Come on, system bro, tell me, is being a good person also a reward? Who the hell wants to be single forever? Ding. According to Weibo's big data, 72% of Weibo users say that falling in love is like courting death, and if they want to live a long life, they should stay single for life. Lu Yida. Are Weibo users so brave? Yi Wanqiu agreed too quickly just now. Lu Yida just glanced at her and was left with the only impression that she was beautiful. Now standing next to the car, Lu Yida can clearly appreciate Yi Wanqiu's delicate little face and her hot body. Especially the pair of straight and slender legs, which were well proportioned and coordinated under the black hip skirt, and the skin was fair and attractive. The only thing that made Lu Yida secretly feel sorry was, it would be nice if I wore stockings. Balenciaga would be even better. Thinking this way, Lu Yida became more determined to choose task 2. He is not lustful, he just doesn't want to be single for the rest of his life. But he knew that pursuing a girl had to be gradual. So he changed the topic and said, Mr. Yi, you are single, right? Yi Wanqiu nodded, yeah. Lu Yida said, I am single too. Since we are both single, it is okay for me to pursue you. Yi Wanqiu said, no problem, but it's impossible. First, we've only met 3 times and don't know each other. Second, I'm older than you, and I don't like little brothers. Third, I don't like men who are weaker than me, and I've never thought about falling in love. You are still young, don't waste your time on me. Lu Yida said, oh my god, you remember how many times we've met, and you still say you don't like me. If you don't understand, we can learn about it slowly. Mr. Yi, I know girls like a sense of ceremony. I want you to marry me in the eyes of girls all over the world who envy you. See you tomorrow, my future wife. After saying that, Lu Yida got out of the car. Yi Wanqiu took off the ring and shouted, your diamond ring. Lu Yida turned around and smiled slightly, it's your diamond ring. Late autumn leaves. He must be sick. No, he was driven mad by Su Qing and Luo Hao. However, this diamond ring is quite beautiful. Yi Wanqiu came from a noble family, so of course she knew the diamond ring was real. She was a little confused as to where a poor man like Lu Yida got the money to buy such a 5-carat diamond ring. Forget it, maybe after today, we will never have any intersection again. She shook her head and continued driving home. But on the way, Lu Yida's voice kept coming from my head. I want you to marry me in the eyes of all the girls in the world who envy you. See you tomorrow, my future wife. Oh, this young man. It's really nonsense. In the evening, at Luo Hao's home, Su Qing looked at the empty message board and cursed angrily. That loser hasn't replied to my message yet. Could it be that Mr. Yi really agreed to his proposal? Luo Hao said with disdain, that loser has no money, no power, and no advantages other than being handsome. Do you think Mr. Yi is blind? Su Qing? Are you calling me blind? Luo Hao said, don't worry, you'll know everything when you get to work tomorrow. Su Qing was lying on the bed, about to check her circle of friends before going to sleep, and the first message was from Yi Wanqiu. You are my heartbeat and my peace of mind. I just want to be with you, through the dusk and the 4 seasons. There is a picture below. Yi Wanqiu held Lu Yida's hand with one hand and held up the marriage certificate with the other, looking at the camera with a smile, as beautiful as a landscape painting. Su Qing's head buzzed and she almost fainted. Looking down, the comments section is already in an uproar. Xiao Lu from the company, congratulations, Mr. Yi, what a perfect match. Mr. Li from finance, the groom is so handsome. Front desk clerk Xiao Meng, they are a perfect match made in heaven, I love you so much. Colleague Xiao Zhang, I think the people we should thank most at this moment are XXX and XXX. They made it possible for Mr. Yi and Lu Yida to meet each other. It is really fate. Licking dog Lu Yida, wife, I am lucky to meet you. From now on, we will be together forever? Carrot. Puff. Su Ching spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. It's over. It's all fucking over. Chapter 4, Mother's Illness, the plan to pursue his wife begins. At the same time, Lu Yida was sitting in the president's office of Sinew Media. As the president of Sinew Group, Zhao Chun has assets exceeding 10 billion and is one of the top 10 richest people in Jiangnan. But at this moment, he is politely pouring tea for the young man in front of him. The reason is simple: the customer is God. Moreover, Sinew Group is facing difficulties recently. Their pillar industry is to cultivate idols and connect with fans, but the country has recently cracked down on fan culture and underage idols. Many businesses of the group have been affected and they are in urgent need of funds for turnover. At this time, Lu Yida came with money. I wonder what cooperation Mr. Lu wants to discuss with me. Lu Yida took a sip of tea, then frowned, thinking to himself, what a crap thing. It's not even as good as the fat otaku's happy water. Zhao Chun quickly asked, is this tea not to Mr. Lu's taste? As expected of a wealthy young man, he's not even satisfied with my tea that costs over 20,000 yuan a pound. This project must be quite significant. Lu Yida said, it tastes just so-so. This is my project. Take a look and give me a quote. Lu Yida handed over a piece of paper, and Zhao Chun took it and looked at it carefully. There were only 11 words, but he read it for a full 5 minutes. His eyes became wider and wider, and then he asked in disbelief. Mr. Lu, this project is too big. I'm afraid our family alone can't eat it all. Can you let me contact a friend and give you a quote? Lu Yida said, I'll only give you 10 minutes. If you can't handle it, I'll find someone else. I only need 5 minutes. Zhao Chun walked out of the office with his cell phone. At this time, Lu Yida's cell phone rang. Note, Mom. Mom, are you feeling unwell? Xiaoda, what did Qingqing say about proposing to me today? Do your in-laws have any other requirements? It's not easy for a girl to marry into our Lu family. You have to do your best to satisfy her, okay? Mom doesn't have much time left, but I can't close my eyes until I see you get married. The old lady's voice was weak in vicissitudes of life. Late-stage breast cancer. The doctor said that the old lady only had 1 month to live. Even if you have money, you can only prolong your life but not cure the disease. Her only wish was to see Lu Yida get married, so even though Su Ching had many minor flaws, he tolerated them all. He wanted the old lady to leave contentedly. Lu Yida choked up and said, Mom, I've already got the marriage certificate. I'll bring your daughter-in-law to see you someday. Mr. Yi, for making my mother's dream come true. Just be prepared for my fierce pursuit. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Chun walked into the house happily. Mr. Lu, 30 million, what do you think? Zhao Chun swallowed. Deal, let's sign the contract. Lu Yida nodded. Ah? You agreed? Zhao Chun looked at Lu Yida in shock. His bottom line was 28 million. If Lu Yida still couldn't accept it, he could grit his teeth and accept 2,500. But he didn't expect Lu Yida to agree so readily. He spent 30 million just to pick up women. What a complete spendthrift. But he likes it. If he gets a few more losers, he can turn things around. After signing the contract, Zhao Chun personally drove his Maybach to take Lu Yida home. Looking at the dilapidated building, Zhao Chun was surprised. Isn't this a gathering place for migrant workers? A wealthy young man actually lives here? Is he hiding his identity and trying to pick up Cinderella? This rich guy really knows how to have fun. Lu Yida was also surprised because the system sound rang again. Ding! Maybach co-pilot signed in successfully. Reward, a Mercedes Maybach Landaulet limited edition. Rewards have been successfully distributed, please check your receipt. Sign in? Maybach? Or a limited edition? Lu Yida was stunned by the prompt sound. When he touched his pocket, he found a gold-plated car key. Turning his head, he saw a very domineering blue Maybach parked at the entrance of the community. It was like an aristocrat among cars, showing its nobility and honor. Take out your phone and check. Limited to 99 units worldwide, priced at 15.88 million, the key is that there is no demand for it. It is said that there are no more than 10 vehicles in the country. System, can I get rewards by signing in? Ding. This system is divided into two sections, random tasks and sign in. In the sign in section, different rewards will be given depending on the location where the host signs in. Special reminder. This system is a wife-loving system. If the host signs in with Yi Wanqiu, he will receive a super generous reward. Gurgle. Thinking of Yi Wanqiu's beautiful face and perfect figure, Lu Yida couldn't help swallowing. He swore that he was not the body of shaking leaf late autumn. He simply wanted to verify how generous the reward was. Chapter 5 Billions in Deposits? Su Qing was stunned. The next night, Fenghua Design Company. Yi Wanqiu sat absent-mindedly in the office, looking at the diamond ring on her ring finger and smiled. It's really funny when they get so mad. I, Yi Wanqiu, have never lost to anyone in my studies or business since I was a child. Why should I get married? I want to be my own queen. But Lu Yida seemed to be into the role. It's really a headache. I'll return the diamond ring to him some other day and have a good talk with him. That's all I need to do. Yi Wanqiu left work with her bag on her back, and Su Qing and Luo Hao followed her. The two of them whispered behind each other. Su Qing was about to cry. It's officially announced on WeChat Moments, we're doomed. What exactly is it about Yi Wanqiu that she sees in Lu Yida? Luo Hao, impossible. If he had really agreed, we would have packed up and left long ago. I heard that Mr. Zhao from Sinyu Media came to confess his feelings. We can exaggerate it later and let Mr. Zhao deal with Lu Yida. Su Qing, is this okay? Luo Hao, if it weren't for him, would we have been criticized by our colleagues? We must teach him a lesson. As soon as Yi Wanqiu and others went out, they saw a lot of people gathered at the door. In the square, 9,999 roses were arranged into a heart shape. A young man in a suit and tie, holding a diamond ring, stood in the center of the heart and shouted at Yi Wanqiu. Yi Wanqiu, I like you, be my girlfriend. Yi Wanqiu raised his eyebrows. The young man's name is Zhao Shitao, and he is the son of the president of Sinyu Media. He had hinted at Yi Wanqiu several times before, but was rejected by Yi Wanqiu every time. Unexpectedly, he confessed his feelings to her in public today. Are they trying to use public opinion to force her to agree? Just at this moment, the employees behind him started shouting. That's so romantic. Mr. Yi, please agree to it. Sinyu Media is one of our major clients. With its help, Fenghua Design will take off. Mr. Zhao is young, promising, handsome, and 1,000 times better than Lu Yida. Mr. Yi, please agree to him. Yi Wanqiu? Whose employees are you guys? I've officially announced it on my friend's circle, and you're still here agreeing with me? Do you still want the salary? The atmosphere group on the side also started shouting. Marry him, marry him. Zhao Shitao had a confident smile on his face. He knew Yi Wanqiu. She was intelligent, gentle, kind and generous. The atmosphere team was shouting so hard, and there were colleagues from the company helping them. Yi Wanqiu would definitely feel embarrassed to refuse. As for Yi Wanqiu's circle of friends, he didn't see it because Yi Wanqiu blocked him. Yi Wanqiu sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. At this moment, a big hand suddenly held her cold little hand and preached to Zhao Shitao. I'm sorry, but my wife won't agree to your confession. Let's break up. It's Lu Yida. He really came? Yi Wanqiu was stunned for a moment and said thank you in a low voice. Zhao Shitao was stunned and asked, Boy, where did you come from, you toad? How come I didn't know Wanqiu was married? Lu Yida ignored him because the system's sound rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully signed in on Yi Wanqiu's hand. Reward, 80 million in cash, legendary vocals. Come and enjoy a moving voice that will make your ears pregnant. Holy crap! The reward for holding hands is so generous. What if? Lu Yida looked at the proud figure on Yi Wanqiu's chest. Cough cough. I'm definitely not a pervert. I just want to see what the reward is. Yi Wanqiu blushed a little when he stared at her. Where is this scoundrel looking? But why am I not angry? And he seems even more handsome than yesterday. Their eyes met, full of affection. Just like a perfect couple. Zhao Shitao was furious when he saw this. Judging from the way Lu Yida dresses, he is just a poor guy, but this poor guy actually holds the hand of his goddess. So he scolded, Boy, didn't you hear me talking to you? At this time, Luo Hao stood up. Mr. Zhao, his name is Lu Yida, and he's a poor guy who can't even afford a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift. He and Mr. Yi just met yesterday. Is this a shield to reject me? So he said, Wanqiu, can you find a decent shield? You're a poor guy who can't even come up with 200,000 yuan, and you think you can compete with me? After saying that, he took out a card from his pocket and threw it in front of Lu Yida. You stinking loser, here's $100,000. Take the money and get out of my sight right now, or I'll make you look bad. Spend a fortune. Su Cheng and Luo Hao's eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to pick up the card for Lu Yida. But Lu Yida didn't even look at it. Nonsense, you can get a reward of 80 million just by touching a little hand. Who would be interested in a mere 100,000 yuan? By the wedding night, the whole world will belong to him. Seeing this, Zhao Shitao became angry and said, Boy, did I give you face? Disappear from my sight within 30 seconds, otherwise, I will make you disappear from this world. Su Cheng pinched her waist, looking domineering. Hurry up and get out of here. If you offend Mr. Zhao, you might not see the sun tomorrow, you loser. Luo Hao said sarcastically, a toad wanting to eat swan flesh is asking for trouble. The employees also tried to persuade him. Let's go quickly. Young Master Zhao is not someone you can mess with. You and Mr. Yi are from two different worlds. Don't risk your life here. Yi Wanqiu frowned slightly. After all, they were a couple, and now he's still mocking her in a sarcastic way? This Su Qing has serious character problems. He will be fired tomorrow. But she didn't want to cause trouble for Lu Yida, so she said. His father is one of the top 10 richest men in Jiangnan. You can't afford to offend him. Go away. Lu Yida said, Don't worry, my dear, I am here, no one can bully you. It's a shame to save face, Yi Wanqiu complained in his heart. What she hated most was arrogant people who liked to talk nonsense, but today's incident was caused by her, and she would never let Lu Yida get hurt. But just as she was about to step forward to stop it, Lu Yida moved. You guys. Chapter 6, Beating Up Zhao Shitao, Needing Help? Lu Yida pointed at Zhao Shitao's men, then at Zhao Shitao and said, All of you, get rid of this idiot who's harassing my wife. 100,000 each. Zhao Shitao's bodyguards' minds went blank. They looked at each other and were all dumbfounded. Zhao Shitao was furious and said, Fuck you. How dare you challenge me? All of you, kill him for me. But no one moved. Zhao Shitao was stunned and said, Are you crazy? Do you really think he will give you money? He is fooling you. Su Qing sneered, He's a liar. He can't even come up with a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, and you still expect him to pay for thugs? Hurry and throw this toad into the trash can, or else Mr. Zhao will dock your wages. Su Qing crossed her arms arrogantly. It seemed as if she and Zhao Shitao were in cahoots. 200,000 per person. Lu Yida spoke lightly, instantly breaking down the bodyguard's psychological defenses. Mr. Zhao, please don't blame us. He really gave us too much. A bodyguard came up and kicked Zhao Shitao to the ground. Fuck you ah. Zhao Shitao's curse turned into a scream halfway through. Yi Wanqiu was stunned. An employee nearby said, With 9 people, can Lu Yida really come up with 1.8 million? If he can't produce it, his fate will only be worse than Zhao Shitao's. At this time, Su Qing screamed, Lu Yida, are you crazy? He is the eldest son of Sinew Group. How dare you hit him? Are you tired of living? Luo Hao sneered repeatedly, I want to see how you end up. They didn't believe that Lu Yida could really come up with so much money. Yi Wanqiu was also getting anxious, and said to Lu Yida, If you fight again, something bad will happen. Stop. Lu Yida called a halt. Everyone stopped immediately. Zhao Shitao was lying on the ground, his face and nose bruised, with blood even flowing from the corner of his mouth. Come, transfer the money. Lu Yida waved. 9 people hurried forward. Lu Yida scanned the code one by one to transfer the money. Ding! 200,000 yuan has arrived in my Alipay account. When the prompt sounded, everyone at the scene was stunned. What a joke! How could a poor guy like Lu Yida come up with 1.8 million? Oh my god, that's a lot of money, more than 100 million. A colleague was shocked when he saw Lu Yida's account balance. Impossible, how could he have 100 million? It must be fake. Su Qing rushed over with eyes wide open, wanting to find out what was going on, but Lu Yida had already put away his phone. Lu Yida said, Miss Su Qing, please stay away from me. I'm afraid my wife will be jealous. Su Qing? He doesn't really think that Ms. Yi is his wife, right? Mr. Yi is just using you as a shield. But since he had so much money, why didn't he agree to buy a car for Luo Hao yesterday? So, she glared at Lu Yida arrogantly. Lu Yida, the betrothal gift has doubled now. If you don't have 2 million, don't even think about marrying me home. Lu Yida. Are you the funny guy hired by the monkey? Lu Yida took Yuanqiu's hand and said, Su Qing, please find a puddle and look at yourself. What can you compare with my wife? Su Qing, you. Luo Hao sneered, Lu Yida, you don't have to be so complacent. If I'm not mistaken, you must have won the lottery and become rich overnight, but the person you offended was the son of the president of Sinew Group. From now on, Jiangnan may be vast, but there is no place for you. After saying that, he immediately ran over to help Zhao Shitao up. Mr. Zhao, are you okay? Zhao Shitao, it's okay. Luo Hao, Master Zhao, this guy beat you up in public. If this gets out, how will you survive in Jiangnan in the future? We must fight back. Su Qing was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Beat him until he is crippled, beat him like a dead dog, throw him into the sea to feed the fish. What a vicious woman. That's your ex-boyfriend. Zhao Shitao was already furious, and after being instigated by the two, he became even more furious. He took out his mobile phone and broadcast it. Uncle Wang, I was beaten at the Deep Blue Center. Hurry and bring people over. Luo Hao smiled proudly. Lu Yida, I hope you can still smile so brightly in a while. Yi Wanqiu was anxious. She had seen the Uncle Wang that Zhao Shitao mentioned. He was the head of Sinu's security department and a retired special forces soldier. He was a notorious thug in Jiangnan. Many people who had a grudge against Sinu were beaten to disability by him. So he said, go ahead, I'll take care of this. Lu Yida smiled and said, no hurry. I happen to have a friend working at Sinu. Let me give him a call. Hearing this, Luo Hao and Su Qing sneered in a sarcastic tone. Luo Hao, Lu Yida, how dare a poor loser like you know someone from Sinu Group? Su Qing, Lu Yida goes to the market every day to buy vegetables. Maybe he happens to meet the aunt who buys for Sinu's kitchen. Luo Hao, the auntie in the kitchen? That's amazing. Did you know that Mr. Zhao is the son of the president of Sinu? When you called the auntie from the purchasing department over, did you want her to kneel down with you? Lu Yida ignored them and continued to make his own phone call. After hanging up, he took Yuanqiu's hand and said, don't worry, honey. As long as your husband is here, no one in this world can bully you. Zhao Shitao clenched his fists and said, boy, I hope you can still be so arrogant when my people arrive soon and those stinky bodyguards, just wait and see how I deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of men in suits and ties rushed over from the west side of the square. The leader was, surprisingly, the CEO of Sinew Group, Zhao Chun. Chapter 7 Dad also has to kneel, Mr. Lu is mighty. Zhao Shitao laughed and said, my dad actually came in person. Lu Yida, if you have any last words, tell me now. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish, and you won't have a chance. Yi Wanqiu frowned. Zhao Chun is well known for being protective of his son. Lu Yida beat Zhao Shitao so badly that this matter probably cannot be resolved peacefully. He was also trying to help me. At worst, I can ask my mother for help. In any case, I can't let Lu Yida suffer any loss. Zhao Chun's face turned red and he rushed towards the side like an angry gorilla. Su Cheng and Luo Hao were so excited that they almost screamed. Beat Lu Yida to death. Zhao Shitao shouted excitedly, Dad, it's this idiot who bribed the bodyguards to beat me up. Tell Uncle Wang to throw them all into the sea to feed the fish. The people watching at the scene exclaimed in surprise. Throw it into the sea to feed the fish? Is there any law against this? This Zhao Chun is one of the top 10 richest men in Jiangnan, worth tens of billions. It's very easy for him to make someone disappear out of thin air. 2 years ago, a rich second-generation man injured Zhao Shitao and disappeared the next day. So cruel? Who is this Lu Yida? How dare he compete with Zhao Shitao for a woman? I heard that he's a poor loser who can't even afford a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, and he's relying on Yi Wanqiu. Oh my god, isn't he dead today? Everyone present stepped back, afraid of getting covered in blood. At this time, Zhao Chun had already come to the center of the two men, swung his right arm, and slapped Zhao Shitao hard in the face. Bang! Zhao Shirtao opened his mouth wide and looked at Zhao Chun in amazement. The onlookers also looked confused. Why did Zhao Chun slap his son? Zhao Shirtao came back to his senses and exclaimed, "Dad, are you crazy? Why did you hit me?" Zhao Chun couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed, beat your mother. You're so ignorant and you just keep getting into trouble. I'm telling you, how I deal with you today depends on Mr. Lu's mood. After saying that, Zhao Chun looked at Lu Yida and apologized sincerely. "Mr. Lu, my spoiled son has offended you. Do you want him to kneel down and apologize, or break his legs? Whatever you want to do, I, Zhao Chun, will do it." Zhao Shirtao's eyes widened, and he pointed at Lu Yida and said, "Dad, you've got the wrong guy. He's not Mr. Lu, he's a poor loser." Everyone present was stunned. Break both legs, is Zhao Chun serious about this? Look at how servile he is. Is he really a billionaire? Lu Yida's ex-girlfriend said he's just a poor loser. Oh my god, what is Zhao Chun afraid of? I've become stupid. Zhao Chun turned around and slapped Zhao Shirtao again. "Shut the fuck up. Poor loser? Have you ever seen a poor loser spending 50 million to pick up women? Have you ever seen a poor guy driving a limited edition Maybach?" After they parted ways last night, he sent people to investigate Lu Yida's information but found nothing. In addition, Lu Yida was so calm that he didn't even frown when he spent 50 million. It is obvious that the other party's background is very terrifying. Most importantly, the previous owner of Lu Yida's car was a big shot behind the scenes in the media industry. Sinyu Group was already on the brink of collapse. A single policy from that person could completely tear Sinyu apart. Wouldn't offending Lu Yida at this moment be courting death? So he kept a very low profile. Yi Wanqiu was also stunned and asked Lu Yida beside him, "Is the acquaintance you are talking about Mr. Zhao? How many secrets does this guy have?" Lu Yida said, "Not familiar, only met once." Yi Wanqiu was speechless. "Okay, you are awesome, whatever you say is what it means." Seeing that more and more people were watching, Yi Wanqiu didn't want to make a big fuss, so he said, "He's already got a black eye and a swollen face from you, so let's just leave it at that." Lu Yida said, "Since my wife says forget it, then forget it. But I hope this is the last time I see you around my wife. Otherwise, next time it won't just be a bruised face." Domineering. The onlookers were all stunned. Zhao Chun slapped Zhao Shirtao in the face and said, "Why don't you thank Mr. Lu for being so generous in sparing your life?" Zhao Shirtao lowered his head and apologized sincerely, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your generosity. I promise to avoid you and your sister-in-law next time I see you." He is arrogant but not stupid. From Zhao Chun's attitude, it can be seen that he has hit a wall today. Damn it. Idiot Su Qing and stupid dog Luo Hao. You guys killed me. Even my dad can't afford to offend him, and you call him a loser? Wait and see how I'll deal with you. Zhao Shirtao glared at Luo Hao fiercely, and blamed all the grievances he suffered from Lu Yida on the couple. Luo Hao was frightened and trembled. He hurried forward and said unwillingly, "Mr. Zhao, did you recognize the wrong person? His name is Lu Yida. Yesterday he was Su Qing's fiancé. He is not some, The words turned into a scream. But it was Zhao Shirtao who kicked him to the ground. He kicked and cursed, "You idiot. You dare to insult Mr. Lu here? Get off my feet." Lu Yida was enjoying the show so much that he even wanted to kick him a few times. "But it's unnecessary and it will damage your image." He waved his hand and said, "Stop fighting." Zhao Shirtao stopped immediately and spat on Luo Hao's face. "Remember, be respectful to Mr. Lu in the future, or I will beat you every time I see you." Luo Hao lay on the ground shivering, his brain had crashed. Su Qing was stunned and had no idea what was going on. Yi Wanqiu nodded secretly. Su Qing and Luo Hao had wronged Lu Yida so badly, but he didn't add insult to injury. He was still a good person. Moreover, Zhao Chun seemed very respectful to him. What is the origin of this younger brother? All my colleagues were dumbfounded. Yesterday, Yi Wanqiu made the official announcement on her circle of friends. Although they were a little surprised, most people felt that it was acting. After all, everyone knew that Yi Wanqiu was being pressured into getting married. But now it seems that it is not the case. This Lu Yida seems to be serious. Most importantly, he seems awesome. Rich, good-looking, and with good background. His handsome appearance formed a sharp contrast with Luo Hao, who was lying on the ground with a bruised face. Su Qing's head was stuck in the door, right? She actually gave up a rich son-in-law like Lu Yida for that dead dog on the ground? Absolutely. Everyone looked at Su Qing with gloating eyes. Su Qing's face turned red when she was stared at. She dug her toes out of embarrassment and hated Lu Yida even more. Damn Lu Yida. He is so rich, but he is not willing to spend even 200,000 yuan. Want to marry someone else? No, I absolutely disagree. At this time, Lu Yida suddenly turned around and said, Wanqiu, today is your birthday. I specially prepared a birthday gift for you. Lao Zhao, let's get started. Chapter 8, Declare I Love You to the World. Let us get started. Lu Yida's words were like an imperial decree, and the senior executives of Sinew Media took out their mobile phones and made calls. Yi Wanqiu felt inexplicably excited. This little brother not only helped me out of trouble, but also prepared a birthday present for me? That's quite thoughtful. And in the next second, there were suddenly many shocked shouts all around. It was even more lively than the scene when EDG won the championship a few days ago. Look at the big screen in Peace Square. Shit, look towards the sea of stars and see the big screen outside. Look behind you. There's also the deep blue center. Ah. I'm stupid. I'm crazy. It's just a birthday, does it really need to be like this? This bowl of dog food was spread so suddenly. Fuck, Lu Yida, YYDS. At first, there were only a few people shouting, but soon, it went from 1 to 10, 100. The whole audience was boiling. Yi Wanqiu and the others were all confused. Look at the big screen outside, what happened? Yi Wanqiu was very confused, but when he heard so many people shouting, he still raised his head and looked towards the Peace Square opposite. After just one look, Yi Wanqiu was stunned. Because content on the outdoor large screen. Everything has changed. It is no longer an advertisement for a certain brand, but a uniform cake. There is another line of text below. Happy birthday, dear? Carrot. The whole city is paying attention. Even when big stars have their birthdays, there isn't this kind of grand ceremony. There is really no one else on the card. At this moment, a song suddenly sounded on the street. Everyone is familiar with it, it is Mr. Joe's song Confession Balloon. As the prelude sounded, all the outdoor screens, shopping mall screens, and elevator advertisements in Jiangnan at that moment, all turned into a photo. Photos of Yi Wanqiu. I thought it was a fairy who came down to earth, and her smile was brighter than the stars. Just as everyone was admiring Yi Wanqiu's beauty, Lu Yida's voice suddenly sounded behind them. Everyone turned around suddenly and saw that the originally kind glass curtain wall of the deep blue center suddenly dimmed. Lu Yida, wearing a white suit, appeared particularly conspicuous under the searchlight. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he shouted with the microphone in his hand. Happy 29th birthday, Ms. Yi Wanqiu. May your happiness be as vast as the ocean. May your good fortune be as vast as the starry sky. May your success be as great as the mountains. May your happiness be as flowing as water. May I be with you forever for the rest of your life. I'm not good at speaking, so I'll just give you a song. Coffee on the left bank of the Seine. I hold a cup in my hand to taste your beauty. Lipstick. Who wrote the name of the rose wrongly in the flower shop? The confession balloon was blown across the street. Smile flying in the sky. You said you were hard to catch. Want me to give up? You don't have to choose the most expensive gift. As long as the fallen leaves of the Champs-Élysées. Oh, create a romantic date. Not afraid to mess up. Owning you owns the whole world. You say we are not suitable, but I want to tell you that everything has just begun. I saw him singing passionately while slowly rising into the air. Dear, I love you. From that day on. Sweet and easy. Dear, don't be willful. Your eyes. Saying I do. The extremely cool scene, coupled with the legendary singing voice, stunned everyone, and on the surrounding outdoor advertising screens, Yi Wanqiu's photos were constantly rotating. Everyone was immersed in the singing. After the song was finished, countless girls in the square were moved to tears, and many single men took this opportunity to hug them and comfort them. Lu Yida was hanging in the air 200 meters high, gazing at the distance. Yi Wanqiu, will you marry me? Yi Wanqiu could no longer hear the following sentence. In fact, when those countless outdoor advertisements turned into her photos, she was completely dumbfounded and stunned. Then Lu Yida's moving singing touched her heart. It's only been a day, and he has already prepared so much? How much did this cost? How much effort did it take to achieve this? At this moment, the cold and arrogant female president who was just as capable as a man. Suddenly my heart was moved. She felt baffled, perhaps because she had never been treated like this before in all these years. But she soon calmed down. Such a large-scale event could not have been prepared in one day. Maybe, these touching moments in romance were prepared by Lu Yida for Su Qing, and he was just a scapegoat. Even if it's not. Just one day after we broke up, he started pursuing me relentlessly. What does he like about himself? Personality? Character? Yi Wanqiu, don't be silly. He doesn't understand you at all. He just likes your face. He is no different from Zhao Shitao and Zhou Ning. Yi Wanqiu, you have to stay calm. Don't be fooled by his sweet words. Yi Wanqiu kept giving herself psychological hints, but she still couldn't help but feel moved. The onlookers didn't have as many thoughts as she did. At this moment, everyone was stunned looking at the big screens around them and Lu Yida under the spotlight. How much the hell does this cost? All the outdoor advertisements in Jiangnan have been replaced with photos of Yi Wanqiu? Is this a person proposing to Yi Wanqiu? Who the hell is this loser? Too much money at home? But, this is too romantic. At this moment, the citizens of Jiangnan were completely shocked. That's right, only shock can describe their feelings at the moment. What does it mean to be domineering? What does it mean to be unique? This is it. Each beautiful photo seemed to show off how beautiful his lover was. A touching song is comparable to a live concert. Lu Yida's move was a first. Confessions with flowers, in the cinema, in a secret room all seemed like younger brothers compared to Lu Yida's. This is a romantic love story witnessed by the entire city. I want the whole world to know that I love you. People were talking about it in the streets, alleys, shopping mall elevators. My brain isn't working right now. Oh my god, I'm stunned. What kind of boyfriend is this? Who is Yi Wanqiu? I've never heard of her, but she's prettier than any big star. Wow, I'm so moved I'm crying. If someone confessed to me like this, I wouldn't even ask for a betrothal gift and would just marry him. Ha, do you think someone who can buy the entire Jiangnan outdoor advertising screen would be short of money? You only sought his money, but didn't hear the sincerity in his song. It was better than Jay Chou's. It made me cry. Damn it. I'm a grown man in my 30s, and I was moved to tears. Yi Wanqiu, marry him. Marry him, marry him. In the midst of crazy public opinion. Some were amazed. Some questioned the hype. Some were moved to tears. At this moment, Lu Yida slowly descended and walked towards Yi Wanqiu with a bouquet of roses. There was constant cheering at the scene. What the hell? Lu Yida is so awesome. How much the hell did this cost? The exclamation of a colleague in the company brought everyone back to reality. I've told you a long time ago that he has over 100 million in bank deposits, but you still don't believe it. Another colleague spoke with a hint of boasting in her tone, as if Lu Yida was her friend. Zhao Shitao was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Yida would play such a big game. He is the prince of sinew media, so of course he knows how much money it costs to put on such a big show. No wonder his father is so respectful to Lu Yida, he is a super rich second generation. It's so cool to play with the outdoor big screen like this. At this time, Lu Yida had already walked over and knelt on one knee in front of Yi Wanqiu. In late autumn, Brother Guorong said that a formal relationship should start with a bouquet of flowers and a formal confession. So, here I come. Hello, my name is Lu Yida. Your future husband. I like you, will you be my wife? Chapter 9. Su Qing is crazy, Mr. Yi is indifferent. Marry him, marry him, marry him. The rhythm is everywhere and the cheers are endless. The entrance of the deep blue center was surrounded by a crowd of people. Photos of Yi Wanqiu were played in turn on various outdoor advertising screens. Lu Yida held a rose in his hand, knelt on one knee, and gazed at her affectionately. Yi Wanqiu is now completely dumbfounded. Should I leave? The atmosphere has become so heated, and she's even shared her marriage certificate on her WeChat moments, so it's not going to end well. But judging from Lu Yida's attitude, if he really accepted the flowers, he would definitely be blamed by the other party. Dilemma. Let's wait until everyone leaves before talking to Lu Yida alone. Thinking of this, Yu Wanqiu took the rose and said, "Meet me, Yu Wanqiu." Moment. It was like the new year all around, with everyone cheering excitedly. And at this moment, Su Qing was almost going crazy. She witnessed this confession that attracted the whole city's attention. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Because she should be the heroine of this grand confession. All the romance and everyone's envy should belong to her. It's impossible to prepare so much in one day. He's a rich young man, he's very rich, and he's been hiding it from me. If I had agreed to your proposal yesterday, I would be the one standing in the spotlight, the center of attention. Su Qing had gone mad, looking at Lu Yida and Yu Wanqiu who were surrounded by people. She felt unwilling. Suddenly, Luo Hao came over. Lu Yida is so rich, but he is reluctant to buy me a car. What a bastard. Su Qing slapped him. It's all your fault, otherwise I would have become a wealthy young lady. Luo Hao sneered, there is still a chance now. Su Qing was stunned, but he already has Mr. Yi, how could he come back to find me? Luo Hao said, didn't you say his mother was very satisfied with you? You've been with him for so many years. Even if we break up, he has to pay for the loss of his youth. It'll cost 10 million. By then, neither of us will have to work for the rest of our lives. Su Qing's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands suddenly. Yeah, how could I be so stupid? I have to pay for the loss of my youth. She gave her best 3 years to Lu Yida. Although she lived in Luo Hao's house longer than in Lu Yida's house, Lu Yida was her official boyfriend. 3 years of youth, how can 10 million be enough as compensation? At least 30 million must be paid. If they dare not give her the money, she will go to Lu Yida's mother to ask for it. Humph. Maybe, their old love will be rekindled. She still doesn't believe that Lu Yida is really willing to give up her little fairy. How could a cold guy like Yu Wanqiu be as sensible as her? When she uses the posture she learned from Luo Hao on Lu Yida, she guarantees that he will be in ecstasy and reluctant to leave. Snort. The other side. The limited edition Maybach was parked on the coastal road. Mr. Yi, happy birthday. Do you like the gift I prepared for you? He read a report in which experts said that looking at beautiful women every day can increase lifespan. I used to think that this expert was definitely an LSP and was talking nonsense. But now, he believed it. Their eyes met, and his heart was pounding. They've just started holding hands. If I could marry Ms. Yi, wouldn't I be immortal? But the next second, Yu Wanqiu's words almost made his heart stop. Dislike. Lu Yida was stunned. Don't girls all like romance? Isn't this romantic enough? Just when Lu Yida was thinking about what he had done wrong, Yu Wanqiu said. First, romance is not about extravagance. Instead of spending money on advertising, why not do some charity? Second, we've only known each other for 1 day. You don't know my personality or my past. You just like my face or my figure. I don't like such superficial people. Third, you're pursuing me relentlessly right after we broke up. It shows you're not loyal enough to love. I don't like people like you who are fickle. Fourth, I hope you can understand that although I am single, it is impossible for us to be together. So, use your romance on others and don't waste your time on my sister. A hint of panic flashed across her eyes, and then she stubbornly put on a stern face, trying her best to look indifferent. She is a very rational person, so although she was very touched just now, she still hopes that Lu Yida will give up when he sees the difficulty. With the money and the mindset, he can just find a big star. Got it. This means that you think I, Lu Yida, am an LSP. No. He is an LSP who abandons his clients after having fun with them and is fickle. But. That really makes sense. I can't say that I've always had a crush on Su Cheng when I was in love with her. If I do that, I'll be put on the blacklist and never talk to her again. He now really wants to open Jihu and post a message. The goddess thinks I'm just greedy for her body, how can I argue? I'm waiting online and I'm really anxious. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Random mission is launched, please check carefully. 1. Knowing the difficulty, I retreated and said goodbye to Yu Wanqiu, starting my life as a Neptune. Reward, open the Neptune section. How can I give up an entire forest for a single tree? My goal is to build a community where all the residents are my women. 2. Face the challenge and find a way to improve Yu Wanqiu's impression of the host and become Yu Wanqiu's real boyfriend. First stage reward, 10 million in cash distributed after accepting the task. Ultimate reward, great rejuvenation pill awarded after the relationship is officially confirmed. Note, Da Huan Dan is a superb elixir that can cure all diseases. Oh shit. Neptune life? That sounds delicious. Besides, Yu Wanqiu doesn't like me at all, so there seems to be no point in pestering her. It is very rude to keep knocking on a door that cannot be opened. So I choose. System, Task 2, I want to choose Task 2, hurry up. Lu Yida shouted in his heart, fearing that the system would react slowly and the reward for Task 2 would be lost. Aquaman is pretty damn good, but Da Huan Dan is even better. The reason why Lu Yida was so tolerant of Su Qing was because his mother was in the late stage of breast cancer. Even if he had money, he could only prolong her life but could not save her. That was why he wanted to get married quickly to fulfill his mother's last wish. This Da Huan Dan that can cure all diseases is tailor-made for him. Ding! 10 million in cash has arrived. Host, please keep up the good work and capture Yu Wanqiu as soon as possible. Marry a beautiful, wealthy woman and reach the pinnacle of life, come on host carrot? Lu Yida asked hurriedly, Brother Tong, you see how much Mr. Yi and I are in love, and marriage is almost certain. Can we discuss it? You can advance me the Da Huan Dan first, and then I can pursue her slowly. System? Are you bargaining with me? Ding, mission rewards cannot be advanced, please work hard. Friendly reminder, Yu Wanqiu is already angry. Angry? What are you angry about? Lu Yida was stunned for a moment before he realized that when he was talking to the system, his eyes had been fixed on Yu Wanqiu's chest. Isn't this a typical LSP? It's over. There's no way to salvage my image. Yu Wanqiu was indeed a little angry. She had a good impression of Lu Yida before, but as soon as she refused, Lu Yida kept staring at her chest, which made her very disgusted. Snort! I guessed right, you are greedy for my body. She said impatiently, Mr. Lu, I have said everything I need to say. I hope you will stop pestering me. Goodbye. After saying that, she prepared to get off the car. But suddenly, Lu Yida grabbed her hand. What will I do with this mission if you leave? I'm waiting for this great rejuvenation pill to save my life. Her expression suddenly turned cold. Why, Mr. Lu, are you planning to do something to me when no one is around? Just a friendly reminder, I studied martial arts in manhwa for 7 years. I can beat 8 people like you. Chapter 10. This is not a love story, it's just acting. Jiangnan People's Hospital. Inpatient department, in front of room 702. Lu Yida and Yu Wanqiu stood side by side. Just now at the beach, Yu Wanqiu wanted to get rid of Lu Yida, but he forcibly brought her to the hospital, saying that he had something very important to tell her. Half believing and half doubting, Yu Wanqiu followed. The two people looked inside through the window on the door and saw a middle-aged woman with a shaved head sitting on the bed reading a book. She had an old face, pale skin, and looked so haggard that it was heartbreaking. Is this your mother? Yu Wanqiu asked in surprise. Lu Yida leaned against the wall, looking downcast as she said, she had advanced breast cancer. The doctor said it couldn't be cured even with money. My father passed away early, and she raised me all by herself. She told me her only regret in life was not seeing me get married. Yu Wanqiu's eyes widened, so you knew that Su Qing and Luo Hao were having an affair, but you tolerated it? His father died young and his mother was terminally ill. His girlfriend doubled the betrothal gift on the eve of the wedding, saying she wanted to buy a car for her male best friend. What a bloody plot. If it were someone with a bad mentality, they would probably have collapsed and jumped off the building. She suddenly felt a little sorry for Lu Yida. Lu Yida said, well, she told me that she would not rest in peace until she saw me get married, so I had no choice. Yu Wanqiu was stunned. She originally thought that Lu Yida was a lecher who was tempted by beauty, so even though his confession was romantic, his singing was beautiful, and he was handsome and rich. But she never thought of agreeing to Lu Yida. In her heart, love is sacred and pure, but love nowadays is always mixed with various things, family background, interests, and body. In order not to destroy the perfect love, she chose not to touch love. But when she saw the woman on the hospital bed, her heart trembled violently. Lu Yida was not an LSP, he was just a filial son who wanted to fulfill his mother's last wish. At this time, Lu Yida said, Mr. Yi, you made a fake certificate and posted it on WeChat Moments to deal with your family's pressure to get married. Yu Wanqiu, yeah. Why don't we pretend to be a couple? Lu Yida tilted his head and said innocently, "You have to deal with your family, and I want to fulfill my mother's wish. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Please rest assured. After sending my mother away, I will leave Jiangnan and will never bother you again. What do you think? Yi Wanqiu, this. It's hard to refuse." Yi Wanqiu hesitated and looked at Lu's mother lying on the hospital bed again, feeling a little reluctant. What should I do? She is so pitiful. Raising Lu Yida alone must have been a very difficult experience, and this is the only wish she has. It would be too pitiful if she regretted it for the rest of her life. Besides, Lu Yida helped me twice, it would be too bad if I didn't repay him. And, it's just acting. She remembered that she had only a few months to live due to late-stage breast cancer, and it was over in a flash. Thinking of this, Yi Wanqiu nodded, and then warned with a stern face, "I can agree to act with you, but you can't do anything out of line, otherwise I don't mind losing my husband in the first month of marriage." Yi Wanqiu shook her fist, and with her delicate face, she didn't look intimidating at all. Instead, she looked kind of cute. It's not too much for lovers to hold hands and kiss. Lu Yida thought happily. He had heard people say before that there is no iceberg that cannot be melted, and no woman that cannot be pursued. A man should be like a furnace, bravely throwing himself at a woman. Yi Wanqiu agreed to act with him, so it must be a good idea. He just couldn't believe that with the atmosphere so set, Yi Wanqiu couldn't be moved. "Mr. Yi, please accompany me to meet my mother, and explain the matter of Su Qing." After saying that, he suddenly smiled. The next second, Yi Wanqiu felt his left hand being covered tight. When Lu Yida held her hand, Yi Wanqiu couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her beautiful eyes blinked nervously several times, and her long eyelashes fluttered, resonating with her nervous mood at the moment. My whole body became stiff, and I felt like an electric current was flowing through my body. My heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to burst out of my chest, and my whole body was hot. This was her first time officially holding hands with a boy. Although Lu Yida had held her hand before, the atmosphere was tense and she didn't pay attention. But at this moment, a man and a woman were alone in the corridor, holding hands. Yi Wanqiu nervously tried to pull her hand back, but Lu Yida held it tightly. She was a little angry and looked at Lu Yida with a stern face, but her red face had already betrayed her. "Is Mr. Yi shy?" Lu Yida smiled and suddenly felt that Yi Wanqiu was not that difficult to capture. Yi Wanqiu deliberately kept a straight face, making himself look indifferent. "What are you doing? Didn't I warn you not to go out of line? Is holding hands considered out of line?" Lu Yida said with a smile, "A couple in love would want to squeeze each other into their bodies. If they treat each other with respect, wouldn't it be immediately apparent? Stuff it into the body?" After realizing what was happening, Yi Wanqiu's pretty face flushed and she cursed, "Asshole, you only know how to think about dirty things. Have you never seen a pig and never eaten pork?" Although Yi Wanqiu had never been in a relationship, when she was in college, several of her bold roommates often discussed whose boyfriend was better and would always post resources in the dormitory group. Of course she hadn't seen it, she just glanced at it a few times casually. "Well, accidentally." Lu Yida chuckled, "I'm talking about soul fusion. What do you think, Mr. Yi?" He, I didn't expect that this aloof CEO is not so aloof." Yi Wanqiu rolled her eyes, but after listening to Lu Yida's explanation, Yi Wanqiu opened her mouth and felt that it made some sense. When she came to her senses, she felt a little embarrassed when she thought of the heart-pounding feeling just now. "It's just acting, what's wrong with holding hands? The actors even kissed while filming. Bah! Bah! Kissing is definitely not allowed. At most, you can let him hug you, and that's the limit. But thinking back to the touching moment just now, I realized that holding hands can be so wonderful. In the past, when she saw others holding hands, she just felt disgusted, but when it was her turn, she understood the feeling. No wonder those couples seemed to be stuck together with 502 blue and would not let go no matter where they went. Yi Wanqiu adjusted her breathing and tone, pretending to be calm and humming, "This is just acting, you are not allowed to have random thoughts. After fulfilling Auntie's wish, we will end it here." After saying that, she let Lu Yida hold her hand and walk into the ward. When looking at Yi Wanqiu's delicate profile, Lu Yida saw the scent of love on the corners of her slightly raised mouth. "I really want to try it. What a bullshit act, I want to make it real." Chapter 11. I like this daughter-in-law. "Mom, I'm here to see you." Seeing her son walking in with a beautiful girl in his arms, looking very happy, Mother Lu was not happy at all. Instead, she frowned. Xiaoda, who is this girl? Lu Yida had already thought of what to say, but when he saw his mother's serious expression, he was speechless for a moment. That is, Mother Lu was very anxious. Don't hesitate, just say what you want to say. Lu Yida took a deep breath. Mom, I got the marriage certificate. Mother Lu didn't understand and was stunned for a moment. What? The next second, she realized what was happening and sat up in shock, her eyes wide open, extremely shocked. You got the certificate? Is it a marriage certificate? Lu Yida nodded, yes. Mother Lu took a deep breath. He sat up in shock from his dying illness. A daughter-in-law fell from the sky? Wait, you've already got the marriage certificate, why are you still holding this beautiful girl's hand? Are you two timing? Where's Ching Ching? Why didn't she come with you? Lu Yida, you're married now, so you should behave yourself. How dare you hold someone else's hand? Are you doing this to Xiaoqing? Also, you're such a pretty girl, you shouldn't be short of boyfriends, right? Why are you so close to Xiaoda? Forget it, quickly help me up, I'm going to go see Xiaoqing. Really, you didn't even tell me about such a big thing as getting the marriage certificate, and the 3 golds haven't been prepared for Xiaoqing yet. You're still not letting go? Do you think your mother is too old to beat you anymore? She knew about her son and Su Qing. She had already given the betrothal gift and all that was left was to choose a date to get the marriage certificate. If Su Qing saw this scene, wouldn't he the young couple have a fight? Yi Wanqiu? Am I a mistress? She glared at Lu Yida in shame and anger. You bastard, why don't you explain yourself quickly? Lu Yida coughed and said, Mom, the one who got the marriage certificate with me was not Su Qing. Mother Lu was shocked as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. She was completely stunned. No, it's not Su Qing. She suddenly lowered her head and looked at the two people's tightly clasped hands. There is an affair. Could it be this very beautiful girl? Lu Yida nodded, yes, her name is Yi Wanqiu. The name is nice, she is very beautiful, and her temperament is extraordinary. She looks like a big star and looks at me with a smile. Much better than Su Qing. Wait, now is not the time to think about this. Lu's mother got out of bed, grabbed a fruit knife and asked angrily. Tell me quickly, what's going on? You've been dating Su Qing for so many years, why did you suddenly get married to someone else? If you don't explain it to me clearly today, I will break your legs. Lu Yida quickly explained, Mom, this is what happened. He did not hide it and told Lu's mother everything. Lu's mother was very surprised at first, and then gradually fell silent. I never thought that my daughter-in-law, who had behaved well before, would turn out to be this kind of person. After 3 years of long-distance love, a male best friend finally appeared. Is this what you call a human being? After a long sigh, he spoke to Yi Wanqiu again. Xiao Yi, I know you were invited by my son to act here, so please go. After saying that, she lay lifeless on the bed, as if she had lost the will to live. All the betrothal gifts he had saved for his entire life were given to Su Qing. With Lu Yida's current situation, where can he find a wife? Lu Yida quickly took out the marriage certificate and handed it to Lu's mother. Mom, we've already got the marriage certificate, can this be an act? Lu's mother took a look at the marriage certificate and still didn't believe it. You said Xiaoya looks like a big star, why would she get married to a poor boy like you? Lu Yida said, Mom, your son has many advantages. Besides, Wanqiu is the boss of Su Qing's company. Her family is rich and powerful. How can I hire her to act? If you don't believe me, let me show you her moments. It's official, all her colleagues and relatives know about it. How can this be fake? After saying that, he kept blinking at Yi Wanqiu. Yi Wanqiu quickly greeted him and opened her circle of friends at the same time. Auntie, this is my circle of friends. Many relatives have liked it. I can't lie to them too. Mother Lu was skeptical, and Yi Wanqiu took out his business card again. President of Fenghua Design, Yi Wanqiu. Ha! This girl is not only beautiful, but also so talented? How did the son, who had no money, no background, and no education, conquer her? Is there something different about his son? He turned his head with a gloomy face and scolded his son, Look at you, why don't you quickly move a chair for Xiaoya? Lu Yida quickly moved a chair for Yi Wanqiu to sit on. Yi Wanqiu can be salty or sweet, but when she is not smiling, she is as cold as ice and unattainable. When she smiles, her eyes and eyebrows are curved, and she is sweet and lovely. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, and her figure was almost perfect against the backdrop of her professional attire. She mesmerized the older brother who was accompanying the patient in the next bed. He turned his head away reluctantly only after being spanked several times by his wife. Her job was related to sales, so she naturally knew how to make people happy. With just a few words, Lu's mother fell in love with her daughter-in-law. Complaining to Lu Yida, "Look at you, you didn't even tell me beforehand that you brought Xiaoqiu here. Mom didn't even have time to change her clothes. You're so ignorant." Lu Yida, who was peeling an apple. During this period, Lu's mother was worried. She was nervously and anxiously waiting for news from her in-laws, but unexpectedly, her son quietly married a beautiful woman and brought her home, which put her under a lot of pressure. Su Qing's family is ordinary, so a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan would be enough, but Ji Wanqiu is a female CEO, so her family must be well off. So I asked nervously, "Xiaoqiu, what are your parents' requirements for the betrothal gifts?" Yi Wanqiu smiled and said, "My family doesn't care about these things. As long as he treats me well, that's enough." Lu Yida took advantage of the situation and took Yi Wanqiu's hand. "Mom, we've already got the marriage certificate, are you still worried that her family won't agree?" Mother Lu glared at her son, then said to Yi Wanqiu, "Don't worry, Xiaoqiu. I know my own son well. From now on, he will be responsible for washing dishes, cooking, and cleaning. If he dares to bully you, you can whip him. I can't let him marry a fairy like you for nothing. There is no such good thing in the world." Lu Yida? "Mom, I am your biological child, why are you so disrespectful? But, is that little whip serious? If it's not serious, I can let Mr. Yi whip me, it's exciting." Yi Wanqiu felt warm in his heart and nodded. Although the marriage was a play, Lu's mother left a very good impression on her. Such a good person, let her live her life happily. Looking at the 3-person ward, she said, "Auntie, I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. I want Yida to accompany me to the bathroom." Mother Lu, "Okay, go quickly." After leaving, Yi Wanqiu shook off Lu Yida's hand and scolded him coldly, "Lu Yida, you would rather spend tens of millions to pick up girls than spend a few thousand to upgrade your mother's hospital room? Do you have a conscience?" Without waiting for Lu Yida to reply, she continued, "Come on, follow me to upgrade Auntie's ward." Lu Yida, who was following behind, instantly lost his expression. He took out his phone, opened Jihu, and posted a message. "The goddess thinks I'm an ungrateful, vicious, and prodigal son who doesn't care about his mother's life or death. How can I explain this? Waiting online, very urgent." Chapter 12, Get this couple out of here. At the hospital entrance. Luo Hao grabbed Su Qing's hand and said, "Qingqing, when we get to the ward, you start crying, making a scene, and even threatening to commit suicide. Act as miserable as possible, and I'll take care of the rest." Su Qing asked doubtfully, "You're calling Lu Yida a scumbag?" Luo Hao gritted his teeth and said, "He has hundreds of millions in savings, but he's not willing to spend the 200,000 to buy me a car. Isn't he a scumbag?" Su Qing frowned and said, "But if we really fall out, there's no way we can reconcile. That's 100 million. If I became Lu Yida's wife, wouldn't I be rich?" Luo Hao said angrily, after eating swan meat, "Who would still like pheasant?" He is now completely focused on Yi Wanqiu, so we should try to trick him as much as possible. You are the pheasant, your whole family is pheasant. Su Qing was a little angry, but things had come to this point. She had already lost her composure. Just listen to Luo Hao. Soon, 2 people came to the ward and pushed the door open. Seeing Su Qing and Luo Hao coming in aggressively, Mother Lu couldn't help but frown and said in a cold voice, "Su Qing, why are you here?" If Lu Yida had not come beforehand, she would have gotten out of bed to greet him enthusiastically. Facing Lu's mother's questioning, Su Qing looked a little unnatural. I opened my mouth, not knowing how to start. On the other hand, Luo Hao, who was standing by, put one hand on his waist and pointed at Lu's mother with the other, cursing, "Why are you here? How dare you ask? Your son, Lu Yida, that scumbag, fell in love with someone else during the proposal ceremony and publicly confessed his love for our president, humiliating Su Qing. Now everyone in the company is laughing at Qingqing. I want to ask you, how did you raise such a scumbag who loves the new and hates the old, and abandons the old after having sex?" Hearing Luo Hao's curse, the patients in the other 2 beds were horrified. What? That beautiful woman just now turned out to be a mistress? This is impossible. She's so beautiful, there are all kinds of men she can be with, how could she be a mistress? Looking at his usual behavior, he seems to be a polite and filial young man. How could he do such a heartless thing? Luo Hao rolled his eyes and continued his barrage, polite and filial? It's all fake. Yesterday he was discussing marriage with Qingqing, and today he's confessing his love to someone else on WeChat Moments. Why is our Qingqing so miserable? 3 years of her youth have all been wasted. Listening to Luo Hao shouting, Lu's mother sneered in her heart. She was hospitalized for half a year, and Su Qing never visited her once. And now, you come to question her? Does this person really have no shame at all? Mother Lu got out of bed, stared at Su Qing and asked, Su Qing, I've heard about the three of you. After all, you were in love, so I'll save your face. You should leave quickly. Don't wait until my son comes back and you'll be embarrassed. Su Qing's eyes were a little frightened, and she looked at Luo Hao nervously. On the way here, he said he would leave everything to him. How come they ended up falling out right away? This script is completely different from what I imagined. Can I really get compensation? Luo Hao pushed Su Qing, be brave and ask for money. Su Qing mustered up her courage and resumed her usual arrogant and conceited demeanor, holding her waist and speaking bossily. Auntie, Lu Yida confessed his love to another woman at the proposal scene. Is that true? He has no money, no power, and he's carrying a burden like you. Have I ever complained? What do I want? Isn't it just because he's nice to me? But how did he treat me? I was with him for 3 whole years. That was the best part of my youth. Now that he's rich, he dumped me and married another woman. Am I wrong to call him a scumbag? Suddenly, the patients and relatives in the other 2 beds all frowned and looked at Lu's mother with contempt. Once he becomes rich, he abandons his wife and children. The scumbag is confirmed. The noise here spread throughout the entire floor. Gradually, patients, their families, and even nurses came over to watch. There was an endless stream of discussion. All the labels such as falling in love with someone else, abandoning his wife and children, ungrateful, and a scumbag were put on Lu Yida's head. Seeing this, Luo Hao pointed at Lu's mother and cursed her fiercely. Mother Lu's expression became increasingly ugly. Her husband passed away early, and she raised Lu Yida all by herself. Not to mention the small scene in front of her, she had experienced everything, such as snatching food from stray dogs, fighting with thugs, and racing with thieves. She was just thinking that after all, they had been together for 3 years, so she should save face for Su Qing. But since Su Qing doesn't want it, we can't blame her. So he shouted at the door, where's the security? Get this couple out of here. What? Hearing what Lu's mother said, everyone present was shocked. What the hell? Is it reasonable to abandon your wife and children? Yeah. This woman is too crazy. Wait, what does bitches mean? Could it be that these two are having an affair? When Su Qing heard Lu's mother calling them a pair of bastards, she immediately flew into a rage. Mr. Zhao, what do you mean? Your son has fallen in love with someone else and abandoned her, and you're still calling me a pair of bastards. Do you still have any shame? Luo Hao followed up with a taunt, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son will dig holes. Your Lu family is like a crooked family. Let me tell you, your son has wasted 3 years of Qingqing's youth. If you don't pay him for the loss of his youth today, we will never leave. Since we're already at loggerheads, just ask for the money directly. Falling in love with someone else? Abandoning him after having sex with him? Mother Lu scoffed. What a switch of affection, abandoning someone after an affair. Su Qing, why don't you dare tell everyone that when my son proposed to you, you asked for an additional 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts to buy a car for your best friend Luo Hao. Chapter 13 Chen Shimmy or a couple of bastards? The bride price has been increased by 200,000? Or buying a car for your male best friend? I'm so stupid. This isn't a boyfriend, this is the guy next door, right? At first, Su Qing and Luo Hao ran over and accused Lu Yida of being a scumbag. Everyone was outraged. Some female boxers have even rolled up their sleeves, ready to beat up the scumbag Lu Yida. But I didn't expect the reversal to be so quick. Chen Shimmy instantly turned into Wu Dalong. When Lu's mother mentioned the 200,000 yuan and her male best friend, all the onlookers were stunned. This reversal is too shocking. Lu's mother didn't intend to give Su Qing any more face and explained directly to everyone. A month ago, Su Qing asked for a 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, and my son had already called his parents. But today, during the proposal, Su Qing suddenly added 200,000 yuan to the betrothal gift to buy a car for his male best friend. What else is there to say? For the rest of her life, all his male best friends will have to take care of her. 200,000 is too little. My son was so angry that he confessed his love to the president of Su Qing's company. The president thought my son was trustworthy and agreed to his proposal. Now the two of them are so angry that they are asking me for compensation for emotional distress. Do you think this is reasonable? It was understated, but it struck everyone's heart. In an instant, all the onlookers were stunned. Holy crap! You're adding a last-minute gift to buy a car for your boyfriend? It's really a knife in the butt. It opened my eyes. This is too outrageous. This isn't outrageous anymore. She's already scamming me out of money before we even get married. After we get married, won't she have to put the house in her boyfriend's name? Young people focus on the 3 words male best friend. Spend $500,000 to marry a used car? I'm not afraid of used cars, but I'm afraid the previous owner still has the keys and can plug them in and drive around at any time. At first, listening to Su Qing's accusations, they were filled with righteous indignation and were ready to seek justice for Su Qing. But now, after learning the truth, they feel they have been cheated. Damn, I almost got taken advantage of. So, when she heard Lu's mother reveal those things, she immediately pointed the gun at Su Qing and scolded her until her face turned red and she was almost crying. At this time, Luo Hao pinched his waist and cursed, "Isn't it just 200,000 yuan? I've taken care of Su Qing for more than 20 years, and the money I spend is much more than 200,000 yuan. Besides, your son is so rich, he doesn't need a mere 200,000 yuan. He just gets bored easily and loves the new. He's a scumbag." Luo Hao acted as if he was very reasonable. What a tiresome person. At this time, Lu's mother laughed. "Haven't you done enough disgusting things in recent years? Last year, my son was hit by a car and stayed in the hospital for 3 months. As a result, not only did she not take care of my son in the hospital, but she also used the driver's compensation money to go on a trip with you. Her home is far from the company, so she often stays in your rental house, and we even go to and from get off work hand in hand. She said she didn't want to have a wedding and wanted to travel to get married. She even asked to take you with her on her honeymoon. Do you really think I don't know all this? If my son hadn't insisted on marrying her, I would have broken them up long ago. I'm warning you, it's not too late to leave now. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll have my son beat you up in the face when he gets back." What Lu's mother said immediately received countless applause. Everyone felt sorry for Lu Yida. This is too much. Aunt Lu's son is such a loser. My girlfriend lives in someone else's house every day. If it were me, I would have slapped her in the face a long time ago. Damn, I've never heard of bringing a male best friend on a honeymoon. She looked like a decent person, but I didn't expect her to be so disgusting. Ah, Aunt Lu's son is really stupid. People treat him like a lickspill, and he seems quite happy to do so. I'm afraid he's licking what his male best friend left over. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to vomit. How dare these 2 bastards come to the hospital and ask for compensation for mental damages? In my opinion, Aunt Lu should get the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift back. Yes, even if we give this money to beggars, we absolutely cannot give it to this pair of bastards. A lot of scolding. At this moment, the crowd was excited and wanted to punish these bastards. There was a young man in his 20s, squeezing in with a mop. Not long ago, his girlfriend had just slept with her male best friend. After being caught in bed by him, he lied to her and said that the male best friend came to help her unclog the sewer. I went to the Nima. Is there anyone who clears the sewer naked? That day, his male best friend ran fast and he didn't hit anyone. He was very angry. After hearing about what happened to Lu Yida, he couldn't help but want to teach Luo Hao a lesson. Su Qing was instantly frightened. He grabbed Luo Hao's hand, at a loss. This script is wrong. Luo Hao was also panicked. I have no idea why things turned out like this. You know, he had heard Su Qing mention Lu's mother several times, saying that she was very caring towards her and easy to bully. Every time she frowned, Lu's mother would apologize. But today, Lu's mother was like a war god in the vegetable market. She had a tough attitude and was so aggressive that she scolded him silly. And the attitude of the onlookers. He originally thought that since Su Qing was crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to commit suicide, everyone would stand on their side, but now the situation was completely reversed. He even saw a few people staring at him like a vicious dog. Or, run away quickly. But at this moment, a loudspeaker sounded outside. Make way, everyone make way. People turned to look. Lu Yida and Yi Wanqiu are here. Chapter 14. What ex-girlfriend? You are the defendant. The sudden sound of a horn attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god. This must be the hospital director. There are more than a dozen people following, it's quite impressive. It's just a quarrel, is there any need to make such a big fuss? If you don't know, you might think it's a medical dispute. The dean suddenly stopped at the door of the ward, and more than a dozen senior executives stood on both sides of the road. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened, unable to believe that anyone could be welcomed by the hospital's top management. Next second. What catches the eye is Lu Yida in a suit. His already handsome face, coupled with exquisite makeup, makes him look like a big star walking out of a TV drama, so handsome. But the most shocking thing was the woman holding his arm. Pure as ice and jade, peerless elegance. It was like a fairy descending from heaven, and everyone was stunned. The scene was dead silent, with only the sound of the men's hearts beating. It was not until the two of them walked into the ward that everyone reacted and exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! Is this the female CEO that Lu Yida proposed to? She's like a fairy descending from heaven, so beautiful. She's beautiful, and her temperament is amazing. If she enters the entertainment industry, I'll be her biggest fan. Compared to her, Su Qing is just an ugly duckling. Am I the only one who thinks that she and Lu Yida are a perfect match standing together? Yes, yes. Their looks and temperament are a match made in heaven. That damn Su Qing should just get the hell out of here with her male best friend. As soon as Yi Wanqiu appeared, she immediately stole the show. At this moment, holding Lu Yida's hand, they looked like a pair of immortal lovers. Especially the 5-carat diamond ring on her hand. The folds glow. It blinded her eyes. Looking at Yi Wanqiu, who was like the moon surrounded by stars. She regretted it. That grand confession that attracted the whole city's attention, and that dazzling 5-carat diamond ring, should have belonged to her, but now, she could only be like a clown, envious and jealous. She is unwilling to accept it. She wants to take back everything that belongs to her. She strode up to Lu Yida. She grabbed Lu Yida's hand and said excitedly, "Hubby, I'm sorry. I was bewitched by Lu Ohao before and that's why I hurt your heart. Now I know I was wrong. I apologize to you. For the sake of our 3 years of relationship, can you please forgive me this time? I don't want the betrothal gifts or the car, I just want to marry you." Su Qing's voice was choked with sobs, and tears were glistening in her eyes. She looked aggrieved and pitiful. This scene. It made the onlookers marvel. Good man, now that throwing a tantrum hasn't worked, he's now playing the emotional card? She didn't even think about the fact that Lu Yida had already eaten swan meat, so how could he be interested in her, an ugly duckling? Many people think Su Qing is disgusting. But after all, it was Lu Yida's private matter, and outsiders like them couldn't say anything, so they all looked at Lu Yida. But at this time, Yi Wanqiu suddenly spoke. Su Qing, please be aware of your identity. You are just my husband's ex-girlfriend. You'll never be worthy of marrying him. After saying that, he slapped Su Qing's hand away. So comfortable. Pretty. Good scolding. When dealing with a bitch, you can't be polite at all. The fairy is majestic. Hearing Yi Wanqiu's words, the onlookers wanted to applaud and at the same time stared at Su Qing with a gloating look. I told you to leave just now, but you refused and insisted on staying to suffer. Do you feel good now? Su Qing stood there blankly, at a loss as to what to do. Lu Ohao was so angry that he wanted to curse. If only Lu Yida was there, he would definitely give Yi Wanqiu a breakup fee based on their 3 years of relationship, but he knew Yi Wanqiu too well. She was a graduate of a prestigious university, a cold and aloof CEO, and she had the composure to remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. It's harder to cheat money from her than to rob a bank. Facing the strong Yi Wanqiu, Su Qing also gave up struggling and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Lu Yida suddenly grabbed her wrist and said, "Su Qing, you are not my ex-girlfriend." What? Hearing Lu Yida's words, Su Qing was stunned on the spot, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. She threw herself directly into Lu Yida's arms and hugged him tightly. "Hubby, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. You confessed your love to Yuanqiu just to get back at me for asking you to buy a car for Luo Hao. You wanted to make me jealous, right? Now I know I was wrong. I swear I will never contact Luo Hao again. I will treat you well for the rest of my life. Hubby, I don't want to be your ex-girlfriend, I want to be your current wife. I love you, husband. Su Qing shouted very loudly, crying and laughing at the same time. I was so excited that I almost fainted. Yuanqiu stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with astonishment. She couldn't believe that Lu Yida would break the agreement and try to keep Su Qing at this time. Could it be that, in his heart, he was not as good as Su Qing? Yuanqiu suddenly felt a little jealous. The onlookers were even more upset about Yuanqiu. Lu Yida, are you crazy? Why not marry that pheasant instead of a celestial being? You like cheating on yourself so much? I think you're a little bit sick. It's really an old lady getting into bed. It made me laugh. Beautiful lady, just shout and we'll help you kill this blind idiot right now. The crowd was excited. Yuanqiu felt a little embarrassed. It seems that my coming here today has delayed this pair of wild mandarin ducks from agreeing? Then I'll go. But just when Yuanqiu turned around and wanted to leave, Lu Yida suddenly pushed Su Qing away. Shouted. Don't make random connections. What ex-girlfriend? You are the defendant. Lawyer Wang, she is the one who cheated me out of 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. You must help me get it back. Chapter 15 Yuanqiu's Little Thoughts. What? Hearing Lu Yida's words, Su Qing stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning. I couldn't believe my ears. Husband, what did you say? You want to sue me in court and take back the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift? Hubby, am I not the one you love the most? How could you do this to me, woo-woo? I cried my heart out, my lungs were torn apart. It was as if Lu Yida was the scumbag Chin Shimi who abandoned her, his wife of all times. If the onlookers hadn't watched the whole thing from beginning to end, they would have felt sorry for her. Lu Yida looked down at him coldly. I wanted to part ways amicably, but you insisted on being unreasonable. You're asking for trouble, Lawyer Wang. Please rest assured, Mr. Lu, since we're not even getting married, the betrothal gifts must be returned. An interest. A middle-aged man came out. He has thick eyebrows, big eyes, and is dressed in a suit and tie, with an extraordinary aura. Lu Yida invited him here because he was going to sign a contract with the hospital and the laboratory to give Lu's mother a special medicine that had not yet been launched on the market to alleviate her condition. It can't be cured, but it can prolong life. But unexpectedly, Su Qing and Luo Hao came to the door. Lu Yida was instantly angry. Damn it, I was planning to let you two bastards go, but you actually dared to come to the hospital to cause trouble. If you make my mother's condition worse, I will beat you two bastards to death. Lu Yida clapped his hands and said, Security, kick them out. Immediately, 4 security guards came in and carried them out. This moment, Su Qing felt as if she was pierced by thousands of arrows. It hurt so much that I collapse and cry loudly. Husband, please don't abandon me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Luo Hao's nonsense. I know you love me, please forgive me. I promise to only love you from now on. Woo-woo. Seeing that Lu Yida remained indifferent, her cries became increasingly sharp. Lu Yida, you have no conscience. I let you sleep with me for 3 years, so what if I ask you for 300,000 yuan? The 300,000 yuan was already spent by Luo Hao and I. You're asking me to pay it back. Aren't you trying to kill me? Lu Yida, you bastard, I curse you to die a miserable death. Her expression was ferocious and she cursed heartbreakingly. Pity. Lu Yida ignored her completely. The two people were carried into the elevator by security like dogs, taken to the first floor, and thrown directly out of the hospital. Afterwards, the security guard took out 2 photos and posted them at the hospital entrance. These 2 people and the dog are not allowed to enter. Su Cheng and Luo Hao were taken away by security guards, but the ward was still bustling with activity. Fuck, it turns out that the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift was also spent on her male best friend. This woman is so fucking amazing. I can accept a brother supporting demon. At least they're helping family members, but what about this male best friend? A regular sex partner? I really don't understand who gave her the courage to cause trouble in the hospital. It must have been planned by my male best friend. This is what they call you reap what you sow. The 300,000 yuan betrothal gift money must be returned. That's right, we must be ruthless when dealing with these bastards. The crowd was excited. They all gave Lu Yida a thumbs up. This approach makes everyone feel comfortable. If Lu Yida lets Su Qing go like a saint, they will think that Lu Yida is an idiot, a moron, and a coward. Lu Yida said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have made you all laugh. Now that the farce is over, everyone should go back and rest. Don't disturb the patients who are resting." Lu Yida was neither arrogant nor impatient and spoke politely. He immediately won everyone's favor. "Yeah, let's all go. Don't disturb the patient's rest. To be honest, this bride is 10,000 times prettier than the previous one. The Bai family is blessed. I really don't understand. The groom is handsome and rich. Even the dean has to line the streets to welcome him. How could that woman be so blind as to fall in love with her male best friend? Could it be that the groom is not good enough? I have a recipe at home. If you take it, you can have sex 3 times a night. I'll give it to her mother later. I can't let such a beautiful bride down." Lu Yida? Damn it, brother, please don't talk nonsense. I can do it. I can do it. By the way, don't let my mother get the secret recipe, just give it to me directly. Let's talk in detail? Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly noticed that Yu Wancho's face beside him was flushed and she was looking out the window with evasive eyes. Are you shy? This delicate look was completely different from the cold female referee in the past, making Lu Yida want to hug her in his arms and give her a big kiss. He leaned close to Yu Wancho's ear and whispered softly, "Wancho, I can do it." The warm breath fell on Yu Wancho's ears, her heart was pounding, and her whole body felt limp. Pop. Yu Wancho pushed him away in a hurry, and when she saw that no one was paying attention to them, she glared at Lu Yida fiercely. He said, "What does your ability have to do with me, you scoundrel?" After saying that, she ran into the bathroom and kept washing her face with cold water. Looking at the shy face in the mirror, I gradually came to realize the ridiculous things I had done today. I really did it. Pretending to be a couple. Who would have thought that my first love would actually be acting? But what's with that accelerated heartbeat? Looking at her ears that were red and burning, Yu Wancho covered her face shyly. But he realized it the next second, and it seemed that his right hand, which was covering his mouth, had been holding hands with Lu Yida for the whole day. Woo! Yu Wancho's small nose moved. No sweat smell. After realizing what he was doing, Yu Wancho turned red like guangong. He turned on the faucet and kept washing his face with cold water. What are you doing, Yu Wancho? This is too perverted. Acting, can you please have some professionalism? It's all my mother's fault. If she hadn't been urging me to get married, how could I have done such a ridiculous thing? But she actually has a little. I have a little expectation. Especially when Lu Yida blew hot air into her ear, she felt her whole body soften. Is this the feeling of being in love? Snort. Anyone who is so good at teasing girls must be a seasoned scumbag. I want to stay away from him, yes, stay away from him. Yu Wancho wiped the water stains off his face and walked back while brainwashing himself silently. Yu Wancho, you are an independent woman of the new era, you don't need a man. You don't need a scumbag like Lu Yida who will chase you relentlessly right after breaking up. Stand firm and don't be tempted. This is just a play. Then she took out her mobile phone and posted a message on Jihu. To cope with my family's pressure to get married, I found a boyfriend with a contract, but I found that my boyfriend seemed to have a crush on me and was always trying to get close to me. How can I keep my distance from him without breaking the contract? Waiting online, very urgent. Chapter 16 I want happy pills, wedding requests. Bite. Successfully signed in at Jiangnan People's Hospital and received a reward. I want the recipe for happy pills. I want a happy pill. 1 pill makes you forget your worries, 2 pills bring you endless happiness, 3 pills make you a god or immortal, specially designed to cure all kinds of depression. In the intensive care unit, Lu Yida received his second sign in reward. Tonton, is this happy pill for depression? Looking at this introduction, those who don't know would think it is some banned drug. That's right. Can you switch to one that treats breast cancer? Host, please don't bargain and work hard to conquer Yu Wancho. Lu Yida had read a report before that more than 1 million people die from depression and suicide every year around the world. The method of making the happy pill is not complicated. Finding an opportunity to produce it will be a benefit to society. Moreover, the reward for signing in at the People's Hospital is I want happy pills, but maybe the reward from the affiliated hospital is breast cancer treatment. He was just about to visit all the hospitals in Jiangnan City when the system prompt sounded. Bite. Friendly reminder, the host will no longer receive rewards when entering other hospitals. System, you are awesome. The ward was upgraded, the contract was signed, and Lu's mother began to receive treatment. Lu Yida's sudden wealth made her mother a little uneasy, worried that she would go astray. Shouta, where did you get so much money? I'm telling you, no matter how poor we are, we can't do anything illegal. Do you understand? Lu Yida smiled and said, Mom, all this money was paid by Wanqiu. She is a female CEO and very rich. Mother Lu became even angrier. Xiaoqiu married you to enjoy life, not to be burdened by you. Hurry up and withdraw. You are not allowed to spend Xiaoqiu's money in the future. Remember, love requires equal strength. You must work hard to match Xiaoqiu's status in the future, understand? She really couldn't understand what Yi Wanqiu and Lu Yida were trying to achieve by being together. I'm afraid that her feelings towards Lu Yida are just temporary. After playing with it for a few days, it was kicked away. Lu Yida had no choice but to call Yi Wanqiu over. Yi Wanqiu smiled and said, Auntie, we are both married. It doesn't matter whose money is spent. Just focus on your treatment, otherwise I will be angry. Lu's mother was touched. Could it be that God saw that her son was having a hard time and sent an angel to save him? He glared at his son and said, Lu Yida, let me tell you, if you dare to let Xiaoqiu suffer any injustice, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Lu Yida said, stop talking so much and cooperate with the doctor. When I have prepared the wedding, you must dress up beautifully and bring Wanqiu back to our home. Hearing this, Lu's mother felt much better. Okay, I'm looking forward to attending your wedding. Xiaoqiu is busy at the company, you guys go back first, don't worry about me. Yi Wanqiu nodded, okay, Auntie, I'll come to see you another day. Mother Lu waved her hand and said, by the way, when you are free, please arrange a meeting with your parents. Yi Wanqiu's expression froze as she thought of her mother's snarling roar on the phone last night. If they really had to meet her parents, she would probably eat Lu Yida. At this time, Lu Yida took Yi Wanqiu's hand and said, Mom, Wanqiu's parents are very busy at work and often go on business trips. We can still have time to see each other at the wedding. We'll leave first. Outside the hospital, in the car. Lu Yida asked, Mr. Yi, your parents still don't know about this? Yi Wanqiu replied, you saw the marriage certificate I posted. You scolded me last night. Let's not talk about them. Auntie, don't you know you are so rich? Lu Yida felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't tell anyone about the system. So I made up a story. When my father was young, he didn't like the marriage arranged by the family, so he ran away from home and met my mother. A few days ago, the head of a foundation found me and said I was my grandfather's only legal heir. I just found out that I'm rich. Yi Wanqiu opened her little mouth wide. I'm a poor boy, but I'm actually the heir to a multi-billionaire family? I'm telling you, I'm the richest man in Jiangnan. Is there really such a bloody plot in reality? But it sounds like it makes sense. She asked, how rich? Lu Yida replied, I didn't ask. No amount of money can bring back my mother's health. What's the point? Yi Wanqiu glanced at the medical report, which said 6 months. Even if she took the special medicine from the laboratory, Lu's mother could only survive for half a year. This is cancer. Once it reaches the late stage, there is no other way except to wait for death optimistically. She suddenly understood Lu Yida's thoughts. She smiled and said, yes, wealth is just a number. The safety and health of your family are more important than anything else. I will accompany you to send Auntie off on her final journey. She decided to play the scene well. Be a qualified daughter-in-law. Let Lu's mother spend the last moments of her life happily. Lu Yida suddenly said, so, we need a grand wedding so that she can watch you marry into my Lu family. Mr. Yi, can you help me? Wedding? Yi Wanqiu put on a stern face, trying hard to hide the panic in her eyes, and said, I've already shown my marriage certificate to Auntie, so there's no need for a wedding. That's a wedding. An important ceremony that only happens once in a lifetime. Of course, it should be held hand in hand with the love of your life. This idiot is just acting. How can he make such excessive demands? Of course I have to. Lu Yida lowered his head and pretended to be pitiful. My mother's greatest wish is to attend my wedding, otherwise she will die with regrets. Dying with your eyes open? Yi Wanqiu was startled, then bit her lip and said, well, then let me think about it. I'm mainly worried that my family will try to sabotage it. If the wedding doesn't happen, it will become a regret for my aunt. Lu Yida was silent for a moment. So, as long as I can deal with your parents, will you agree to hold a wedding with me? Yi Wanqiu nodded, but don't do anything rash. You are now on my parents' blacklist. Let's talk about it later. Lu Yida clenched his fists excitedly. Isn't this a good thing? He remembered that Yi Wanqiu's parents were also businessmen. When businessmen choose a son-in-law, they only look for wealth and power. Although he had no background or support, he had a lot of money. Besides, I'm handsome. I am Lu Yida, handsome, smart, capable, and considerate. The advantages are too numerous to count. If you want to win the favor of your father-in-law and mother-in-law, isn't it easy? So, come out, system. Everyone, the atmosphere is already so heated, why don't you quickly give me a task to help me deal with my father-in-law and mother-in-law? Bite. The host is handsome, smart, capable, and considerate, too many things to count. If he wants to win the favor of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, isn't it easy? Come on. Lu Yida? Brother Tong, I was wrong. Isn't it okay for me to admit my mistake? I'm so impressed, give me some tasks. Chapter 17 Parents' opposition breaks her wings. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in Jiangnan, Yi Zhengrong, who was drinking tea, suddenly sneezed. Yi Zhengrong rubbed his neck. Strange, who is talking about me? Lin Xiaorong, who was sitting opposite, smiled and said, maybe Jie Chou missed you. Hearing this, Yi Zhengrong beamed. It must be Director Zhou. Ever since he met Wanqiu, he's been determined to be her daughter-in-law. With Zhou Ning returning to China soon, he's probably planning to put this matter on the agenda. By the way, what's with the marriage certificate Wanqiu shared on her WeChat moments? It's fake. Lin Xiaorong said, the household registration is in my hands. What can she use to get the marriage certificate? She's just throwing a tantrum. Don't pay any attention to her. By the way, old Ji, you can't let Chairman Zhou and Zhou Ning know about this. At this time, the housekeeper came over and said, Master, Madam, I just saw a trending search on the internet, and it seems to be related to the young lady. Lin Xiaorong frowned and asked, she didn't even celebrate her birthday at home, but went out to cause trouble? What's wrong with her? The housekeeper said bluntly, just a few hours ago, a mysterious tycoon bought all the advertising screens in Jiangnan and replaced them with a photo of a beautiful woman. Not only that, that rich guy even sang confession balloon from hundreds of meters in the air, confessing his love to his girlfriend in front of all the citizens of Jiangnan. Hearing this, Yi Zhengrong was a little surprised. Booking the entire Jiangnan advertising screen would probably cost tens of millions. Such a huge amount of money just to express love? Whose prodigal son is this? The housekeeper said, no one knows the identity of the mysterious tycoon, but the woman to whom he confessed his love is none other than our young lady. Finished. The housekeeper opened his phone, found the video of the confession, and put it in front of Yi Zhengrong. The video is only 5 minutes long. However, the entire process was filmed, from Lu Yida's confession in the air, to his soulful singing, and finally leaving holding Yi Wanqiu's hand. There were also several clips in between of the citizens cheering wildly. If you don't know, you might think it's a promotional video for a movie. The couple's eyes widened. They were here discussing their daughter's marriage to Zhou Ning, but their daughter ended up holding hands with another man in front of the whole city? Crazy. This bastard is crazy. Lin Xiaorong stood up and kept flipping through the video, finally pausing on the scene where Lu Yida appeared. Old Yi, he is the man on Wanqiu's marriage certificate. Lin Xiaorong was furious. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. She thought Yi Wanqiu was just throwing a tantrum and making a fake certificate to annoy them, but she didn't expect that they were actually in love. And the whole city knows about it. How can she explain this to Jie Chou? This is truly outrageous. Yi Zhengrong, who was sitting opposite, also showed a hint of anger on his face. This unfilial daughter, is she trying to intimidate us? Zhou Ning will be returning to China in a month. We must not let anything go wrong at this time. Call her. The housekeeper said with a smile, "Master, to be able to book the entire Jiangnan advertising screen to confess his love, the young lady's boyfriend's strength is not necessarily worse than Jie Chao's family." Yi Jingrong was stunned for a moment, then realized that this seemed to be the case. "Check his background immediately." 5 minutes later, the butler hung up the phone with a somewhat grim expression. "Master, we've investigated thoroughly. His name is Lu Yida. He was born into a peasant family. He bought a lot of Bitcoin a few years ago, which led to him becoming rich overnight." Lin Xiaorong sneered, "Without any background or connections, he's just a nouveau riche. How can he compare to Zhou Ning? A good match is a must. What's more, by marrying into the Zhou family, the Yi family would be climbing up the social ladder." Watching the handsome and beautiful couple in the video, Yi Zhongrong's attitude gradually turned cold. "Wife, the girl has grown up and thinks she can stand on her own. Then break her wings for me and let her know that she is nothing without the Yi family." Over the years, Yi Wanqiu has expressed her dissatisfaction with the marriage more than once. But in Yi Jingrong's view, since she was born in the Yi family and enjoyed the treatment of a rich lady, she should accept the fate of marrying into a wealthy family. This is an equal exchange and there is no room for regret. Lin Xiaorong nodded, "And that Lu Yida, housekeeper, go find out where he lives, teach him a lesson, and keep him away from Wanqiu. The upstart still wants to eat swan meat? Get him out of here." And the other side. Hospital. After Lu Yida and Yi Wanqiu completed various formalities, they hired a private caregiver for Lu's mother before leaving. Yi Wanqiu left a document at the company, and Lu Yida drove her back. "Why are there so many people? Just parked the car." Yi Wanqiu frowned and spoke. There were 5 vans parked at the entrance of the Deep Blue Center, and a dozen workers were constantly moving luggage. When I got closer, I realized they were carrying Fenghua design office equipment. Yi Wanqiu immediately ran over and said angrily, "What are you doing? Who asked you to move my company's things?" Yi Wanqiu's sudden appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Then, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked up to Yi Wanqiu. "That's right, Butler Yi." He said it in a cold and expressionless manner. "The master said that everything you have, the wealth, the connections, the resources, are all given by him. He can make you a darling of heaven, or he can turn you into an ugly duckling. Fenghua design is the master's business. Now the master doesn't want to do it anymore, so I declare. Fenghua design has closed down. You are unemployed." Chapter 18. Yi Wanqiu is desperate. "Lu Yida, I will support you." The housekeeper's words were like a bolt from the blue, which completely stunned Yi Wanqiu. She became the president of Fenghua Design at the age of 19. With her own efforts, she developed Fenghua Design from a shell company with only 3 employees into one of the top 10 design companies in Jiangnan. Fenghua is like her child. But now, the child that his father had raised with great effort for 6 years was beaten to death by his father with one punch. She is about to break down. Butler Yi added insult to injury, "Miss, if you can't hold on any longer, just go home. As long as you agree to marry into the Zhou family, you will still be the golden phoenix high above everyone else. Why should we give up Master Zhou's dragon for a stink bug? Lu Yida? Was he shot even when he was lying down?" However, thinking that the other party was Yi Wanqiu's family member, he resisted the urge to beat him up. Yi Wanqiu's brows relaxed and he said with a smile, "You don't think I can't live without Fenghua, do you?" She was sad when Fenghua went bankrupt because she had put so much effort into it. But she had already thought of a way out for herself. In the past 5 years, she has opened 4 companies under her own name, namely, a hot pot restaurant, a KTV, an interior design company and an educational institution. It's enough for her to live a comfortable life. Butler Yi smiled, "Really? Then we'll wait and see." At this time, Yi Wanqiu's cell phone rang. The manager of the hot pot restaurant called. The store manager said, "Mr. Yi, something serious has happened. The Food and Drug Administration came to inspect our store and discovered that we had added poppy to the soup base. The hot pot restaurant has been shut down." Yi Wanqiu's head buzzed. "Who told you to add contraband?" The store manager said, "Mr. Yi, I swear to God, I have never done anything like this. Someone is trying to harm us. Mr. Yi, I have to cooperate with the investigation. Mr. Yi, you have to save me." Beep beep beep. The phone is disconnected. Yi Wanqiu clenched her fists and glared at the housekeeper angrily. "You did it?" The housekeeper smiled and said, "Young lady, your wings have grown strong. The master asked me to help you prune them." A young tree cannot grow straight without pruning, and a person cannot become talented without teaching. At this time, the phone rang again. It's the KTV manager calling. An ominous premonition grew in Yi Wancho's heart. She swiped the screen with difficulty and answered the call. Manager, Mr. Yi, something terrible has happened. The police just did a surprise inspection and found that there were prostitutes accompanying our store. They directly closed the store and wanted to take me back for investigation. But I don't even know where those prostitutes came from. Mr. Yi, I am innocent. Mr. Yi, you have to save me. Beep, beep, beep. The phone hung up. Yi Wancho's heart instantly sank. The phone rang again. Yi Wancho answered the call numbly. The education and training manager said, Mr. Yi, the higher-up suddenly issued a document banning after-school tutoring. Our company has been investigated, and now parents are blocking the door, demanding a refund. What should we do? Yi Wancho said, retreat, retreat all. Manager, there is not enough money in the account. Yi Wancho, how much is the difference? Send me a number. The phone hung up. Yi Wancho's face was as pale as a piece of white paper. Her body swayed in the wind like a rootless duckweed. When she was about to fall, Lu Yida came over and supported her. At this time, the phone rang again. Lu Yida answered the call and heard a hurried shout. Boss Yi, several of our foremen have run away with the project funds. Dozens of owners and hundreds of workers are blocking the company's entrance, demanding their money. What should we do? Yi Wancho suppressed the despair in his heart and said, retreat. The 4 businesses she was proud of were all destroyed overnight, and her savings were probably not enough to even pay the compensation. Yi Wancho was so sad that she wanted to cry but had no tears. She even wanted to die. It's over. It's all over. Although she had thought that her fake marriage would cause dissatisfaction among her parents, she did not expect that her parents would be so extreme as to make her fall from the clouds into the quagmire. There is no return. I am your daughter, how can you treat me like this? I can repay you tenfold for what you gave me, but why do you want to destroy everything I have worked so hard for? Why? Is it because I don't want to accept the life you have arranged for me? But I am a human being. I am not a pig for you to use for marriage transactions. Just when Yi Wancho was about to collapse, suddenly, a gentle voice came to her ears. Wancho, don't be sad. Even if the company goes bankrupt, you still have me. From now on, you will be responsible for looking beautiful, and I will be responsible for making money to support the family. I have plenty of money. Lu Yida thought to himself, this was a godlike assist from my father-in-law. He destroyed everything Yi Wancho had and made Yi Wancho desperate and painful. Then, take advantage of the opportunity and sneak in. Bah! To take advantage of an opportunity is to eat everything up, pull up your pants and run away. I am prepared to take responsibility for my whole life. Yi Wancho's heart moved. Yes, Lu Yida is rich. But, he and I are just contracted husband and wife, how can I spend his money? Maybe I can borrow some. Yes, it's borrowed. She believed that as long as she had the capital, she could make a comeback. Didn't her parents want to force her to go back and marry? She just refused. Holding Lu Yida's warm big hand, she felt like she had a backer. She regrouped and said coldly to the housekeeper. Go back and tell them. Even if I, Yi Wancho, go begging or die outside, I will never return to that family, let alone beg them. Let's go. Lu Yida wanted to teach Butler Yi a lesson, but was dragged away by Yi Wancho. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Butler Yi showed a cruel smile. A nouveau riche also wants to eat a swan? You guys follow them and see where they live. I want him to regret meeting Mississippi. Yes. Immediately, 2 people drove and followed Lu Yida. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Lu Yida's ears. Bite. Feeling that the host's goddess has been wronged, triggering the system task, how can my goddess be bullied? Host, please check carefully. Chapter 19, I'll give you a castle, and you'll be my princess. System task, how can my goddess be bullied? Mission description, host goddess Yi Wancho has been wronged. Please initiate a counterattack. Special note, this mission is the most mandatory one, the host has no right to refuse. Reward 130 million counterattack funds already deposited into the host account. Reward 2, Castle Hotel Ownership Equity Change Agreement will be issued to the host's car, please check it. Reward 3, System Blind Box, distributed based on the system's counterattack level and speed. The people in the car were already confused. Lu Yida is already immune to the 30 million yuan in funds. But the ownership of the Castle Hotel scared Lu Yida silly. Jiangnan Castle Hotel is a landmark building in Jiangnan City. It is backed by Lotus Mountain and overlooks the Sea of Stars. In front of the door is the Shell Museum in Shanghai Square, known as the largest square in Asia. It is said that when the Castle Hotel was built, the design fee alone cost 80 million, and the total cost was as high as 1.5 billion. The exterior is magnificent and the interior decoration is extremely luxurious. It is a veritable platinum 5-star hotel. Brother Ton, why is the reward for this mission so generous? Ding, this system is a pampering wife system. Yi Wanqiu is the host's bound wife. Signing in with her and completing tasks related to her will earn you exceptionally rich rewards. Your wife has been bullied, why not fight back quickly? Good job. This is going to make me pamper Yi Wanqiu to the sky. I like. Lu Yida, what's wrong with you? If you're afraid of my dad's revenge, then put me down. I saw that Lu Yida was a little absent-minded. Yi Wanqiu said in a depressed mood. Afraid? Lu Yida smiled and said, even if the whole world is against you, I will stand in front of you and protect you. Yi Wanqiu's pretty face turned red. How could this idiot say such corny love words? But it's really warm. She was a little embarrassed, but we are just a contracted couple, I don't want to cause you too much trouble. Sudden. Lu Yida grabbed Yi Wanqiu's hand and said gently, at least during the contract period, I am your husband, and that's enough. I know you've been used to carrying everything on your own these years, but now you have me. Even if the sky falls, I'll be there to hold it up for you. When their eyes met, Yi Wanqiu felt his heart beating extremely fast. Lu Yida's hands are big, and his fingers are long and strong. After holding her little hand, he fully demonstrated what control is. Being completely wrapped like this, the warm big hands gave her a full sense of security. I want to stay like this forever, wrapped tightly by him. There is an ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Hateful. I've been teased by him again, what should I do? Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Wanqiu was startled and quickly pulled her hand away. Her rosy face looked out the window and she said, You called. Lu Yida answered the phone. A deep voice came from the other side, Excuse me, is this Mr. Lu Yida? Lu Yida said, Well, who is it? The person on the other end of the phone immediately said, Hello, I'm Li Shuman, the manager of the Castle Hotel. I just received notification that you had become the new owner of the hotel. I have prepared all the necessary documents and was wondering when you would be free to come over for an inspection. Lu Yida said, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Also, prepare the best suite for me. The Castle Hotel is less than 1 kilometer from the center of Deep Blue. Lu Yida turned the car around and headed straight for the hotel. When Yi Wanqiu heard the word sweet, his expression changed instantly. Hateful. Were all those sweet words just now just to coax her into getting a room? She was almost touched just now. Scumbag. Neptune. You are greedy for my body. Yi Wanqiu secretly cursed in his heart. Soon, the two men arrived at the entrance of the Castle Hotel. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw two middle-aged men in suits and with extraordinary momentum running towards them. Before he even got close, he showed an excited smile and praised Lu Yida highly. Mr. Lu, seeing is believing. You are much more handsome in person than in the photo. The middle-aged man next to him praised him, You are so elegant, dignified, and a very talented person. You acquired the Castle Hotel at such a young age. I, old Ma, can be considered a successful person, but I feel a little inferior standing in front of Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, please come in. These two people are the managers of the Castle Hotel, Li Shuman and Malubo. Hearing the two of them flattering each other, Yi Wanqiu's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and he stared at Lu Yida in disbelief. Lu Yida, you are the owner of the Castle Hotel? Lu Yida smiled and said, After much thought, I decided that the Castle Hotel would be the most comfortable place to stay near your company, so I bought it. And I like the name Castle Hotel, too. I'll give you a castle, and you'll be my princess. How is it, do you like it? Yi Wanqiu. Are you crazy? This is a castle hotel. The construction cost alone was over 10 billion yuan, and if it was sold as a package, it would cost at least 10 billion yuan. However, Lu Yida bought it without any hesitation. The reason is I want her to live more comfortably? How come this guy is so good at flirting? Yi Wanqiu felt dizzy and felt like she was dreaming. Li Shuman and Malubo were equally shocked. They had seen men buying presidential suites to pick up girls, and they had also seen men buying houses to support female celebrities, but buying a 5-star hotel to please a woman was the first time in history. Then, the two found that Yi Wanqiu looked familiar. Raise your head. Then, on the glass curtain wall of Shanghai Bay No. 1 opposite, photos of Yi Wanqiu were playing in a loop. Holy crap! Isn't this the beautiful lady who just caused a sensation in the whole city and was confessed to? First he confessed his love to the whole city, then he sent her to a hotel. Even movies don't dare to portray it this way. Are the ways rich people pick up girls so awesome nowadays? The boss is awesome. Chapter 20, The First Step to Counterattack, Knowing Yourself and Your Enemy. Soon, Lu Yida and Li Shuman completed various dockings for the Castle Hotel. He decided to be a hands-off boss and not interfere with the operation of the hotel. Li Shuman was very happy about this. What he feared most was that Lu Yida would take over as the new official and clean up the old forces. Standing by the window, gazing at the bustling sea of stars, Lu Yida was a little dazed. You know, 2 days ago, he was just an ordinary office worker, busy trying to survive. And now, in just 2 days, he became the owner of the most luxurious hotel in Jiangnan. The money in the bank card is over 100 million. He really suspected that this was a dream and was afraid that everything would disappear when he woke up. But now, he is relieved. He grabbed the window tightly and roared firmly at the bustling world outside. I, Lu Yida, must pursue Yi Wanqiu and make her my wife. Save mother. The other side. In the presidential suite, Yi Wanqiu stared at the beautiful scenery outside the window. She originally thought that Lu Yida was just an ordinary person, and after making a fake certificate and taking advantage of each other, they would never have any contact again. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yida became a wealthy orphan. He spent tens of millions to confess his love to her and even bought a castle hotel for her. You know, Yi Wanqiu has been aloof and arrogant all her life, and what she wants most is to prove that a woman can live a very successful life without relying on a man. But now, why does she seem to be kept by Lu Yida? Woohoo! My heart was hit by 100,000 critical points. Suddenly at this moment, Lu Yida's loud roar came from the next room. I, Lu Yida, must pursue Yi Wanqiu and make her my wife. This idiot. He shouted so loudly because he was afraid that others didn't know that he liked me? It seems to be true. After that confession that shocked the whole city, I guess everyone in Jiangnan knew that Lu Yida liked her. Yi Wanqiu was angry and confused at the same time. She felt that her marriage was fake, but she had fallen into a trap called love. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. It was sent by my best friend Li Yunong. Anong, Jiuqiu, happy birthday. Also, tell me honestly, what's the story behind that handsome guy who said let the whole Jiangnan witness my love for you? Late autumn, he is a contracted boyfriend. Anong, contract boyfriend? Are things like that so trendy in China now? Shocked.jdp. Late autumn, but he seems to like me. How can I make him understand that it is impossible for us to be together without breaking the agreement? Anong, rolls eyes, handsome, rich, and sings beautifully, and you still don't like him? Yi Wanqiu, I beg you to be a human being. Yi Wanqiu twirled her hair with her fingers embarrassedly and replied with a conflicted look on her face. Late autumn, I admit that I like him a little bit, but he just broke up with his ex-girlfriend and he started pursuing me relentlessly. I was worried that he didn't like me, but just wanted my body awkward. Anong, as the saying goes, love grows over time. How could I possibly fall in love with you if I wasn't tempted by your body? Anyway, I think he's pretty good. If you don't like him, keep him for me funny. Late autumn rolling eyes bomb, LSP, please go back to your country as soon as possible. I'm going to sleep. Bye. Throwing his cell phone on the bed, Yi Wanqiu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Are you interested? Definitely a little. But she still cared a lot about the fact that Lu Yida had been pursuing her relentlessly right after they broke up, as if she was just a shield to anger Su Qing. Love grows over time. That depends on how persistent Lu Yida is. Bah! Yi Wanqiu, what are you thinking about? If Lu Yida knew Yi Wanqiu's little thoughts, he would definitely run over impatiently and let Yi Wanqiu see that he is not only very durable but also very strong. But not now. He is studying Yi Wanqiu's background. As the art of war says, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. As the manager of the Castle Hotel, Li Shuman had extensive connections, and soon he sent two sets of information, one from the Yi family and the other from the Zhou family. Yi Jingrong and Lin Xiaorong are the founders of Jiangnan Xiaobei Beverage Factory. They have assets of about 1 billion yuan and are considered old-fashioned wealthy people in Jiangnan. They have extensive connections, which is why they were able to cause all of Yi Wanqiu's companies to go bankrupt overnight. Over the years, they have been seeking a breakthrough, but no matter what they invested in, they always ended up losing money. So they wanted to cling to the Zhou family through marriage and completely break into the upper class. Yi Wanqiu's marriage partner is Zhou Ning. After graduating from high school, he was sent to study abroad and will return to Jiangnan in a month. It is said that he has won many awards abroad and is very famous. Zhou Group is in the battery business. Moreover, it is the second largest automotive battery supplier in China after CATL. It is said that it is preparing for an IPO with a valuation of 22 billion. It is a huge monster. But in Lu Yida's opinion, it is not worth mentioning. After all, if this Castle Hotel were to be sold, it would easily fetch 10 billion. But he could feel that money alone would not be enough to kill Yi Jingrong. The Yi family needed power. Are you working on batteries? Maybe you have a good idea. If you dare to bully my wife, I'll show you some color first, hee hee hee. Chapter 21 Invincible Sign-In, Solid-State Battery Factory. Late at night. Lu Yida appeared outside the Zhou Group factory. Not long after, a shifty-looking guy opened a small door and let Lu Yida in. At the same time, he said, "Brother, please don't take pictures of things you shouldn't take, or I'll pack up and leave." Lu Yida said, "Take me around the factory. Just avoid the confidential areas. Besides, the money I give you is enough for you to enjoy your old age. Let's go." That's right. This is Lu Yida's strategy. Signed in at the car and got a limited edition luxury car. Signed in at the hospital and got a miracle drug for depression. So, what about coming to the battery factory? Didn't Yi Jingrong and his wife just want to cling to the thighs? Then he would make his thighs thicker than the Zhou family. The thief was very cautious and only dared to take Lu Yida for a stroll around the periphery. Suddenly, Lu Yida heard a system sound in his ears. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Zhou Electronics and obtaining a solid-state battery factory. Please provide a venue for reception. Lu Yida's heart moved. Solid-state batteries? Before coming here, he checked a lot of information about the battery industry and found that there is probably no truly commercial solid-state battery on the market yet. It is worthy of being called a wife-loving system. It is absolutely unambiguous when it comes to helping the wife vent her anger. But let him provide the venue. Brother Tong, weren't the rewards from the system distributed directly before? Why did it change this time? Host, please acquire a battery factory, and then the system will modify the production line for the host, as well as various materials. Special note, when the technology provided by the system is released, the host will be promptly helped to apply for patents. Please feel free to use it. You are worthy of being my sweet little baby. Lu Yida was very excited. After leaving Zhou's idea, Lu Yida immediately met with Li Shuman. Managerly, please help me find out if there are any battery factories in Jiangnan that are on the verge of bankruptcy and are ready to be transferred. Li Shuman put down his teacup and asked, "Boss, do you want to buy it?" Lu Yida nodded and said, "Well, I'm going to buy a battery factory for fun." Li Shuman, I do know of one called Dongsheng Electronics. It's located in a development zone, but its business is in very poor condition. They're looking for a buyer, but... Lu Yida asked, "But what?" Li Shuman responded awkwardly. However, the Jiangnan battery industry is dominated by the Zhou Group. The other small battery manufacturers can't get any orders at all. To put it bluntly, it's a losing business. I don't recommend Mr. Lu to get involved. Lu Yida laughed and said, "I know what's going on. Take me there tomorrow morning." Li Shuman was stunned. So urgent? Don't you want to investigate first? Lu Yida, since you've decided to have some fun, let's get started. If we can reach an agreement, we'll sign the contract tomorrow. Li Shuman didn't expect Lu Yida to be so anxious, so he hurried back to prepare the information. When I returned to the room, it was already late at night. But Lu Yida couldn't sleep. He felt that it was not enough. After flipping through it again, he took out Zhou Ning's information. Zhou Ning, the eldest son of the Zhou group, he holds a PhD from Harvard Medical School. During his studies, he won many scholarships and, together with his mentor, won many major medical awards in the United States. He was hired by Jiangnan Affiliated Hospital with a high salary and is about to return to China. Medicine? It seems a bit interesting. Lu Yida dug out the recipe of I Want Happy Pills again and searched the price of the herb online. The cost of one pill was only about 100 yuan. Very cheap. If this thing were to be released, it would definitely become popular all over the country. At least, he could suppress Zhou Ning in terms of fame. We need to hire some assistants. If he hadn't met Li Shumen, he wouldn't even have the connections to investigate Yi Wanqiu, let alone acquire the battery factory. He would need to set up a company and recruit some people to work for him. After we acquire the battery factory tomorrow, we will hire a professional manager. Li Shumen is a professional manager, so maybe he can introduce someone suitable. Suddenly, Lu Yida heard the system prompt sound. Bite. The system sensed Yi Wanqiu's resentment and triggered a temporary task. Please check it in time. Yi Wanqiu's resentment, this idiot spent so much money on confession, he might as well do some charity work, what a waste. Temporary task, I love doing charity work. Task duration, 7 days. Mission reward, distributed based on Yi Wanqiu's favorability towards the protagonist favorability, 1/100. Holy crap. He only got 1 point out of 100? This is so embarrassing. Brother Tone, this favorability is wrong, right? Yi Wanqiu was deeply disappointed by the host's extravagant confession. Also, favorability is divided into many types, such as appearance favorability, personality favorability, etc. This favorability is for public welfare. Lu Yida? It's just a favorability point, and you've made such a big deal out of it? But doing charity work seems to be a good idea too. Lu Yida is a person who is very enthusiastic about charity. Before his mother fell ill, he would spend 2 days every month to go to the nursing home to take care of the elderly. As for donations, he has the will but not the ability to do so. Now that I have money, I can do some charity work, help those in need, and win Yi Wanqiu's favor. Why not? I'm so busy. Sleep, sleep. Chapter 22, Boss Wang is desperate, and a savior comes from heaven. Early the next morning. Dongsheng Electronic Technology Company, reception room. The boss Wang Hao looked solemn. There were several people sitting opposite him, and their attitudes were extremely arrogant. The leader was called Xiaobo, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, with dragon and tiger tattoos on his arms, and a ferocious smile on his face, like a gangster. He came to collect the debt. 3 months ago, Dongsheng Electronics suddenly received a huge order, but the company did not have enough raw materials, so Wang Hao had to borrow money to purchase the goods. He had hoped to make a comeback with this order, but he did not expect that the other party would not want the products after they were produced. Dongsheng Electronics was doomed in an instant. This is also Wang Hao's own fault. Although he is the boss of the company, he is completely focused on the production line. He wants to research new battery technology and lead Dongsheng Electronics to become the leader of Chinese batteries and go global. When I accepted the order, I only received a symbolic advance payment of 200,000 yuan. Even the contract did not mention that the other party had to pay liquidated damages if they breached the contract, so he was left speechless and unable to express his grievances. Today, Xiaobo came to collect the debt again. Xiaobo, Boss Wang, I've made it very clear. Today you either pay me back or sign the contract. From now on, Dongsheng Electronics will belong to me. Wang Hao clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely angry. After making inquiries from many sources, he discovered that the company that had placed the order before and Xiaobo, who was currently collecting the debt, were all arranged by the Zhou Group, whose purpose was to take over all the battery factories in Jiangnan. His wolfish ambition is obvious. Seeing Wang Hao remain silent, Xiaobo smiled coldly. Boss Wang, you have no other choice. The bank will not give you a loan, and the merchants will not buy your batteries. If you sign the contract, I can also give you 200,000 yuan for resettlement. Wang Hao's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? 200,000? 200,000 can't even buy a production line here. Xiaobo chuckled. Wang Hao, don't be so shameless. You don't want 200,000, right? Fine, then let's continue compounding the interest until you owe me 100 million. Wang Hao's face darkened instantly, and he stared at Xiaobo with bloodshot eyes. At this time, the group's financial director stood up and said, "Mr. Wang, if not for yourself, please think about your son. You don't want him to be born with tens of millions in debt, do you?" Wang Hao's heart instantly sank. He went bankrupt just after his son was born. Last night, his wife said she would divorce him if he didn't deal with this matter properly. For the sake of money, he asked someone to use his connections, hoping that someone could take over Dongxing Electronics. However, the battery industry in Jiangnan was dominated by one company, and no one dared to offend the Zhou family. If Xiaobo offered a suitable price, he would compromise. But it's 200,000. This is simply robbery. He did some calculations and found that Dongxing Electronics factory, production line, and a batch of products in stock were worth at least 20 million yuan, while he owed Xiaobo only 5 million yuan. This is not the way to take advantage of others' misfortune. Xiaobo hugged his chest, looking like he had Wang Hao in his grasp. Are production lines and products valuable? Hey. No one buys it, it's just a pile of junk. Xiaobo narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Wang Hao, I'm in a good mood today. I'll round it up for you, 500,000. Let's sign the contract now. If you refuse again, we'll meet in a month." Interest compounds interest. It is not certain whether the electronics factory will be able to pay the interest after a month. By then, even if Wang Hao knelt down and begged for mercy, it would be too late to save the situation. Thinking of that situation, Wang Hao was so angry that his scalp almost exploded. But he was really desperate and had no other choice. Wang Hao was just about to sign the contract when there was a knock on the door. Wang Hao asked, "Who?" The secretary's voice came from outside the door, "Mr. Wang, a distinguished guest is here." Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. The factory was about to close down. Who would come to visit? Who? The secretary said, "It's manager Li Shuman of the Castle Hotel and his boss." Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered. At 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday, Li Shuman sent him a WeChat message, saying that he was interested in entering the battery industry and would come over to inspect it this morning. But he didn't take it seriously, thinking that the other party was just talking casually. After all, the battery industry and the hotel industry are completely unrelated. What's more, Li Shuman is just a professional manager and he can't afford so much money for the acquisition. However, when Wang Hao heard that Li Shuman and his boss had come to visit, hope was rekindled in his heart. He remembered that the boss behind the Castle Hotel was Evergrande. This is a super rich guy. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the door, pulled his secretary, and left excitedly, "Quick, take me to see manager Li." Xiaobo chased after him and shouted angrily, "Wang Hao, are you fucking crazy? If you dare to leave, I won't give you the 500,000 yuan. Wang Hao stopped and looked back at him. Do you really think I care about that 500,000? Xiaobo said with a sullen face, "Wang Hao, I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. I want to see who in Jiangnan dares to take over your broken factory. Dongxing Electronics production line is backward and has little value in itself. In addition, with the Zhou group pushing it behind the scenes, no one will take over this mess." Xiaobo was certain that it wouldn't be long before Wang Hao would come back and beg him for help. When the time comes. Not to mention 500,000, not even 50 yuan. Wang Hao ran all the way and soon arrived at the factory. He saw at a glance the young man who was inspecting the factory accompanied by Li Shuman. She looks less than 30. It's confirmed. He must have been sent by Evergrande. I have heard that Evergrande is making cars. By acquiring my battery factory, I am sure it is preparing to produce and sell its own cars. Then, will they lower the price? Wang Hao nervously stepped forward to greet him. Lu Yida glanced at him and said calmly, "Boss Wang, I heard from manager Li that you are planning to sell the place?" Wang Hao nodded, "I do have this plan." Lu Yida, make an offer. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, stretched out 2 fingers, and then quickly retracted half of them, 15 million. Li Shuman leaned over and whispered something into Lu Yida's ear. Wang Hao suddenly became nervous and said, "Don't be fooled by the fact that the factory's production line is a bit outdated, but this piece of land is worth a lot of money, and there are goods worth 10 million in the warehouse. It's like you only spent 5 million to buy the entire Dongxing Electronics." He said this, but his heart was already cold. The other party must know that he has no other way out and is ready to lower the price. He will not feel that the other party is taking advantage of the situation. After all businessmen are dishonest. What's more, with the pressure from Zhou Group, the battery industry is really difficult to do in Jiangnan. If Wang Hao didn't really love this industry, he would have given up long ago. But the next second, Lu Yida nodded, deal. Chapter 23 Solid State Battery, My Wife Misses Me. What? Wang Hao's eyes widened. This young man nodded? 15 million, and you didn't even blink? This is so fucking generous. Dongsheng Electronics is in a desperate situation. Even if the other party does not take advantage of its misfortune, they should at least bargain. To be honest, Wang Hao's bottom line is 6 million. 5 million was used to pay off debts, and the remaining 1 million was given to his wife as an education fund for his children. As for him, if Lu Yida needed him, he wanted to stay in Dongsheng Electronics and continue researching new batteries. But Lu Yida agreed directly, leaving him completely unprepared. Not to mention Wang Hao, even Li Shuman was stunned. You still have to bargain when buying cabbage from a roadside stall. Lu Yida is fine. He bought a factory for over 10 million without even blinking an eye. The most important thing is that it took Lu Yida less than 10 hours from the time he heard about Dongsheng Electronics to the time he made the final decision, and 8 of those hours were spent sleeping. He just wanted to say awesome. Lu Yida is not stupid and of course knows how to bargain, but he doesn't care about saving that little money. He just wants to get the factory as soon as possible and exchange it for a solid-state battery production line. So he said, if Mr. Wang has no other questions, please draft a contract and get this done quickly. So, the contract is signed? There is always a way out. Wang Hao came back to his senses and excitedly shook Lu Yida's hand. Sign now. I was excited, but also felt a little complicated. On the one hand, after getting this money, not only can he pay off his debts, but he can also have 1,500 left to ensure that his wife and children live a happy life. But on the other hand, Dongsheng Electronics is his life's work, and it really hurts him to sell it like this. He asked nervously, Mr. Lu, did Evergrande buy Dongsheng Electronics because they want to develop their own batteries? Lu Yida, Evergrande? Wang Hao was stunned, aren't you from Evergrande? Li Shuman knew Wang Hao had misunderstood and explained, Mr. Wang, you misunderstood. The Castle Hotel changed hands yesterday. I only work for Mr. Lu now and have nothing to do with Evergrande. After hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes widened. Holy crap! Not Evergrande. Then this young man, you have never heard of it? In Jiangnan, is there any powerful family with the surname Lu? He quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Mr. Lu, may I ask, what are you planning to do with your acquisition of Dongsheng Electronics? Lu Yida could not deny, of course it is to produce batteries. Wang Hao was a little excited and asked, then look, can I stay? Now it was Lu Yida's turn to be stunned. To be honest, he wanted to keep the original team of Dongsheng Electronics, but who would be willing to work for them when they were used to being the big boss? So he said, if Mr. Wang is willing to stay, I naturally warmly welcome him. But let me be frank. I don't like being told what to do. Mr. Wang may be a senior executive, but from now on my orders at the electronics factory are the imperial decree. Can you accept that? Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Although he became a general from an emperor, at least he stayed in Dongsheng Electronics. What's more, Dongsheng Electronics is already in such a bad state. Even if Lu Yida knows nothing and gives random orders, it can't get any worse. He just needs to do what he is supposed to do. At worst, I can just leave after it goes bankrupt. Seeing that he agreed, Lu Yida handed Li Shuman a card and said, you will handle the contract. After signing the contract, all employees will have a week's holiday. During the holiday, no one is allowed to enter the factory. Do you understand? Clear. After getting the confirmation, Lu Yida and the driver left first. Because he was going to the next event. As for why we have to take a holiday, it is because the system prompt sounded. Byte. It has been detected that the host already owns a battery factory. A letter of intent has been signed and can deploy a solid-state battery production line. Would you like to accept it? Tip, the production line will be put into operation for 1 week. Although he didn't know how to put it out, Lu Yida didn't want outsiders to notice anything unusual. Wang Hao took Li Shuman to sign the contract. After signing, Wang Hao asked in shock, managerly, who is this Mr. Lu? In his eyes, 15 million seems to be no different from 1,500. He had seen many rich people, but he had never heard of someone who spent money as lavishly as Lu Yida. Li Shuman smiled, squinting his eyes and said, "Is this frightening you? Do you know about the city-wide confession incident last night?" Wang Hao nodded. "Of course I know. When I took the elevator home at night, all the elevator ads were pictures of that beautiful woman. I don't know whose prodigal son she is." "Shit, was that Mr. Lu's work?" Li Shuman smiled mysteriously and said, "Let's put it this way. That confession was just an appetizer." In order to make his girlfriend sleep more comfortably, Mr. Lu bought the Castle Hotel. "If you work hard with Mr. Lu, you will have a bright future." After the contract was signed, Li Shuman transferred the money to Wang Hao and began to organize holidays for the employees. The employees thought the factory was going to close down and were in a panic. It wasn't until he revealed his identity as the manager of the Castle Hotel that the employees calmed down instantly and happily went on paid vacation. Wang Hao was still standing in the office with a confused look on his face. "So you bought the Castle Hotel to make your girlfriend sleep more comfortably? What kind of god is this?" A raging fire suddenly burned in his heart. There is no way such a rich young man would buy Dongxing Electronics for no reason. Maybe he has new technology. Could it be that Dongxing Electronics is about to make a comeback? At this moment, Wang Hao felt just like the first time he went out to get a room with his girlfriend. Listening to the sound of water dripping in the bathroom, his breathing became rapid, his heart was pounding, and he couldn't wait to rush in. At this moment, the secretary knocked on the door and came in. "Boss, Xiaobo is urging you." "Xiaobo?" Wang Hao took a look at the balance on the card, held his head high and followed his secretary to the meeting room. Xiaobo sat on a chair with his feet on the conference table, looking at Wang Hao arrogantly. "Ah, the person who came to ask for the price ran away, right? I told you long ago that in Jiangnan, no one dares to take over your mess." Wang Hao said calmly, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. They really like my factory and the contract has already been signed." Xiaobo sneered, "The 500,000 yuan you just mentioned is now invalid." "Wait, what did you say? The other party bought your factory?" He was so excited that he almost fell to the ground. The younger brother behind him said, "Brother, this idiot must be deceiving you. Everyone knows that the Zhou family has set their sights on this factory. I don't believe anyone dares to acquire it." Xiaobo thought it made sense and sneered, "Okay, the factory has been sold, so just pay me back." Snort. "If you can't come up with the money later, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Unexpectedly, Wang Hao fiddled with his phone for a while and then said, "The money has been transferred to your bank card. Give me the contract." Wang Hao took out his cell phone in disbelief. China Merchants Bank. Wang Hao initiated a remittance of 5 million to your account 4412 in 2021. This SMS does not serve as a receipt. Please check your bank account to confirm whether the funds have been received. Wang Hao was stunned. The younger brothers were all confused. Is there really someone stupid enough to buy this factory? You must be out of your mind. Lu Yida in the car suddenly sneezed. "Achoo, who missed me again?" Just as I fell asleep, a text message came on my phone. Sender, she. Lu Yida, where have you been? Chapter 24 Deliberate Slander, the scumbag Lu Yida. Castle Hotel, Presidential Suite. When Lu Yida opened the door, he saw Yi Wanqiu sitting in the living room, staring at his phone with a frown. "You missed me after just one night apart. Yi Wanqiu, I ask you to have some shame. It's already this late and you're still so playful. Go check the news." After saying that, she handed over her cell phone with both hands. Lu Yida took the phone. Hashtag spending tens of millions, the most wasteful confession in history. Hashtag romance does not mean extravagance. Hashtag. These two trending searches are ranked at the top 2 on Weibo's hot search list. Below, there were indignant remarks everywhere. "I don't know where this guy got all that money. Don't the wealthy these days know how to be low-key? Romance doesn't mean waste. The money from the advertisement should be donated to the children in the impoverished mountainous areas. Can the Jiangnan police arrest him? A man like him is detrimental to society's morals." After this confession, which girl would accept a mere bouquet of flowers? There's simply no way for us ordinary men to survive. Girls don't like extravagance, okay? Lu Yida, a man who loves to show off his wealth. Go back a while. This group of people actually dug out Lu Yida's information. It turns out Lu Yida not only loves to show off his wealth, but he also dumped his girlfriend of 3 years the day before yesterday. I'm going to throw up. How can such a scumbag not be hit by a car and die? Is there no one who can investigate where his money comes from? For such a stinking fellow, there must be something fishy about the source of his money. I heard he's even going to take his ex-girlfriend to court to get back the money he spent on her when they were dating. Fuck, you're so rich, yet you still want to claim compensation? Scumbag upstart. He doesn't like Lee Won-cho at all, he just covets her body. Goddess, please don't fall for his tricks. Netizens on Weibo edited some videos. It was accompanied by several tragic texts, describing how helpless Soo Ching was and how cruel Loo Yida was. Some people even posted Loo Yida's previous circle of friends, which contained a sweet photo of him and Soo Ching. Many passers-by who did not know the truth gradually believed what they said. Just then, a new trending search rushed to the top of the list. Hashtag Loo Yida's ex-girlfriend hashtag. The first popular post is a video. Soo Ching spoke out and described what happened in a more embellished manner. She had been with Loo Yida since college and was very obedient to him. They were originally planning to get married. However, when Loo Yida proposed to her, he saw her President Lee Won-cho and immediately fell in love with someone else and kicked her aside. She thought at the time that after all, even if the love could not last until the end, it should end peacefully. However, Loo Yida actually asked her to compensate him for the money he had spent on her over the years. He also said that if I didn't return it, I would go to court. Below, I also brought a summons from the court. Loo Yida sued her. When netizens saw this video, they were instantly heartbroken. I'm so angry. You're falling in love with someone else during the proposal. You're the modern Chen Shimmy. Beautiful lady, you must have suffered a lot of grievances over the years. It was really a small knife cutting my butt. It opened my eyes. It was really an old lady getting into bed. She made me laugh. It's really disgusting. It's disgusting to the point of opening the door to disgust. After watching this video, Lee Won-cho was so angry that he was shaking. She has the nerve to accuse you of falling in love with someone else? If she hadn't increased the betrothal gift at the last minute, what would I have to do with it? Hearing her description, I thought she was such a nice person, but it turns out she never visited my aunt once during the entire time she was in the hospital. I'm already looking for people who were there that day to see if there's anyone who recorded the video. Since she's planning to smear you online, we're not going to be bullied. After Lee Won-cho finished speaking indignantly, he discovered that Loo Yida was actually giggling. She immediately became angry. He hit Loo Yida and said, "The situation is critical, and you can still laugh. Loo Yida, you just set us, not you." This shows that deep down, we are already a close hole. I am so happy. He's almost become a rat crossing the street, and he's still thinking about these things? But, can a title make him so happy? If I call him husband, won't he faint from happiness? The beauty was speechless. Lee Won-cho rolled her eyes. Cyberbullying is much more terrible than you think. I cannot care about it, but what about Auntie? Auntie is not in good health and can't stand this kind of stimulation. This reminded Loo Yida and he quickly called the hospital. After giving a brief explanation, he said to Lee Won-cho, "You're right. We have to come up with a plan and not let her succeed. Lee Won-cho, this guy isn't too stupid. I suspect my dad is behind this. Otherwise, Soo Ching alone wouldn't have the power to make it a trending topic. Loo Yida, then we have to think of a countermeasure. If we don't take advantage of now to deal with your father, there will be no chance in the future." Lee Won-cho was stunned. Why won't there be a chance in the future? Loo Yida, after we get married, your father will be my father. I can't do anything treasonous, right? Lee Won-cho, go to hell, bastard. How could this guy say such shameless words in a serious manner? She took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. Loo Yida, please be serious. She swore that if Loo Yida dared to make jokes again, she would throw him out. Loo Yida sensed a hint of murderous intent, took Lee Won-cho's hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've already thought of a plan. Come with me." Chapter 25. Are you crazy? You are in the mood to watch a movie after being cyberbullied? Peace Square, Cinema. Lee Won-cho thought Loo Yida was going to take her to find the surveillance footage, but unexpectedly she was dragged to the cinema instead. She was stunned? Are you crazy? You still have the mood to watch a movie after being cyberbullied? What are you doing? Shouldn't we use surveillance cameras to prove our innocence? Loo Yida, guess why they want to discredit me? Yi Wancho, of course they're forcing us to break up. Yes, Dad didn't he know at all that we were acting. He wanted to ruin Lu Yida's reputation and make me break up with him. He would definitely fail. But if Lu Yida really fell into disgrace and became a pariah, she would definitely feel very uncomfortable. That's why we came to watch a movie. Lu Yida said with a smile, we need to show our affection and make those who want to force you into marriage bleed. Do you understand? It seems to make some sense. But looking at the three bright words couple seat in the center of the movie ticket, Yi Wancho said in a skeptical tone. Then there's no need to buy a couple seat. You're not trying to take advantage of me. Hearing her doubts, Lu Yida looked reluctant. Boss Yi, who do you take me for? I, Lu Yida, never take advantage of others secretly. Yi Wancho breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, Lu Yida's words almost made her faint from anger. I'm always taking advantage openly, carrot carrot. Yi Wancho's mouth twitched. Lu Yida's face is thicker than the soles of her shoes. Lu Yida raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously, wait, how come you are so familiar with the process of couple seats? Have you been here with a boy before? Yi Wancho rolled her eyes, you think it's you? I always do it by myself. How come to the couple's seat by yourself? Lu Yida looked at her with a smile. Shut up. Yi Wancho snorted softly, recalling the terrible past. Watching a movie alone is lonely enough. What is even more lonely is sitting alone in a couple's seat. However, the most lonely thing was that when Yi Wancho was sitting alone in the couple's seat, the couples in the seats next to her showed their love without caring about their image, especially the girl sitting next to her, whose screams almost drowned out the sound of the movie. Bah, shameless. If it were her, she would have dug a hole and buried herself in it long ago. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Yida straightened his clothes and said, let's go in and take a few more photos to post on WeChat Moments to show your love. Let your parents know that there's no way we'll be separated. I know. Yi Wancho shook his little fist, don't take advantage of me, or I'll beat you up. I understand. Lu Yida agreed quickly, but the next second he took Yi Wancho's hand, walked to the bar and asked, Wancho, what would you like to drink? Anything is fine. Then let's have a couple's set meal. Lu Yida said to the waiter. Etc. Why am I holding hands with him? Looking at the hands clasped together, Yi Wancho's heart skipped a beat and a strange emotion surged up in him. They were obviously pretending, but why did holding hands look so natural? Also, what's going on with this heart-pounding feeling? Yi Wancho, you won't be tempted, will you? Professional actors must never bring themselves into the role. Yi Wancho, you have to wake up. After buying snacks, the two went in to check their tickets. Hall 9 is a couple's hall with 5 rows and 4 couple seats in each row. They bought a corner seat in the last row, commonly known as the couple's paradise. Moreover, Lu Yida had a little trick up his sleeve. Directly book the whole place. No one would bother them until the movie was over. It can be said that all kinds of martial arts can be used at will. However, considering that there are surveillance cameras in the cinema, if you want to have sex, it is safer to go home. Besides, Lu Yida didn't ask for too much, at most he just wanted to hold hands. After all, they are still a contracted couple. But after he really sat down, he looked at Yi Wancho, whose delicate face was under the warm light beside him, and his heart immediately started pounding. How the hell am I in the mood to watch a movie? I really want to A up. But the next second, Yi Wancho sat down directly on the left side of the seat, keeping a safe distance from Lu Yida. Lu Yida felt that the design of the cinema was unreasonable. It's clearly called a couple's seat, but if you squeeze in, 3 people can definitely sit there. What? Do you still want to be hugged by women on both sides? The movie started, the lights dimmed instantly, and Lu Yida's hand began to touch Yi Wancho dishonestly. Yi Wancho had been waiting for him for a long time, with her left hand kept obediently on the seat. She glanced at Lu Yida's tentative movements out of the corner of her eye and smiled slightly. At the same time, I kept brainwashing myself in my mind, I'm acting. The next second, the fingertips of the 2 people touched each other. Yi Wancho seemed to have received an electric shock and quickly retracted her hand, but Lu Yida took the initiative and directly grabbed her little hand in his. At the same time, he moved his body and shamelessly stuck close to Yi Wancho. Lu Yida gently stroked the smooth and delicate back of Yi Wancho's hand with his thumb, while cheering himself up in his heart, be brave and A it up, while stealing glances at Yi Wancho's delicate little face. I really want to open Jihu and ask. My girlfriend told me to behave myself and not take advantage of her before we started dating, but I really want to kiss her. What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Chapter 26. The most beautiful thing in life is ambiguity. Let's take a picture. Halfway through the movie, Lu Yida suddenly spoke. Before Yi Wanqiu could respond, Lu Yida had already stretched out his claws like an Lushan and hugged Yi Wanqiu's slender waist. What are you doing? Yi Wanqiu shuddered and pushed Lu Yida away, saying in shame and anger, "Didn't we agree not to take advantage of others? This makes us seem more intimate." Lu Yida whispered, "If we just hold hands, people will think we're just a fake couple. Please. We are just a fake couple, okay?" Yi Wanqiu kept a straight face, trying to look serious, and said, "That's all I can do. If you dare to push me any further, I'll beat you up." "Okay, Mr. Yi." Lu Yida agreed quickly, but the next second, he raised his butt and sat next to Yi Wanqiu. At this moment, the two people were almost completely leaning against each other. Before, Yi Wanqiu liked to wear professional attire, and Lu Yida could see that she had a hot body, a slim waist and a nice butt. Now that he was hugging her, her amazing small waist was even more fascinating. There was also an impulse from the bottom of my heart, wanting to hug Yi Wanqiu in my arms. Show your manliness. Under normal circumstances, he certainly wouldn't dare to do that. But the atmosphere has already been set to this point. If I continue to be timid, wouldn't I be worse than an animal dog head? So, he exerted a little force with his right hand and squeezed Yi Wanqiu into his arms, while secretly observing the other party. As long as Mr. Yi showed even the slightest resistance, he would stop immediately. But Yi Wanqiu just moaned and gave up struggling, leaning half in Lu Yida's arms. Wow! Let us hug each other. Let us hug each other. The fragrance of Mr. Yi lingered in his nose, and Lu Yida's heart was pounding. Whoever holds this sweet big baby will be confused. The little head instantly took over the blood supply, causing the brain to short-circuit, and it wished it could transform into a werewolf to understand Mr. Yi's depth. But in the end, reason triumphed over desire. If you continue to push your luck, Mr. Yi will really hit you with his little fist. Noticing that Lu Yida had shifted his gaze to the screen, Yi Wanqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the warmth from Lu Yida's body and the arms around her waist, Yi Wanqiu's heart was pounding. She swore that her heartbeat was even stronger than when she was standing in the ring boxing. There is obviously no one else here, so they don't need to act to maintain a fake relationship. But even so, she still let Lu Yida hug her. Like a young couple in love. Yi Wanqiu's face flushed and her brain froze. Reason told her that she should keep a distance from Lu Yida and try to stay at the hand-holding stage. But Lu Yida is so handsome and has a cheerful personality. Although he likes to take advantage of others, he doesn't make people feel annoying. Not to mention Lu Yida's romantic confession, which made her very happy. She had met many suitors, but no one had ever made her want to get closer to him. And a sense of security. They had only known each other for 2 days, but she felt that even if the sky fell, Lu Yida would be there to support her. Even though her mind told her to stay calm, her body refused to obey. The first time I was held in someone's arms. The fit of bodies against bodies, the friction of fingers against fingers. They all became part of the ambiguous atmosphere, melting her completely. For a moment, both of them fell into silence, maintaining this state and watching the movie quietly, but their hearts had already flown away. At this moment, Lu Yida heard a system prompt sound in his ears. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in on Yi Wanqiu's waist, Omega. Reward 1, 300 million yuan in courtship funds. Reward 2, 5% of Walmart Group S shares equity change letter will be issued to the host car. Holy crap! 300 million is fine. 5% of Walmart Group S shares? What kind of concept is this? If he remembered correctly, Walmart was the #1 company in the Fortune 500, with a market capitalization of over $300 billion. 5% is $15 billion. I'm rich. It really deserves to be called a wife-loving system. The rewards for signing in with Yi Wanqiu are all awesome. So, looking at Mr. Ye's delicate little face, he swallowed. Yi Wanqiu had been secretly watching him, and of course she noticed this scene, and immediately pushed Lu Yida away nervously. What do you want to do? Mr. Yi, who was both shy and impatient, no longer had the aloof demeanor of a CEO. Lu Yida wiped his saliva and said, "The movie is so touching that tears can't help but flow from the corners of my mouth. Let's continue watching the movie." As he said that, he hugged Yuanqiu into his arms again. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. We have to slowly melt the iceberg of Mr. Yi. You seem to have a poor mouth. Yuanqiu complained, then pulled out her hand and opened the EMMO software. Record today's mood. Today we were sitting in the couple's seat at the cinema. He held my hand and put his arm around my waist, but we weren't really in a relationship. We were just a contract couple. Isn't it a bit shameless of me to do this? Oh. On the other side, Lu Yida also pulled his hand away and sent a WeChat message to his lawyer. I want her to be doomed. Chapter 27. The truth is revealed, a scumbag girl's best friend? At Luo Hao's home. Su Qing took advantage of the popularity to start a live broadcast, and in just half an hour, the number of viewers climbed to over 100,000. Su Qing was so happy that she pretended to be pitiful and started to accuse Lu Yida. I'd been with Lu Yida for 3 years and even had 2 abortions for him, but he never even bought me an LV bag. I was still willing to marry him, but I didn't expect him to be so shameless and dump me after he became rich. The disguise was very successful, and all the viewers in the live broadcast room felt the same way. Fuck. I didn't expect Lu Yida to be such a scumbag. The anchor's youth has been wasted these past 3 years. She was with me for 3 years, had 2 abortions, and didn't even have a bag. After meeting me once, they spent tens of millions to confess their love. That couple is really a piece of shit. It's disgusting to me. Are there any warriors from Jiangnan who can form a team and go blow that bastard Lu Yida's head off? Don't cry, host. You still have us. Kill into the world scumbag dog reward anchor Carnival 1. Lu Yida is the #1 idiot who gives rewards to the anchor on Douyin 1. Looking at the gifts that kept floating on the screen, Su Qing's heart was filled with joy. These netizens are really stupid and rich. They received gifts worth tens of thousands of dollars just by crying a few times. No wonder so many people liked to live broadcast. The money came really fast. Lu Yida, aren't you quite good at showing off? Aren't you going to sue me? Okay, now I'm not only going to ruin your reputation, but I'm also going to make a lot of money using your name. She had even thought about it. She would go to Lu Yida for a live broadcast tomorrow, cry her heart out, make a fuss, and make the show a great success. By then, these silly guys in the live broadcast room will definitely spend money like crazy to comfort themselves. Maybe some messengers of justice will rush to Jiangnan and beat Lu Yida up. And that little bitch Yuanqiu. How dare you fire her? Snort. Just wait for eternal damnation together with Lu Yida. Thinking of this, Su Qing choked up, a layer of mist appeared in her eyes, and she looked at the screen pitifully. Thank you, brothers, for your protection. I didn't start the live broadcast to get you to give gifts. I just wanted everyone to see Lu Yida's true face and not let any silly girl be cheated of his money. He is. Su Qing started to make up stories and slander again, but as she spoke, she found that the tone of the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. The previous comments were either comforting her or cursing Lu Yida, but now, some comments insulting her began to flood the screen crazily. Everyone, don't let this bitch fool you. Lu Yida is not only not a scumbag, but also a romantic. Fuck, there are still idiots trying to whitewash Lu Yida? Where did this filial son Lu Yida come from? He really made me laugh. It's true. Everyone, don't rush to curse me. Go check the trending searches on Weibo. Seeing so many people flooding the screen with messages, everyone opened Weibo. Hashtag Lu Yida hashtag. 3 bright big words are ranked first in the hot search. The first popular post was a screenshot of Lu Yida and Su Qing's moments. Lu Yida's circle of friends. July 2, 2018, today I accompanied the blind man Lao Xing to take a bath. He said that my massage was more comfortable than that of the bathhouse attendant. It seems that I can develop a side business. July 11, 2018, I bought some meat today and went to the nursing home to make dumplings for the elderly. Everyone was very happy eating. Mr. Lee started crying while eating. He said that his son hadn't visited him for almost half a year. Alas, parents in the world are so pitiful. Please go home often when you have time. August 1, 2018, it is 5 o'clock in the morning. The children of Dewizi Primary School are already running on the mountain road. Looking at their eyes eager for knowledge, I am really moved. I bought some notebooks for them, hoping that they can get out of this mountain. Every post on WeChat Moments records Lu Yida's charity events. Some went to poor mountainous areas to donate books, some went to nursing homes to make dumplings, some went to orphanages to perform for children, and some accompanied blind people to take a bath. An average of 4 charity events per month. And it lasted for 3 whole years. And Su Qing's circle of friends. Either playing or eating. The most important thing is that everyone was shocked to find that Lu Yida had never appeared in her circle of friends. In Disneyland, she was next to Luo Hao on the Ferris wheel, she was next to Luo Hao under the cherry tree, she was next to Luo Hao, and at the dining table, she was still next to Luo Hao. It seems that Luo Hao is her boyfriend. And Lu Yida. He is just a supporting role who can only stand in the dark and take pictures. The blogger also added a line of text. The boy who appeared in Su Qing's circle of friends is called Luo Hao, and he is Su Qing's best male friend. When Lu Yida proposed to her, Su Qing asked for an additional 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts to buy her a car. She also said that her best male friend would be with him for the rest of his life, and that 200,000 yuan was too little. Lu Yida was so angry that he broke down and proposed to the female president Su Qing. The female president knew Lu Yida's character very well, so she agreed. Furthermore, Lu Yida's mother was hospitalized for over half a year, and Su Qing never visited her once. I heard Su Qing even shared the medical records of Lu Yida's abortion. Haha, Miss Su, I'd like to ask, is the child you aborted Lu Yida's or Luo Hao's? Chapter 28. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. After learning the truth, Su Qing's live broadcast room exploded. What the hell? What a fucking male best friend. In the 3 years we've been together, you posted photos with other men on your moments. How dare you accuse Lu Yida here? After seeing the trending searches, damn, I'm shaking with anger. I'm so angry. Does anyone know where this little bitch is? I'm going to beat her up. Tell me, are those 2 children Lu Yida's or his male best friends? Looking at the crazy barrage, Su Qing was shocked. I immediately took out my phone and found that the news about her had gone viral on the internet. Tencent News, in a shocking twist, the scumbag Lu Yida turns out to be a passionate man. Youku video, is he falling in love with someone else or turning to the light? What kind of person is a male best friend? TikTok, according to insiders, Su Qing is a scumbag. While enjoying Lu Yida's kindness to her, she also developed an improper relationship with Luo Hao. It is said that she also has a sex buddy outside. Weibo News, shocking. Su Qing's comment on Lu Yida was licking dog Lu Yida. The comments section has exploded. It's true. Luo Hao lives upstairs from my house. Su Qing comes over every now and then to have a hand-to-hand fight with him. Every time she screams like a dead pig, it's really disturbing. I'm Su Qing's former colleague. She hooked up with me before. I have chat records to prove it. I was there on the day of the proposal, and I did raise the price by 200,000 yuan to buy a car for my boyfriend. What a big liar, he's even live streaming on Douyin to slander Lu Yida. Yesterday I followed the crowd and scolded Lu Yida. Woo woo woo, I'm sorry. We all owe Lu Yida an apology. The internet exploded. Those big brothers who had given Su Qing gifts were all furious and wanted to fly to Jiangnan and smash Su Qing's head into pieces. There were also those who had scolded Lu Yida on the internet. They were filled with regret and immediately went to Su Qing's live broadcast room to curse him. If it weren't for this bitch, how could they have wrongly accused a good person? If they don't scold you to tears or shut down the show, it means that the level of netizens this time is not good enough. Su Qing was already panicking. She had clearly been exposing Lu Yida online before, so how come he suddenly turned his guns on her? If it was a meat and egg cannon, she could still handle it, but the overwhelming insults made her overwhelmed, and she could only desperately explain that there was nothing between her and Luo Hao. Luo Hao sat in the living room, browsing the news quickly. After watching it, I collapsed on the sofa like a deflated ball. It's over. He quickly opened the door and yelled to Su Qing, hurry up and contact that man from yesterday and ask him to find a solution, otherwise we'll both be like rats crossing the street in the future. That's right. They started a live broadcast to slander Lu Yida, and they were instructed by an expert. The other party said that they had hired online water armies and would cooperate with their performance, but now all the damn water armies came to scold them. Who can stand this? When netizens saw Luo Hao on camera, they scolded him even more harshly. Su Qing was so frightened that she quickly turned off the live broadcast and called the expert, but was told that the other party's phone was turned off. Abandoned. Su Qing wanted to slap herself. Why did she believe the slander before? If they had broken up peacefully, she wouldn't have become a pariah. No, this is not true. Su Cheng screamed heartbreakingly. Now everyone knows that she is a scumbag, that she has a sex partner, and that she has aborted 2 children. I'm afraid she won't be able to find a job in the future. Even if she returns to her hometown, she will be looked down upon by her neighbors. Even an honest person would not take it. Luo Hao was on the verge of collapse. He never expected things to get to this point. Didn't they buy online influencers? Didn't they buy trending searches? How the hell did everything change overnight? But he forgot that if Lu Yida could spend tens of millions to confess his love, he could certainly use tens of millions to buy internet trolls and hot searches. What's more, Lu Yida holds the truth. Those circles of friends and chat records are all accusations against Su Qing. How do you fight a flying dragon on your face? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Luo Hao opened the door and found more than a dozen policemen standing at the door, led by the man he had met in the hospital, Lawyer Wang. Lawyer Wang narrowed his eyes and smiled as he spoke. Luo Hao, Su Qing, my employer is formally suing you for maliciously defaming and slandering him, and profiting from the slander. This has had a very negative impact on Mr. Lu's reputation. According to the criminal law, you will face approximately 3 to 5 years in prison. I wish you both a comfortable life in prison. As soon as he finished speaking, the police rushed in and controlled the 2 people. Su Qing was shocked. No. You arrested the wrong person. It was Luo Hao who ordered me to smear Lu Yida. It has nothing to do with me. Lawyer Wang, please let me call Lu Yida. We've been together for 3 years. He definitely won't have the heart to send me to jail. Please. Su Qing quickly took out her cell phone and called Lu Yida. Lu Yida, I'm Su Cheng. I've slept with you for 3 years. Even if you have no feelings for me, you should have feelings for your gun. I'll return the betrothal gift to you. Please don't let me go to jail, okay? I beg you. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Qing screamed like crazy. Lu Yida on the other end of the phone was hugging Yi Wanqiu. He sneered, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. To say anything more would be a waste of his life. No, Lu Yida, no, you can't do this to me, no. Su Qing shouted heartbreakingly. Lawyer Wang snatched the phone away, a look of disgust on his face. You could have gotten away with it, but you repeatedly slandered Mr. Lu, trying to kill him. Now you want to beg for mercy? You don't deserve it. Chapter 29. You are responsible for being beautiful. 2 hours later, the movie ended. Yi Wanqiu wiped the tears from her eyes and said, this movie is really good, especially the last scene. Yin Zheng clearly discovered that Nightingale was still alive, but he didn't stop her. Do you think it looks good? Lu Yida, looks good. Yi Wanqiu, where is it good looking? Lu Yida, you have the most beautiful face. Yi Wanqiu? I asked you to talk about the movie, why are you talking about my face? Sadder. She snorted, pushed Lu Yida away, and walked out angrily, saying, the movie is over, it's time to go back and deal with the problem. Lu Yida chased after her and held her hand, it's been solved. Yi Wanqiu was stunned, is it solved? Lu Yida said, well, while we were watching the movie, I had already asked someone to take care of the matter. If you don't believe me, just watch the news. Oh my god. Is this guy bragging again? When they entered the cinema, he put his arm around her and held her hand with the other. Where would he find the hands to solve the problem? But he quickly took out his phone and opened Weibo. Hashtag Lu Yida hashtag. Hashtag Suchang Luo Hao hashtag. Hashtag male bestie hashtag. The top 3 hot searches are all occupied by them. When I clicked on it, I saw that the most popular article was a notice issued by the Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau. After investigation, Su and Luo fabricated rumors, maliciously defamed Lu, and used them to extort large sums of money. The rumors spread rapidly, causing a very negative social impact and damaging Lu's reputation. Their actions have already involved the crimes of illegally amassing wealth and spreading rumors. Our bureau has summoned Su and Luo in accordance with the law, and the case is under further investigation. Looking at the hot comments again, they were all applauding. Should. This pair of dogs finally got in. What a crap male best friend. I'm vomiting after seeing that. There are actually people giving gifts to this tech-savvy bitch? Get lost. To be honest, Lu Yida is much more handsome than Luo Hao, and he sings beautifully. I really don't understand why Su Qing would fall in love with someone else. It's good to fall in love with someone else. Lu Yida and Yi Wanqiu are a perfect match made in heaven. Yeah, I'm into this couple. Has no one noticed that Lu Yida has been doing charity work for 3 consecutive years? He's such a good person. It actually turned around? Before entering the cinema, Lu Yida was a scumbag who was hated by everyone. How come after watching a movie, Lu Yida became a romantic who loves public welfare? This reversal is too dramatic. Also, what the hell is CP? Do you really think we are actors? But after the shock, there was a full sense of security. If someone else encountered such a big thing, they would definitely be busy and overwhelmed, but Lu Yida handled everything with ease. I even took her to see a movie because I was afraid she would worry. What a wonderful man he is. She asked in surprise, how did you do that? Lu Yida smiled slightly, money talks. I bought some online trolls and trending searches, and spread the truth. Su Cheng and Luo Hao were naturally caught. Yi Wanqiu, then why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me worry for so long. Lu Yida said, didn't I tell you that you are responsible for looking beautiful, and I am responsible for making money to support the family? Just let me deal with these troubles outside. Lu Yida puffed out his chest, looking proud. Brother is so awesome, come and praise me. A kiss as a reward would be even better. Yi Wanqiu frowned, do you really want Su Cheng and Luo Hao to go to jail? Lu Yida was stunned for a moment, then said, what else? She's tried to kill me time and time again, and she won't allow me to turn the tables? If they break up peacefully, he won't even want the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. But Su Qing brought this upon herself. At this moment, Lu Yida's cell phone suddenly rang. After the call was connected, a steady voice came from the other end, excuse me, is this Mr. Lu Yida Lu? Who? Mr. Lu, I'm Tom, the head of Walmart Greater China. I've come to Jiangnan specifically to visit you. I wonder if I'd be honored to have you over for dinner so we can talk about Walmart. Wow, Walmart's response speed is pretty fast. As soon as the equity was transferred, the head of Greater China came to flatter him. It would be fine to meet him. So he said, time and place. Tom, then let's meet at the Shangri-La Hotel in an hour. Is that okay with you? Lu Yida said, okay, see you in an hour. After hanging up the phone, he said to Yi Wanqiu, let's go, I'll take you to have a meal. Yi Wanqiu refused, I won't go to the dinner you invited me to. The ambiguity in the cinema made Yi Wanqiu a little shy, and before she was mentally prepared, she didn't want to contact the people around Lu Yida. Now that everyone knows about it, if the agreement ends, the two will go their separate ways. How will it end? Lu Yida smiled and said, it's a very formal business dinner. You're my official wife, so bringing you along would give me some face, right? Many business dinners involve female companions. The female companioness' appearance, temperament, and status can all make the man proud. Yi Wanqiu of course knew all this, so she didn't refuse anymore. After getting in the car, she picked out a few photos that she was satisfied with and posted them on her Moments, adding a very ambiguous caption. With you by my side, even ordinary days are romantic, I love you. Pictures, 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 pictures. Chapter 30 Yi Zhengrong seeks a breakthrough, Lu Yida meets his father-in-law for the first time. With you by my side, even ordinary days are romantic, I love you. Anon, get out of here, you love-struck dog. Jojo S. Lu Yida, I love you too, moi 3. Yi Zhengrong, Yi Wanqiu, I give you 1 day to break up with me, otherwise I will sever our father-daughter relationship. Dad, Lu Yida and I are truly in love. No matter who it is, don't even think of separating us, smile smile smile. Yi family. Yi Zhengrong slammed his phone to the ground. Bang. Torn apart. Lin Xiaorong was startled and asked quickly, what's wrong? Who made you so angry? Yi Zhengrong roared, she's still your precious daughter. You're flaunting your affection in your circle of friends, making it known to everyone. Lin Xiaorong quickly glanced at her Moments, then looked incredulous, didn't you say you'd ruined that guy's reputation? Why haven't you broken up yet? Yi Zhengrong said, I didn't expect that Su Qing had so much negative information. Now the tables have turned, and this guy has become a devoted lickspittle, and even gained a large number of supporters. The person behind Su Qing is Yi Zhengrong. He understands his daughter. Cold and arrogant. Never allow your boyfriend to be a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats. So he bribed Su Qing and bought hot searches to discredit Lu Yida, but he didn't expect that Su Qing had so much negative information that she ended up in jail, and even he was almost investigated. Moreover, the matter has become too big. Even the Zhou family got the news and called him early in the morning, asking him what he meant and whether he still wanted to form an alliance. If not, they would cut off all cooperation. This scared him. In addition to the battery industry, the Zhou Group also owns the largest convenience store chain in Jiangnan, Quick, which is the most important sales channel for Xia Bailey. It accounts for 40% of the sales of Xiaobai pair. Once the cooperation is severed, it will be a devastating blow to the Yi family. He tried to please Jie Chou in every possible way and made countless promises to him, but he didn't expect Yuanqiu to show off their love in the circle of friends again. Isn't this just rubbing salt in his wounds? Thinking of this, Yi Jingrong cursed angrily, "This little bitch, I raised her for so many years and let her enjoy the treatment of a princess. Now I ask her to repay me a little, but she refuses to do it. What a disloyal and unfilial ungrateful wolf." Lin Xiaorong quickly soothed him, "Calm down. Zhou Ning won't be back home for another 20 days. We have plenty of time to deal with that guy. Oh, and Tom, the head of Walmart Greater China, is in Jiangnan. Do you want to go visit him?" Yi Jingrong was shocked. "Tom is here." Lin Xiaorong said, "Well, the manager of the Jiangnan branch is hosting him at the Shangri-La. If we can get Tom's support, we can sell the little white pear to Jiangnan." When talking about small white pears in Jiangnan, people say, "It tastes like what you get when you are a child, so delicious." When someone mentions Xia Bailey outside, they say, "This is a random brand, don't let anyone get diarrhea after drinking it." Yi Jingrong's biggest wish is to break out of Jiangnan and go nationwide, but he lacks an opportunity. If Walmart, as the world's largest supermarket chain, can introduce small white pears, Yi Jingrong's wish will not be difficult to realize. Then what are you waiting for? Go and try your luck. The couple quickly put on makeup and changed clothes, then headed straight to the Shangri-La Hotel. The limited edition Maybach drove on the street, attracting countless eyes. All the vehicles around kept their distance, fearing that if they accidentally bumped into something, they would lose a year's salary. There were also many people taking pictures of the car crazily. This made Yuanqiu a little unhappy. "Too high profile, drive my car next time you go out." Her car is a red Mercedes-Benz, which has good performance and is not conspicuous when driving on the street. Lu Yida, "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." Yi Wanqiu blushed, "Don't call me wife." Lu Yida, "Good wife, I have such a beautiful wife, why shouldn't I call her, hee. Doesn't this guy have any shame at all?" She kept a straight face and tried hard to look angry. "You can call me by my name or Wanqiu, but if you call me wife again, I will ignore you." Lu Yida didn't dare to push his luck any further and nodded, "Okay, Mr. Yi." In less than half an hour, the two arrived. A high-profile and luxurious hotel appeared before the two. Completely different in style from the Castle Hotel, the Shangri-La Hotel stands out with a large character. It has a total height of 66 floors and its facade is decorated with gold and splendor, which is very luxurious. Outside the first floor of the hotel is a circle of shops called Times Square, which is the most luxurious shopping street in Jiangnan. Luxury brands such as Prada, Versace and LV are gathered here. All the vehicles parked outside are top-tier luxury cars. Even Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Audi can't find a parking space. 3 days ago, Lu Yida didn't even have the qualifications to come here shopping. The car stopped and the hotel waiter immediately ran over, carefully opened the door for the two of them, then took the car keys and parked the car steadily in the parking space. At the same time, he took out the intercom and notified the hotel manager. "Manager Wang, a VIP is arriving in a limited edition Maybach. Go and greet him." When Manager Wang heard this, he rushed out. He locked onto Lu Yida and Yi Wanqiu at a glance. It's said that women are men's face, and this statement is absolutely correct. Yi Wanqiu's cold and aloof temperament, coupled with a face more beautiful than a big star, can conquer the man who is her. How can it be so amazing? He quickly went over to him and said, "Hello, sir. I'm the lobby manager of Shangri-La. You can just call me Xiao Wang. How can I help you?" Lu Yida glanced at the time and saw that there was still half an hour left, so he said, "Let's go shopping first, you go and get busy." "Okay, you two can go shopping first." Manager Wang retreated tactfully. Lu Yida took Yi Wanqiu's hand and walked into the shop, preparing to buy some clothes for Yi Wanqiu. He wanted to do everything that couples do with Yi Wanqiu. Watching movies, shopping, candlelight dinner, traveling together, making love. Cough cough. You can put sex aside for now. Let us kiss first. Carrot carrot. Thinking of this, Lu Yida stole a glance at Yi Wanqiu. She had put on light makeup before going out. Her delicate face and seductive red lips were like a strong drug, making the big baby raise his head proudly, wanting to find a place to bump into. Gurgle. Lu Yida swallowed helplessly. These red lips, if you kiss them, you will feel like you are in ecstasy. Noticing Lu Yida's undoubting gaze, Yi Wanqiu snorted softly. Humph, thinking of bad things again, it turns out that no man is a good thing. However, at this moment, an angry voice suddenly came to my ears. Yi Wanqiu. Yi Wanqiu looked back and found that it was his father, Yi Zhengrong. Her face changed instantly. It's over, it's my dad. Chapter 31 Yi Wanqiu's protection, Lu Yida's rage. What should I do if I get caught having an affair with my father-in-law? Waiting online, very urgent. The moment he saw Yi Zhengrong, Lu Yida panicked instantly. It's like, in the middle of winter, you stole your neighbor's cotton padded jacket, and then you were caught by your neighbor while walking on the street. You wanted to find a hole to hide in immediately. Yi Wanqiu, you become so arrogant that you even dare to disobey me. Yi Zhengrong narrowed his eyes and walked in front of the two of them like a smiling tiger. He raised his head, like an emperor high above, looking down at Lu Yida with disdain. She has no temperament and no figure. Apart from his looks, he has nothing else to offer. Oh. Aren't there plenty of pretty boys like this in the club? Zhou Ning is a medical genius. After returning to China, he will definitely spend all day in the laboratory. Then, you can do whatever you want, right? If you can't find it, I'll take you there to play. But that's absolutely not possible with a nouveau riche. Is he your wild man? Yi Wanqiu originally wanted to leave, but when she heard the word wild man, her face instantly darkened. Although they were just a contract couple, Lu Yida really helped her a lot. She didn't allow anyone to insult Lu Yida. Lang Ran said, "Father, let me formally introduce him to you. He is my husband, Lu Yida. Please apologize to him for your rudeness." The attitude is extremely tough. When Yi Zhengrong heard this, his attitude suddenly changed. He never expected that Yi Wanqiu would dare to turn against him. After I took back the company and left her with nothing, isn't she afraid at all? Don't you want to become a little princess again? Yi Wanqiu, how can you talk to your dad like that? I tell you, even though this kid has some money, virtual currency is just hype. He will go bankrupt in a few days. If you don't go home now, you won't have a chance even if you kneel down and beg your dad in the future. Lin Xiaorong mocked him madly. Lu Yida smiled. He looked at the couple as if they were idiots. You are worthy of making my wife kneel down? He was quite nervous at first and wanted to make a good impression on his father-in-law and mother-in-law. But they don't consider themselves human beings at all. Isn't it just a small company with some small assets? After working hard all your life, you still have to use your own daughter to arrange a marriage. Do you still have any shame? Why do you act so superior? Being ridiculed by Lu Yida, Yi Zhengrong instantly became angry. You have no right to speak, you little brat. In this era, if you don't have power and influence, you can't keep your money even if you have a little bit of it. You'd better leave my daughter immediately, otherwise I will make sure you can't survive in Jiangnan. Lu Yida was about to refute but was stopped by Yi Wanqiu. She sighed softly, her eyes filled with disappointment. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. She felt that if she continued to argue with her parents, she would be wasting her life. Because in her parents' eyes, she should be treated like a commodity and marry into the Zhou family in exchange for benefits. Yi Wanqiu's eyes were filled with disappointment. Please apologize to my husband. From now on, you will go your way and I will go mine. We will not interfere. Bite. Temporary task, make my wife happy. Task description, feeling that Yi Wanqiu is in a very low mood, please cheer her up. Task reward, distributed based on Yi Wanqiu's joy value. Current joy value, 9,100. The sudden system task made Lu Yida clench his fists. The maximum value is 100, but her happiness value is only 9? How disappointing, painful and sad it must be. She must be desperate and want to leave here quickly. But she still asked her parents to apologize for her dignity. Lu Yida felt warm in his heart and prepared to stand up. But before he could say anything, Yi Zhengrong and Lin Xiaorong mocked him like Tang Monk. You want me to apologize? He's just a nouveau riche who can't even be on the stage. Is he worthy of it? Break up immediately. Compared to Master Zhou Ning, he's just a piece of shit. A toad wants to eat swan flesh. He's been a bootlicker for Su Qing for 3 years, and you're willing to take him? Yi Wanqiu, open your eyes and look. The hand you are holding touched Su Qing's feet just a few days ago. Don't you feel disgusted? We've raised you for over 20 years, and this is how you repay us? Unfaithful, unfilial, unkind and unjust, Yi Wanqiu, are you worthy of your ancestors? The two people were like flies, buzzing in Yi Wanqiu's ears. It was as if Yi Wanqiu was an unforgivable villain. Friendly reminder, the joy value has dropped to 2. Once it drops to 0, the mission will fail. You two old guys, do you really think I'm easy to bully? He suddenly pulled Yi Wanqiu behind him and yelled at the two of them. Shut up, old man. This roar not only scared Yi Zhengrong and his wife, but also Yi Wanqiu. Looking at Lu Yida with tearful eyes. What is he going to do, stand up for me? The pedestrians around cast curious glances at him. Hey, isn't that Yi Zhengrong and his wife from Xia Bailey? Who's that young man over there? Why are you arguing with him? I remember that the general manager of Shangri-La is a friend of Yi Zhengrong. This young man is going to suffer a loss. And that beautiful woman seems to be Yi Zhengrong's daughter. Oh my god, she was out on a date with her boyfriend, and he bumped into them? Everyone in Jiangnan knows that Yi Zhengrong wants to marry his daughter into the Zhou family. Zhou Ning is returning to China soon, and his daughter actually came to the hotel with another man. Zizi. Do you think the Zhou family can still marry him? Hey, did you guys notice that the heroine in the love confession that rocked the whole city last night was Yi Wanqiu? Ah, that's quite a coincidence. This brat has cut off Yi Zhengrong's source of income. Yi Zhengrong will definitely not let this go. Chapter 32 You Are My World. You want me to shut up? Yi Zhengrong pointed at himself in disbelief. A nouveau riche actually dared to tell him to shut up? Are you crazy? Lin Shirong was also furious and yelled at Yi Wanqiu, Yi Wanqiu, this is the wild man you found. He dares to yell at your dad before we even confirm the relationship. If we really get married, won't he shit on your dad's head? Break up, we must break up immediately. Otherwise I will sever the mother-daughter relationship with you. Then just cut it off. Lu Yida sneered, you never treated her as your precious daughter anyway. Support her education and let her learn talents. Assist her in starting a company and help her build her image as a female CEO. All this is not because you love her, but because a cool female CEO can be sold at a high price. Lu Yida was merciless and made Yi Zhengrong and his wife angry until their faces turned red. But he didn't stop. You forced her to marry someone she had never met under the pretext of doing it for her own good. She wanted to marry for love, she wanted to have her own life. This perfectly normal pursuit has been turned into treason, disloyalty, and unfilial behavior in your mouths. You disregarded family ties, schemed and manipulated her to bankrupt all her businesses, leaving her bankrupt overnight and even millions in debt. Tell me, are you doing this for her own good? Lu Yida was really angry. How many parents, under the guise of doing good for their children, cruelly harmed their children to satisfy their own wishes? Yi Zhengrong and his wife were speechless after being scolded. At the same time, seeing so many people watching, they were a little panicked. They are well-known figures in Jiangnan. If they were to argue with a nouveau riche on the street, they would be laughed to death. Snort. Trash nouveau riche, no manners at all. Sudden. Lu Yida held Yi Wanqiu's hand with one hand and pointed at Yi Zhengrong with the other. She swore loudly, before, she had no backers, and could only endure being bullied by you, but from today on, I will be her backer. I don't care if you are a local gangster or the richest man in Jiangnan. If you dare to bully her, I will make your grave bloom. If you treat her as your daughter, I will call you dad. If you don't treat her as your daughter, then what the hell are you? Get out of here. The couple was stunned as if struck by lightning. Crazy. This kid is crazy. With so many celebrities watching, does he not care about his image at all? Isn't he afraid of being spurned by the upper class? Yi Zhengrong's lifelong wish is to enter the upper class, so he would never dare to be as careless about his image as Lu Yida. But suddenly, there were people applauding all around. Good scolding. I was forced into an arranged marriage by my family, and ended up marrying a woman I didn't love. My life is worse than death. Young people are too angry. How can you scold your elders like that? You should just hit them. Yi Wanqiu will definitely be happy with him. I agree. He will definitely spoil Yi Wanqiu like a little princess. Fight, fight, fight. The mocking voices were like needles piercing Yi Zhengrong's heart. He covered his chest, gasping for breath. Yi Wanqiu, is this the man you're looking for? He has no respect for his elders, is full of nonsense, and is like a mad dog biting people on the street. Are you trying to piss me off to death? Lin Xiaorong threatened, if you don't go home with us today, we will jump off the building and commit suicide. First cry, then make a fuss, then hang yourself. Seeing that he couldn't win by scolding him, he directly threatened death. Yi Wanqiu was so angry that she was shaking all over. She didn't expect her parents to be so shameless. But what if I really want to jump off the building? She felt like she was going to break down. When she watched anime before, she didn't understand why Neza had to remove his bones and cut off his flesh to repay his parents, but now she understands. On the surface, it seems to be repaying the parents' kindness, but in essence it is more like I don't owe you anything from now on. Should I marry Zhou Ning, fulfill my parents' wish, and never owe each other anything? 2 lines of hot tears rolled down from the corners of Yi Wanqiu's eyes. Bite. System prompt, Yi Wanqiu's joy value has dropped to 0.5. Holy crap! I just protected her like a god of war, so why did my happiness level drop? When I turned around, I found that Yi Wanqiu was crying. Lu Yida was stunned. Then, his heart ached. It felt like when he was a child, his mother bought him a toy 4-wheel drive car, and he loved it very much, but the kid next door stepped on his toy car and broke it. That day, Lu Yida, who had always been honest, beat the other person until his face was covered in blood, which scared everyone. Now, he wants to take action again. My wife is meant to be pampered. I'm not here for you to bully. He helped Yi Wanqiu wipe away her tears, and at the same time, he looked at her affectionately and said, "Wife, do you believe me?" Their eyes met, and Yi Wanqiu saw endless tenderness in his eyes. That was a tenderness she had never seen in her 25 years of life. Make her feel that she is the most important person in Lu Yida's heart. So, she nodded. Bite. Yi Wanqiu's joy value reaches 66. In one sentence, it suddenly reached 66? What is going on? Lu Yida was stunned for a moment, then said, "Just stand behind your husband obediently, and leave the rest to him. From now on, I will take care of you. No one will dare to bully you." After saying that, he turned around. At this moment, Yi Wanqiu felt that Lu Yida's back was extremely broad. A moment. The noise of the world, the gloating of the onlookers, and the pressure from his parents seemed to have all been blocked by Lu Yida. Just as he said. No one can bully her. Chapter 33. Yi Zhengrong is angry and the emperor-level member arrives. Lu Yida's dominance, the ridicule from all around, and Yi Wanqiu's attitude. It made Yi Zhengrong completely crazy. Immediately take out your phone and contact the hotel manager. Lao Wang, I was scolded at the door of your hotel. Hurry up and bring the security out. He hung up the phone and pointed at Lu Yida angrily. You uneducated bastard, today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. This bastard, I originally wanted him to give up, but I didn't expect that he would take advantage of the situation to trick Coach Bo, making Yi Wanqiu even more devoted to him. Then beat him till his head is bleeding and teach him a lesson about the ways of the world. If he dares to fight back, he will be charged with provoking trouble and imprisoned for 3 to 5 years. Anyway, several leaders in the municipal bureau are frequent guests at his dinner table. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with a nouveau riche? Soon, the manager rushed out with a dozen security guards. Holding a baton in his hand, he looked as fierce as a god of war. Seeing this, Yi Wanqiu subconsciously took a step forward, wanting to protect Lu Yida, but when she remembered what Lu Yida had just said, she retracted her leg. I thought to myself, as long as he's here, I'll be fine. Yi Zhengrong was furious. The more his daughter relied on Lu Yida, the angrier he became. Young man, do you think you're so awesome just because you spent tens of millions to express your love? I'm telling you, you're just a nouveau riche. You're not even worthy of showing off in front of me. Yi Wanqiu is my daughter. I can bully her however I want and marry her to whoever I want. If you don't accept it, hit me. He is provoking. If Lu Yida dared to touch him, he would put Lu Yida in jail for life. Lu Yida was calm and composed, not taking the security guards seriously at all. Because, just when Yi Zhengrong was calling someone, the system prompt sounded. Bite. Feeling the wrath of your future father-in-law, please make a decision as soon as possible. Choice 1. Apologize to Yi Jingrong. Reward, 50 million in funds to curry favor with father-in-law, plus 50 Yi Jingrong's favorability current favorability, 100. Choice 2. I won't apologize. I'll do anything to bully my wife. Reward, a Shangri-La Imperial membership card. Note, the Imperial membership card is the highest level of membership offered by the Shangri-La Group, offering the same privileges as an honorary director. There are only 3 Imperial membership cards available worldwide. Do you still need to choose? The person he wants to marry is Yi Wanqiu, not Yi Zhangrong. Besides, what is the difference between a favorability of 51 and a favorability of 1? It can't change Yi Zhangrong's vain heart at all. You're still talking nonsense, saying that having money but no power is just a number. If I really had 1 trillion, who in Jiangnan would dare to speak loudly to me? To deal with this kind of person, you have to beat him into submission so that he will obey you. Manager Wang Chao was running while looking down at his phone. Just now, his immediate superior called him personally and said that the 3rd Emperor-level membership card had been activated in Jiangnan, and asked him to send the membership photo to the work group immediately. From the hotel manager to the cleaning staff and security guards, everyone must remember the faces of the Emperor members within an hour. Anyone who dares to make the Emperor members unhappy will be fired, no matter who they are. Coincidentally, he received a call from Yi Zhengrong, saying that he was scolded at the hotel entrance. He hurried over with people. It was not because he and Yi Zhengrong were very good friends, but because he was worried that a fight would really break out and be seen by the Emperor members, which would affect their impression of Shangri-La. Mr. Yi, let me see who is so blind that he even dares to scold you. Yi Zhengrong often invites guests to dinner at Shangri-La and is also Wang Chao's guest. He wants to end the battle quickly. Yi Zhengrong pointed at Lu Yida and shouted, "It's this uneducated brat. Hold him down. I'm going to give him a few slaps in the face and see what else he can say." Yi Zhengrong looked at Lu Yida as if he were an ant, and rolled up his sleeves, ready to hit him. He wanted to hear whether there was any difference between Lu Yida's scream when he was slapped in the face and that of a sow when she was beaten. Lu Yida? Have you ever beaten a sow? How did you do it? What did you use? Can you describe it in detail? Several security guards surrounded Lu Yida and waited for Wang Chao's orders. Wang Chao frowned, feeling that Lu Yida looked a little familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Suddenly, the lobby manager, who had met Lu Yida once before, ran out and whispered in his ear, "Manager, this Mr. Lu is the 3rd Emperor-level member that headquarters mentioned." In an instant, Wang Chao's head buzzed. He immediately opened his phone and took out the photos. These eyes, this nose, this mouth. Even the clothes they wear are exactly the same. His eyes instantly spit fire. Yi Zhengrong, you old bastard, you almost killed me. If the lobby manager had not reminded him early, he would have really beaten Lu Yida, and in the afternoon, he would have been thrown into the sea to feed the fish. At this time, Yi Zhengrong shouted, "Old Wang, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and grab his hand. I'm going to slap him." After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Lu Yida. Fan, I want to blow your dog head off." Wang Chao cursed inwardly, then quickly gestured to several security guards. Next second, Wang Chao and others bowed 90 degrees to Lu Yida in unison as if they were in a movie. Dear Emperor member, welcome to our website. Chapter 34, Expelled from the Hotel, Lin Xiaorong wants to jump off the building. Dear Emperor member, welcome to our website. Wang Chao's words were like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The couple was stunned on the spot. His expression was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Emperor member? How could he be an emperor-level member? That's equivalent to an honorary director, with the privilege of being an exempt hotel manager. There are only 3 emperor-level people in the world. Yi Zhengrong couldn't believe it. Emperor-level membership is an absolute symbol of status. Since the establishment of Shangri-La, there have been only 3 emperor members worldwide. These 3 people represent absolute status. It's not something you can get just by having money. 2 years ago, the Zhou group was in high spirits, and Zhou Ning's father, Zhou Hongming, became the richest man in Jiangnan. In order to show off his face, he wanted an emperor membership card, but was ruthlessly rejected by Wang Chao. Zhou Hongming felt a little embarrassed and put aside his bold words. Even if it cost him 100 million, he would spend it to buy an emperor membership card. However, Zhou Hongming used his connections to find people and spent tens of millions on gifts, but still failed. Since then, Shangri-La Emperor membership has become famous. Yi Jingrong was the most vain person, so of course he knew all this. So he couldn't understand how a nouveau riche who made money by playing with virtual currency could have an emperor membership. You know, even Zhou Hongming, whom he had always licked, was not qualified. Lu Yida, why? Old Wang, you've got the wrong person. His name is Lu Yida, and he's just a nouveau riche who plays with virtual currency. How could he be an emperor member? Yi Jingrong panicked and shouted immediately. Hearing the shouting, Wang Chao panicked. If you really want to die, don't take me with you. If Lu Yida is really angered, his career as a hotel manager will be over. So he snorted coldly, Yi Jingrong, you have disturbed our most distinguished guest, so I am very sorry. From today on, our hotel will no longer accommodate you and your wife. Please leave immediately. Before coming, he had a general understanding of the situation. The two groups started arguing and were about to fight. Lu Yida is so young, he must want face, so he gave him enough face and directly blocked Yi Jingrong and drove him away. I guess Lu Yida can calm down now. What did you say? I spend millions in your hotel every year, and you want to block me? Believe it or not, I will go to your headquarters to complain about you and ask you to pack up and get out. Yi Jingrong was furious, his eyes blazing with fire. I am a consumer, and I should be bullied by you? Besides, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing if I were kicked out? From now on, when people mention him, the first thing that comes to mind is the idiot who was blacklisted by Shangri-La. Moreover, most of the gatherings in the Jiangnan business district are held in Shangri-La. Once he is blocked, he will miss countless gatherings and will gradually be abandoned by people in the circle. How is this amazing? If you want to complain, feel free to do so, but please leave now, or I'll have security escort you away. Joke. Not to mention millions a year, even if it's 5 million a year, if you offend the emperor members, you will still be kicked out. Day. The security guards took action and surrounded the couple. In an instant, Yi Jingrong's head buzzed. Like a popped balloon, trembling all over. He was actually blocked? Damn, who is this upstart? He just mocked Lu Yida for being a waste because he has money but no power. It's so funny. The onlookers were all stunned when they saw this scene. Emperor member. This guy is a hidden talent. Is it the emperor membership that Zhou Hongming spent tens of millions on gifts but still couldn't get? How could it be true? Looking at Wang Chao's attitude, he's almost on the verge of licking the crap out of me. Ha, Yi Jingrong has lost not only his daughter but also his army. He's such an idiot. He has such an awesome son-in-law, but instead of protecting him, he forces his daughter to divorce. If my son-in-law is so awesome, I'd be willing to bring him water to wash his feet. Everyone laughed in glee. Yi Wanqiu, you little beast, do you want to kill me? Yi Jingrong shouted hysterically. He felt that all this was planned by Yi Wanqiu. The purpose is to make him lose his reputation and everything. This damn bitch doesn't even care about him as her father. Lin Xiaorong also became anxious and shouted, Yi Wanqiu, why don't you stop your wild man right away? Do you really want your dad and I to become the laughingstock of Jiangnan? Dad, Mom, I'm already married. My husband has the final say on everything. I don't care. Although she didn't know where the emperor membership came from, she didn't want to cause trouble for Lu Yida, and she didn't want Lu Yida to become a pawn for his parents to seek benefits like her. However, it feels so good to have someone to back you up and feel confident. Is this the reason why many people yearn for marriage? She felt that she was about to become the person she hated the most. The security guards had already grabbed the couple's arms. Get out, don't fucking touch me. And Yi Wanqiu, you stinky bitch, this matter is not over yet. Yi Jingrong shouted loudly, regardless of his image. Lin Xiaorong was also anxious, Yi Wanqiu, if you dare to disgrace our reputation, we will jump off the building. I will make you bear the infamy of killing your parents for the rest of your life. She understands her daughter. When I was 18, I hit and killed a dog with my car. I blamed myself for a long time and built a grave specifically for the dog. I would go to pay tribute to it every year on its death anniversary. There was no way their daughter would watch them both commit suicide. Stop the security guard quickly, stop the security guard quickly. Lin Xiaorong shouted in her heart, but she found that Yi Wanqiu was hiding behind Lu Yida, without even looking at her, as if she really wanted to be a little wife and let Lu Yida handle everything. It's over. It's all fucking over. He was blacklisted by the hotel, ridiculed by people in the circle, and ostracized by his peers. Slowly. They will have nothing. But just as the security guard was about to drag them away, Lu Yida spoke. Wait a moment. Chapter 35, Stand in a row on the roof, jump. If we say that Yi Zhengrong and his wife were the prisoners to be executed at noon. Lu Yida's words were what the imperial envoy called sparing lives, instantly rekindling hope for the couple who had been despairing. Then, there was a strong sense of tsundere. So what if Lu Yida is so awesome? He still wants to marry his daughter. And she still has to call him dad. Snort! You dare to embarrass me in front of so many people. If I don't teach you a lesson, don't even think about making me acknowledge you as my son-in-law. Get out of here, all of you. Yi Zhengrong pushed away the security guard beside him and straightened his clothes. Like a noble, he walked up to Lu Yida with an arrogant look. He said condescendingly, "Young man, I admit that your identity surprises me, but if you want to marry my daughter, these are not enough. My son-in-law must be rational and well-educated." Lin Xiaorong tugged at him and whispered, "Old Yi, that's enough. This kid isn't that simple. Lu Yida is definitely not a nouveau riche, as he even has the emperor-level membership that Zhou Hongming has always dreamed of. It seems that it's okay for my daughter to be with him. But Yi Zhengrong loves his reputation." Lu Yida just scolded him, mocked him, and even asked Shangri-La to expel him in front of so many people. If the scene ended like this, where would Yi Zhengrong's face be? He has already found Lu Yida's weakness, why doesn't he threaten him? Thinking of this, he pointed at Lu Yida and said bluntly, "A person like you who has no respect for elders and no sense of propriety and shame is not qualified to be my son-in-law, Yi Zhengrong, but since my daughter likes you so much, I'll give you another chance. Now, kneel down on the ground and say, 'Dad, I was wrong, and I can reconsider your relationship with my daughter.'" Condescending and aggressive. Like an emperor commanding a soldier. There was an uproar at the scene. Holy crap, is Yi Zhengrong crazy? He actually made an emperor-level member kneel down and call him daddy. He wanted to rub Lu Yida's face on the ground. Let's be honest, there's nothing wrong with Lu Yida calling me dad. Yeah, who made me fall in love with someone else's daughter? Shu. That old bastard Yi Zhengrong finally turned his life around thanks to his daughter. His greatest achievement in life was raising a daughter of extraordinary beauty. I'm quite curious about how he's going to explain this to Zhou Hongming. What's there to be afraid of? As an emperor-level member of Shangri-La, the background behind him is definitely not comparable to Zhou Hongming's. Some people were also indignant on behalf of Lu Yida. One second he's taunting me, and the next second he's recognizing me as his son-in-law. This is too damn realistic. If you marry his daughter, you will be exploited by him for the rest of your life. If I were Lu Yida, I would turn around and leave right now and never have anything to do with their family. What should I do? Can I not have this beautiful wife? Fuck, I'm really impressed. Everyone looked down upon Yi Zhengrong's smug look and began to mock him. Yi Wanqiu also didn't want Lu Yida to be servile to his father because of her. If that's the case, what's the difference from my previous life? Thinking of this, she tugged at Lu Yida and said, "Hubby, no matter what others say, I am willing to marry you, so you don't have to accommodate me." This call of husband made Lu Yida numb. It's too sweet. I can't hear enough of it. Don't worry, my wife. Leave this matter to me and I will definitely satisfy you. Lu Yida grinned and even thought that if he took this opportunity to kiss Mr. Yi would not refuse. Yi Zhengrong saw this scene and became even more proud. Did you see it? So what if you are an emperor member? Aren't you still gentle and affectionate in front of my daughter? If I can't control you, how can I control Yi Wanqiu? Snort. Lu Yida, if you want your household registration book, kneel down quickly. Otherwise, I will be embarrassed and you will never be able to get a marriage certificate in your life. Holding the household registration booklet in his hand, Yi Zhengrong looked like a god of war. That arrogant look really deserves a beating. Lu Yida smiled and said, "You are my wife's father, so it is reasonable for me to call you dad." As soon as these words were spoken, there were sighs all around. Snap. You are an emperor member, can you be a little tougher? Is this what you are taking advantage of? Even Wang Chao was a little disappointed. In his heart, the emperor-level members are supreme beings, and he will never bow his head even if the other party is his future father-in-law. Lu Yida's behavior is really disgraceful to the identity of emperor member. Yi Zhengrong became even more proud and pointed at his feet. Just shouting is not enough. You have to kneel down before me. Only then will I forgive your unreasonableness. Then, you have to go through a series of tests. Only if you pass them all, I will give you the household registration booklet and make you a legal couple. This guy has an emperor membership, so his background should be quite impressive. If he can really help me develop Xia Bailey nationwide, then it's not impossible for me to marry my daughter to him. After all, Joan Inca would never kneel down to him. Lin Xiaorong was also a little smug and had already taken out her cell phone to take a picture. Lu Yida smiled. Then the tone of the conversation suddenly changed. But if you want me to kneel down, you are not worthy. Yi Zhengrong's expression suddenly changed. What did you say? You dare to yell at me? Don't you want to get your household registration certificate? Lu Yida said. Wang Chao. Wang Chao came up excitedly and asked, What do you want, Mr. Lu? Lu Yida pointed at the couple and said, Don't they want to die to prove their loyalty? Then let them do it. Pull them up to the rooftop. I want to see their expressions when they fall from the roof. Chapter 36 Shocking Jiangnan, this upstart is too reckless. Take them to the rooftop. When these words were spoken, Wang Chao was stunned on the spot. Is this possible? How big a heart does this have to be? Aren't you afraid that Yi Zhengrong and his wife will really jump off the building and convict him of intentional homicide? The onlookers widened their eyes. I really didn't expect that Lu Yida would choose to fight violence with violence in the face of threats. This operation really impressed me. It's so satisfying. I want to laugh when I think of Yi Zhengrong's smug look just now. Let Lu Yida kneel down? He should first think about how to jump down from the rooftop. No way, no one really thinks Yi Zhengrong dares to jump off the building. I bet he wouldn't dare jump off the building, and would kneel down and call Lu Yida dad. Don't jump to conclusions. Yi Wanqiu is still here. I don't think Lu Yida would dare to go too far. Everyone was discussing it enthusiastically. This time, Yi Zhengrong can be said to have received his due punishment. Yi Zhengrong's eyes widened as he pointed at Lu Yida and cursed, You little bastard, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some money. If you dare to touch me today, you will never be able to set foot in my Yi family again in your life. Lu Yida shrugged, looking nonchalant. Sorry, I'm too lazy to enter your Yi family's gate. Wang Chao, get started. Yi Zhengrong was furious. I originally thought that if I used the household registration booklet as a threat, Lu Yida would definitely compromise and kneel down and call me dad, but the current situation is completely different from what was written in the script. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to marry the beautiful Yi Wanqiu? Yi Wanqiu was also shocked when he heard Lu Yida's words. He reached out his hand to stop it, but then put it down. Yi Zhengrong was furious and rushed forward to hit Lu Yida, but was stopped by Wang Chao. The security guards rushed over, knocked the couple to the ground, and carried them into the hotel like dead pigs. Fuck, this is a great move. This young man is truly amazing. Oh my god, Yi Wanqiu, as a daughter, really didn't try to stop it? The scene was boiling with excitement, and everyone followed after him. I have never seen a live broadcast of someone jumping off a building. As for actually killing someone, they thought it was impossible. With so many people watching on the scene, even if Lu Yida was omnipotent, he would have to pay with his life for killing someone. What's more, they are Yi Wanqiu's parents. Even if Yi Wanqiu disliked them, she couldn't possibly marry the murderer of her father, right? Yi Wanqiu, we've raised you for over 20 years, and this is how you repay us? You are so unfaithful and unfilial, you ungrateful wolf. Why didn't I come on you against the wall? You beast. Yi Wanqiu lowered his head, tears lingering in his eyes. Is the scolding too much? Not an exaggeration at all. Wouldn't it be the same for someone to be unfaithful and unfilial if he sent his own parents to the rooftop? She lowered her head, her cheeks burning, tears welling in her eyes. She felt very uncomfortable. She had never expected things to develop to this point. Feeling the warmth from her palms, she felt more determined than ever. Then, let him be. Lu Yida laughed, Uncle and Aunt, I am fulfilling your wishes. You should be happy. How can you curse me? Yi Zhengrong, my wish is for you to die. Yi Zhengrong and his wife stood shivering on the edge of the rooftop. He no longer had the arrogance he had when we first met. Wang Chao brought tables and chairs, and even made a cup of tea for Lu Yida. He also set up parasols for the onlookers, as if they were watching a clown show. He took a sip of tea and moistened his throat. Jump, didn't you just threaten to jump off the building? Why don't you jump? Don't you think this place is high enough and jumping isn't exciting enough? How about I take you to Central Yujing? Jumping from the tallest building in Jiangnan will definitely make you famous for generations to come. Everyone widened their eyes. Is it okay to become famous for jumping off a building? Yi Zhengrong was looking down when he suddenly heard Lu Yida's words. Plop! He was so frightened that his legs went weak and he knelt down in front of Lu Yida. Onlookers, ha 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 ha. Is this a scare? Didn't we agree to let Lu Yida kneel down and call me daddy? Lu Yida put down the teacup and stood up slowly. Coming up to Yi Zhengrong, he said with a smile, Uncle, you are the elder, how can you be so polite to me? The onlookers laughed even more happily. Wasn't Yi Zhengrong very arrogant before? Why is he so cowardly now? I was sent to the rooftop to jump off the building, how can I not be scared? I suddenly feel a little sympathetic towards Yi Zhengrong. After all, he's a CEO worth over 100 million. To have been treated like this by his own son-in-law is such a disgrace. Ha, he deserves what he has today. If he had just stopped, the whole family would have been sitting in the hotel eating and drinking. I do feel a little sorry for Yi Wanqiu. After all, they are her parents. Now that things have turned out like this, she will definitely be branded as unfaithful and unfilial. Lu Yida is happy, but Yi Wanqiu's reputation has collapsed. See how he ends up. On the rooftop. Yi Zhengrong struggled to stand up. Plop! He knelt on the ground again. My legs were so weak from fear that I couldn't get up. And this time it was even worse. He prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed. Just about to beg for mercy. He discovered. Lu Yida in front of him moved a little. It stopped right in front of him. Equivalent to. He kowtowed to Lu Yida. Yi Zhengrong looked up and saw Lu Yida looking at the words with a gloating look on his face. Lu Yida. Are you fucking human? This is too much, this is too much. Chapter 37 He has conquered 1/3 of Mr. Yi's territory. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yida's move is awesome. I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a father-in-law kowtow to his son-in-law. I laughed my ass off. Brothers, Yi Zhengrong will be too embarrassed to face anyone from now on. The onlookers were laughing like crazy. Yi Zhengrong was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire and he stared at him with a ferocious face. Lu Yida, what do you mean? Lu Yida looked at him with a half-smile, of course I will fulfill your wishes. As he said this, he looked at Lin Xiaorong. Didn't Auntie say she was going to jump off the building? Are you going to deny it in front of so many people? Lin Xiaorong? I was just saying it casually, are you serious? She had threatened Yi Wanqiu with suicide many times, and it always worked. This was the first time someone carried me to the rooftop. The wind on the rooftop was very cold, and her heart was chilled. With a scream, Lin Xiaorong was frightened and started crying. Honey, I want to go home. Go home? What's going on? Could he transform into Ultraman and kick all these ferocious security guards away? Facing Lu Yida's mocking gaze, Yi Zhengrong tried to humble himself and pleaded, Mr. Lu, we just said it casually. Please forgive us and let us go. Yi Zhengrong knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling. That pitiful appearance also won a lot of sympathy from the onlookers. Lu Yida went a bit too far. Yes, he is his father-in-law after all. How can we make Yi Zhengrong kneel down? That's about enough. But these compassionate words were quickly drowned out by laughter. It's been a long time since I've met a real-life saint. Why didn't you come out and say anything when Yi Zhengrong asked Lu Yida to kneel down and call him daddy? If I remember correctly, Yi Zhengrong called Wang Chao to beat Lu Yida. This is called robbing and raping, but ended up getting fucked. Serves you right. You know what, Yi Zhengrong's but sticking action is really quite impressive. He also wants to be a good and filial son-in-law. Has Yi Zhengrong given him a chance? Do you really think that just because you gave birth to Yi Wanqiu, you can dominate her life? In my opinion, they should just sever their father-daughter relationship and never have any contact with each other again. Yes, don't be soft-hearted. At first, some people even pleaded for Yi Zhengrong. But later on, there were fewer and fewer. Lu Yida looked at Yi Zhengrong, who was about to collapse. He said lightly, "I don't ask for much. Bring me the household registration booklet. After Wanxiu and I register, today's matter will be over." Lu Yida had just finished speaking. Someone nearby was watching the fun and not minding the trouble. "Lu Yida, I suggest that they sign an agreement to sever their father-daughter relationship, otherwise they will cling to you like a mangy dog in the future. Yes, from now on, we will never have any contact with each other until we die." Yi Zhengrong? If I remember correctly, quite a few of these people have been treated to banquets by him, right? Why are you still helping Lu Yida with plans and strategies? Did I throw all the money I spent on entertaining guests over the years to the dogs? Lu Yida smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm not afraid of trouble. If anyone dares to pester me like a scabby dog, I'll beat them like a scabby dog." Crazy. This idiot is completely crazy. Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death? Is Yi Wanxiu divorcing him? But then, Yi Zhengrong's heart felt cold. Given Lu Yida's identity and personality, it is likely that he has more than one lover, Yi Wanxiu. In his opinion, Yi Wanxiu would be worthless without that layer of membrane. Where is Lu Yida? If he can spend tens of millions to seduce his own daughter, he can spend tens of millions to seduce others. As long as he wants, seeing blood in bed every night is not a dream. Maybe one day he would call all the beauties in his harem to Shangri-La and sleep with one of them a day. Thinking of this, Yi Zhengrong was completely desperate. "I took the household registration booklet to Beijing to handle the formalities. It will take a few days for it to be returned." As if afraid that Lu Yida would not believe him, he pointed at Yi Wanxiu and shouted, "She knows about this too." Yi Wanxiu nodded. Lu Yida helped Yi Zhengrong up, brushed the dust off him, and said with a smile, "Wouldn't it be nice if you said that earlier? Wang Chao, the wind is too strong on the rooftop. Why don't you help your uncle and aunt down to rest?" No, we can go by ourselves." After saying that, Yi Zhengrong pulled Lin Xiaorong and ran away. It was as if this rooftop was a hellish Shura field. The onlookers all burst into laughter. I've known Yi Zhengrong for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen him so embarrassed, so I recorded it and plan to share it with people in the industry. The couple is already pitiful enough, how can you add insult to injury? So, can you share a copy of that video with me? Damn it! I was also humiliated by Yi Zhengrong when I first started my business. He threw the cake on the ground and told me to eat it. Finally, someone took care of him. That feels great. There was a burst of laughter on the rooftop. Yi Wanxiu had a complicated expression on his face. He said he was going to the bathroom and left. Wang Chao walked over and said, "Mr. Lu, I'm worried that old fox Yi Zhengrong will use your name to bully others and affect your reputation. Why not just do it in one go and force them to sever their father-daughter relationship?" Lu Yida smiled and said, "Our country's laws forbid severing the relationship between father and daughter. As for the fox taking advantage of the tiger's power, I have plenty of ways to deal with him." Wang Chao was stunned for a moment. I immediately took out my phone to check and found that the country really prohibits severing the father-daughter relationship. He continued, "Mr. Lu, you may have vented your anger just now, but I feel that Miss Yi is very upset. After all, it is her parents who are being humiliated. You should go and comfort them. Even if family affection is weak. It must be hard to believe that your parents were dragged onto the rooftop and forced to kneel down and beg for mercy like dogs. Those with a bad temper would probably have slapped Lu Yida in the face." This matter was indeed ill-considered, but Lu Yida had no choice. He could feel that when Lin Xiaorong suggested jumping off the building, Yi Wanxiu had already wavered and was ready to go home with them. Then how can he conquer Mr. Yi and save his mother? Lu Yida dragged them to the rooftop to prove with facts that they did not dare to jump off the building at all, to prevent Yi Wanxiu from softening her heart and being tricked into going home to marry Zhou Ning. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I will make it up to you slowly." At this time, the system sound rang. Byte. The temporary mission has been completed. Yi Wanxiu's joy value is 90 to 100, and the rating is excellent. Reward, God-level driving skills. I want to take her for a ride and see the most beautiful scenery in the world. Reward, God-level cooking skills. If you want to capture someone's heart, you must first capture their stomach. If you love her, cook a sumptuous meal for her. Reward, 100 million in cash. Friendly reminder, Yi Wanxiu's overall favorability towards the host has reached 30%. Please keep up the good work and take the initiative. When the favorability reaches 50%, there will be a special reward. Chapter 38 Yi Wanqiu, I will be responsible for you. Huh? Only 30%? I thought Mr. Yi was completely devoted to me. After complaining, Lu Yida began to check the rewards. 100 million in cash has arrived. With so much money, he suddenly understood why Jack Ma said he was not interested in money. It's just a number. His god-level driving skills are amazing. He can drive cars, motorcycles, airplanes, ships, even aircraft carriers, and he can drive them all very well. The god of cars of Akina Mountain is here, who dares to fight me? His god-level cooking skills are equally impressive. From complex Manchu Han banquets to simple fried eggs, he can make you taste the taste of a royal banquet. But, Brother Tong, I remember Zhang Ailing said, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and the way to a woman's heart is through her hee-hee. Shouldn't I get a different reward? System, you can't? Lu Yida, bah. You can say I'm ugly, but you can't say I'm not good enough. System, oh, the host is so powerful. Lu Yida, that's right, it must be done. System, for Mr. Yi's health, the system has decided to reduce your ability by half, carrot. Lu Yida? Stop kidding. System, lowered, please check, host. Hee, this system is considerate. Hashtag nervous face hashtag. Lu Yida was dumbfounded, fuck, Brother Tong, I was just joking, why did you take it so seriously? You can't lower it, you really can't lower it. Lu Yida shouted for a long time, but the system did not respond at all. Are you serious about this? He quickly booked a room, but just as he took off his pants and prepared to study it, Yi Wanqiu pushed the door open and walked in. Ah! Satyr! Yi Wanqiu quickly covered her eyes, then took a peek through her fingers. Is this a man's treasure? It seems a little different from what I see on TV. Etc. Why is this idiot taking off his pants? Is he planning to do something bad? Lu Yida quickly pulled up his pants, pulled Yi Wanqiu in, then closed the door and explained with a blushing face. Boss Yi, please listen to my excuse. Yi Wanqiu, okay, go ahead and quibble. Lu Yida. This script is wrong. Shouldn't it be me who refuses to listen, and then hugs her and directly misses the topic? How can he argue about this? Are you trying to test whether you are a normal person or not? Mr. Yi will definitely kick him away. Just when Lu Yida was at a loss, Yi Wanqiu spoke. Don't worry, you don't need to explain, I understand. Lu Yida, Omega, what do you know? Yi Wanqiu said, I've heard that Su Qing often goes to Luo Hao's place to spend the night. It's been a long time since we had sex. It's normal for men to want to vent. He's so rich, there must be a lot of beautiful women who want to get into his bed. If I wasn't holding him back, he wouldn't have to date 5 girls. Ah, when you think about it, he's pretty miserable. Lu Yida, no. Yi Wanqiu, don't quibble, we are all adults, I can understand your thoughts, and you have to cooperate with me in acting. I can't find a girlfriend anymore. It's my responsibility that you are so uncomfortable. Lu Yida, oh my god, this script seems to be going in a wrong direction. Mr. Yi won't be responsible for me. So, during the performance, Yi Wanqiu's pretty face turned pink, and she lowered her head and said, I will help you solve your physiological problems. Holy crap! Teacher, this is not the car going to the kindergarten. Yi Wanqiu was wearing a V-neck dress today. The lower part is normal, with 1/3 of the thigh exposed. But the V-neck of the upper body was supported by Yi Wanqiu's figure, suddenly revealing a hint of snow whiteness, a half-hidden and half-visible feeling, which was 100 times more seductive than not wearing any clothes. At this moment, Lu Yida's heart was pounding. He was wondering where Mr. Yi's car, which was not suitable for children, would go. Hands? Breasts? Feet? Damn. If I had known about this treatment, I should have let Ms. Yi wear stockings when going out. Mr. Yi. Don't you want to? Of course I do. Then come over and pick out a style. Yi Wanqiu pouted, took out her mobile phone, unlocked it, and handed it to Lu Yida after some operations. Lu Yida? Pick a style? Is it a small umbrella style? He felt like his heart was about to jump out. Damn, isn't this progress too fast? Mr. Yi was very conservative this morning, and his reaction was very intense when someone hugged his waist. But after a few hours, he suddenly started his dirty little train. Although the hotel room was luxurious, it lacked a touch of romance. This was the first time for the two of them, so of course everything had to be done to perfection. Mr. Yi. What happened again? I think so. Lu Yida said tentatively, I think we should go back to the Castle Hotel and make some good arrangements to make this first time more memorable. There is an unbeatable sea view outside the window, and the bed is covered with roses in the shape of a circle, with dim lights. Just thinking about it made his heart surge with emotion. Bah! What are you thinking? Yi Wanqiu blushed and stepped on him. Who wants to do something bad to you? I let you choose the tools and I will pay you. He looked down and saw the Taobao page displayed on Yi Wanqiu's phone. Search Fat Chicken Cup. There is a large row of various styles and models below. Oh my god, this is the style you are talking about. I'm so depressed. Chapter 39. Mr. Yi is about to melt. Looking at the product page, Lu Yida felt like crying. I wish I could dig a hole and bury myself. This is so fucking embarrassing. Suddenly, she found Yi Wanqiu lowering her head shyly, with flushed cheeks in her hands not knowing where to put them, just like the heroine in a comic book who had walked out of the second dimension. She seemed shy, too. Omega? Lu Yida came up with a plan and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Mr. Yi. Tell me the truth, did you buy it secretly and use it yourself? No way. Yi Wanqiu pouted and rolled her eyes. Lu Yida, then how do you know all this? Yi Wanqiu, of course it's Anong. Humph, why am I telling you this? Anyway, during the time we're pretending to be a couple, if you want to buy something like this, I can reimburse you. After saying that, she angrily snatched back her phone and ran into the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, my little face is red and hot. She was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What are you doing, Yi Wanqiu? How can you discuss such an embarrassing thing with him? She quickly washed her face. Then she suddenly remembered that Lu Yida had touched his treasure before holding her hand. Doesn't that mean? Oh my god. She actually touched little Lu Yida indirectly. It's over, she's not clean anymore. Woo woo woo. Oh oh. At this time, Lu Yida walked in. Boss Yi, can I discuss something with you? You, what do you want to do? Yi Wanqiu was so scared that she hid in the bathroom and stared at him vigilantly. Well, the doctor said that dating Miss 5 too often is not good for your health. Lu Yida asked shyly, look, couples on TV all have kissing scenes, so can we do that too? Yi Wanqiu regretted showing Lu Yida her phone just now. How could an independent girl sacrifice herself for acting? No, absolutely not. Ms. Yi, don't you want to? Lu Yida moved closer to Ms. Yi and whispered in her ear, Ms. Yi, by searching for those things, isn't she hinting that I should take the initiative? No, although I feel sorry for you, I have never thought of sacrificing myself for acting. You, please go out. Yi Wanqiu shrank her neck. Because the bathroom was too small, she always felt that the atmosphere was particularly ambiguous and did not dare to look into Lu Yida's eyes. Then, Lu Yida thought for a moment and asked tentatively, what about a kiss on the cheek? No. No kissing. Oh, a kiss on the forehead, huh? How can you be such a scoundrel? Yi Wanqiu was embarrassed and angry. She turned her head and pouted, if you act like a hooligan again, I will go to my aunt to complain. Mr. Yi, in my mother's eyes, we both got married. Lu Yida leaned close to her ear and blew hot air. Yi Wanqiu was so embarrassed that she couldn't face anyone. She simply opened her arms, as if giving up the struggle. Well, then I can only hug you for a while, no more. Give a bad option first, then compromise and the other party will accept it. Lu Sun never lied to me. Yi Wanqiu looked like she was ready to be picked, which made Lu Yida's heartbeat faster. Don't think he is a flower thief who teases little girls. In fact, he is just pretending. If Yi Wanqiu had been a little tougher, he would have run away in disgrace. In the narrow bathroom, a beautiful woman in a skirt opens her arms to be picked by you. I'm afraid that even if Tang Sang were here, he wouldn't be able to control it. Yi Wanqiu closed her eyes, her chest pounding. She didn't know why she had taken the initiative to ask for a hug. When she came to her senses, she was already being gently embraced by Lu Yida. It's so hot. She could even feel Lu Yida's heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. As fast as she is. But, it's okay now. Boss Yi, I exchanged this for a kiss. Hold me for a while longer. Lu Yida rested his chin on her shoulder and sniffed the fragrance of Mr. Yi's hair. He reached behind her and hugged her slender waist. Another inch down, there was a proud and erect breast. Unfortunately, he had the desire but not the courage to touch it, so he didn't dare to touch it further. Lu Yida hugged her very tightly, and the thin skirt did not provide any barrier at all. The full touch on her chest made his body tremble violently. So big and so soft. Yi Wanqiu's heart was pounding and he closed his eyes nervously. As a single woman since birth, she had never experienced such stimulation before. I really wish time would stop at this moment, so that I can hug Mr. Yi forever. Lu Yida breathed hot air into her ear, teasing her madly. After hearing this, Yi Wanqiu's heart trembled, her cheeks had already turned red, and she felt a sense of being overwhelmed by the desire for love. Woo woo woo. What if you don't want to separate? I can't really fall in love with him, right? What if he suddenly kisses me? Should I push him away? Yi Wanqiu was very conflicted, and soon she felt a big hand wandering on her back. Woo, so crispy, okay. Why does this feeling feel so strange? Yi Wanqiu bit her lower lip tightly, feeling her whole body had gone limp, and collapsed directly into Lu Yida's arms. But. Oops, but what but? Never mind. Yi Wanqiu took the initiative to reach out and put her arms around Lu Yida's waist. The two of them hugged each other tightly, rubbing against each other from time to time, which made people feel itchy. Lu Yida hugged Ms. Yi's fragrant body, and just wanted time to stop and hold her forever. As if possessed. He buried his face in Mr. Yi's long hair, breathing in the faint fragrance of Mr. Yi, and then took the initiative to let go of Yi Wanqiu. He was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and turn into a hungry wolf and push Yi Wanqiu down. Especially the atmosphere. In the bathroom, the dim light shone on Yi Wanqiu, her rosy face, her misty eyes, and a hint of whiteness peeking through her collar. It's over, I can't watch it anymore. Boss Yi, I'm going out first. Ah? Are you done hugging? Yi Wanqiu was confused. Lu Yida looked at Yi Wanqiu with a smile. Mr. Yi, haven't you hugged me enough? Then why don't you go back and hug me for a whole day? Enough. Yi Wanqiu quickly shook his head and put on a stern face, trying to make himself look serious. This hug is a reward for you, I won't allow it next time. I thought you were going to but this is what happened. It made her white deer run around in panic for a long time. Whereas the kiss you promised me? If you hug me tightly, say you love me, and then kiss me directly, I will definitely not resist. Hateful. Idiot Lu Yida. Even if I give you a chance, you can't do anything about it. She pushed Lu Yida out, then turned on the faucet and washed her face vigorously with cold water. After waking up. Thinking of the embarrassing thought just now, I suddenly felt embarrassed and angry. Yi Wanqiu scolded herself in the mirror. What are you thinking about, Yi Wanqiu? How could you fall? She felt that it must be because she had never been in love before, and she was overwhelmed by Lu Yida's hug. Fortunately, Lu Yida did not kiss her, otherwise, she might have really fallen for him. Lu Yida? If I had known earlier, I would have bravely pounced on you. Yi Wanqiu opened Taobao and directly ordered a few books. Love Handbook. An Actor's Self-Cultivation. 100 Things Independent Women Must Do. Conquering Men. Love Matters. Chapter 40. Lu Yida meets Tom, Yi Zhengron's new evil plan. Later. Yi Wanqiu came to the banquet hall with Lu Yida on her arm. As soon as I walked in, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes came up to me and said with a smile, Mr. Lu, Ms. Yi, nice to meet you. I am Tom, president of Walmart Greater China. After the three of them shook hands, they sat down at the dining table. Tom handed over a document and said, Mr. Lu, here are the phone numbers of all the store managers in Greater China. Please feel free to contact us if you need anything. Looking at the young Lu Yida, Tom didn't dare to look down on him at all. According to the big guys at the headquarters, even the top management of the group does not know Lu Yida's true background, but they know very well that he has a very terrifying capital chain. If you have a good relationship with him, you may be able to rise to the top. Lu Yida handed the document to Yi Wanqiu and said, I will not interfere with the management of Walmart. You will continue to do as you did before. After hearing the conversation between the two, Yi Wanqiu was completely stunned. Before coming, she heard Lu Yida say that it was a business dinner and he hoped she could come to liven up the occasion. But I never expected that the host would be Tom. This is the president of Walmart Greater China, a super boss that her father Yi Zhengrong can't get an appointment with no matter how hard he tries. But this big guy is now sitting respectfully opposite Lu Yida with a smile on his face. It is also said that Lu Yida is a shareholder of Walmart. What is this concept? Walmart's market value is over $300 billion. Even if you only own 1% of the shares, your net worth will exceed $3 billion. How much assets did his father leave him? Tom noticed the change in Yi Wanqiu's expression, and when he thought about Yi Wanqiu's identity, he smiled slightly. Mr. Lu, Mr. Yi from the Zaya Bailey Group has been contacting me recently, hoping that Walmart could sell Zaya Bailey. I previously declined because I thought Zaya Bailey was too unknown, but since I have Ms. Ye's connections, do you think I should directly help Zaya Bailey open up nationwide sales channels? Before coming, Tom investigated Lu Yida's information and of course noticed Yi Wanqiu's identity as Princess Zaya Bailey. As for the farce that just happened, Tom was unaware of it. Before meeting Lu Yida, he had been on video calls with the bigwigs at the headquarters, and they were also curious about Lu Yida, the new shareholder. As he was saying this, the phone rang. I took a look at the note, Zhou Hongming from Zhou Group. He was about to reject the call when Lu Yida said, "Answer it, turn on the speakerphone." As the president of Greater China, Tom was naturally very good at reading people's expressions and immediately realized that the relationship between Lu Yida and Zhou Hongming might not be good. Answer the call and turn on the speakerphone. Zhou Hongming's steady voice came from the other side. Mr. Tom, why didn't you inform me when you came to Jiangnan? I could have done my best to be a good host. Tom replied, come to take care of some business. Zhou Hongming said, that's right. If you need any help, just let me know. Old Zhou, still have some respect in Jiangnan. Tom replied, it's been taken care of. Face? Your face will soon be worthless if you offend Walmart's youngest shareholder. Zhou Hongming asked, are you free tonight? How about we have dinner together? Tom looked at Lu Yida, and Lu Yida took out a pen and paper and wrote a few words. Tom looked at them and asked, who are they? Zhou Hongming said, my wife, and Zaya Bailey's CEO Yi Zhengrong. Mr. Tom, don't worry. We're just having a meal together and we're not discussing any cooperation. It just so happens that I recently acquired a Ming Dynasty vase and I'd like to ask Mr. Tom to take a look at it for me. What he meant was, if you come in the evening, I'll give you the vase. Tom replied, okay, send me the time and place. I have something else to do here. See you tonight. After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked at Lu Yida in surprise. Mr. Lu, why did Mr. Yi contact me through Zhou Hongming? If you want to enter Walmart, isn't it just a matter of Lu Yida's words? Why did he go to ask others for help? Lu Yida didn't expect that after Yi Zhengrong left the hotel, he went straight to find Zhou Hongming. This old guy was really determined and wanted to cling to Zhou Hongming. He smiled and said, he doesn't agree to marry me, Wanqiu. Tom widened his eyes, suspecting he had heard it wrong. Lu Yida is young, handsome, and has an extraordinary background, a perfect rich son-in-law. Did Yi Zhengrong get his head stuck in a door? Why would he refuse such a marriage? So what kind of son-in-law is he looking for? At the level of the world's richest man? Lu Yida continued, go to the banquet tonight and listen to what they think. Remember, don't reveal my identity to anyone. He wanted to see what this old fox Yi Zhengrong was planning. Tom nodded and said, please rest assured, Mr. Lu, I promise to complete the task. Yi Wanqiu said nothing, but felt a little sad in his heart. Why? It seems that my parents still don't plan to give up on the marriage with the Zhou family. Fortunately, Lu Yida's forcing them to jump off the building completely dispelled Yi Wanqiu's doubts. Otherwise, if Lin Xiaorong received a death threat, she would go back and get married. Then, let Lu Yida handle it. Chapter 41. Get the certificate first, so that she can get it without a certificate. In the study of a magnificent villa in Jiangnan, Yi Zhengrong and his wife sat upright, looking nervously at the middle-aged man opposite them. This man looked to be in his early 50s. He had an extraordinary aura and was dressed in Chinese style, looking like a shrewd military strategist from ancient times. This person is none other than Zhou Hongming, the helmsman of Zhou Group. Yi Zhengrong asked nervously, Mr. J, what did Tom say? Zhou Hongming said, family dinner at 9 o'clock in the evening. That's great. If I can get on Tom's good side, my little white pair will become a bestseller all over the country. Yi Zhengrong was full of energy and ambition, as if he would be the next richest man in the world. Lin Xiaorong quickly pulled him and said, hugging anyone else's thighs won't be as fragrant as hugging Jay Chou's thighs. Right, right. Yi Zhengrong realized that he had lost his composure a bit, and quickly picked up the teacup, saying with a forced smile, thank you, Mr. Zhou, for giving me this opportunity. If you need me in the future, please let me know. He looked respectful on the surface, but in his heart he was thinking, humph, I'll let you run wild for a few more days. When my Zaya Bailey becomes the largest beverage company in the country, I'll see how I'll settle the score with you. Over the years, in order to be able to sell goods in the Zhou family's chain supermarkets, Yi Zhengrong would first come to the Zhou family to give gifts during the Chinese New Year and other holidays, and then go back to his parents to pay New Year's greetings. His father even complained that Zhou Hongming was more like his father than himself. Zhou Hongming took a sip of tea and said with a smile, Old Ji, I have been very kind to you over the years. Yi Zhengrong was stunned for a moment. Usually, when someone said this, they were ready to settle the score. He quickly said, Jay is like a second parent to me. Ha ha. Zhou Hongming sneered, took out a newspaper, and threw it directly at Yi Zhengrong's face, then explain to me what's going on? Yi Zhengrong took a closer look. The most romantic confession, a mysterious tycoon expresses his love for the little princess of the Zaya Bailey group. The big, black title took up the entire section. The confession incident was introduced in detail, and Yu Wanqiu's identity was revealed. Yi Zhengrong quickly explained, Mr. J, please listen to me. Zhou Hongming interrupted him directly and snorted coldly, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. I want to see my daughter-in-law before 8 o'clock. Otherwise, you are not eligible to attend the family dinner tonight. If my daughter-in-law can come, we are a family, and I can pave the way for you. If she can't come, who the hell do you think you are, Yi Zhengrong, that you deserve me to beg for you? The proposal caused a lot of buzz, and people were discussing it online and in real life. Zhou Hongming was very angry and didn't want to bother with the Yi family anymore. But his son was determined and declared that he would not marry anyone but Yi Wanqiu in this life. What could he do? He couldn't let the Zhou family die out. Yi Zhengrong's expression changed drastically. Damn, I knew this old fox wasn't that kind. Yi Wanqiu and Lu Yida are in love, so where can he find a daughter-in-law for Zhou Hongming? Lin Xiaorong was also a little scared. She pulled Yi Zhengrong to the corner and whispered, Husband, I think Lu Yida has a strong background. Why don't we support our daughter? No way. Yi Zhengrong gritted his teeth and said, We haven't even got the marriage certificate yet, and he dared to drag us onto the rooftop. If we really get the certificate, won't he just ride on our heads and shit on us? He never treated Yi Wanqiu as a daughter, but as an investment. He invested for more than 20 years, but got nothing in return when he sold it to Lu Yida. If it is sold to Zhou Hongming, it can ride on Walmart's bandwagon and become successful in no time. It's like you have a piece of candy, someone offers 50 yuan, someone offers 500,000 yuan, who would you sell it to? Yi Zhengrong felt that even someone with Alzheimer's would know to choose the one worth 500,000. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I have an idea. Lin Xiaorong, what method? Yi Zhengrong ran back to the table and said excitedly, Mr. Zhou, I admit that my daughter is bewitched and is hooked up with that upstart Lu Yida. She won't be able to come tonight. Idiot. Can you please not talk about things that everyone knows? Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed too. Zhou Hongming's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, You mean, we can't become in-laws? Yi Zhengrong, I can. Zhou Hongming was furious, Yi Zhengrong, are you kidding me? Your daughter ran away with someone else, what are you going to marry her with? I'm telling you, my Zhou family only recognizes Yi Wanqiu. He even wondered if Yi Zhengrong, that old bastard, would come up with a few illegitimate daughters for him to choose from. Yi Zhengrong smiled mysteriously and said, Mr. Zhou, I'd like to ask, is Mr. Zhou Ning's household registration booklet with you? Zhou Hongming, of course. Yi Zhengrong, what a coincidence, Yi Wanqiu's household registration booklet is here with me. Zhou Hongming, and then? Yi Zhengrong, let's just get the marriage certificate for them. Then, when Master Zhou Ning returns, we can tie Yi Wanqiu to his bed. By then, it'll be a done deal. Even if Yi Wanqiu doesn't want to accept it, there's nothing she can do. Can she still get a divorce? He didn't believe that the nouveau riche Lu Yida would want a divorced woman. As for Lu Yida's revenge. Ha, just go find Zhou Hongming. What does it have to do with me, Yi Zhengrong? Zhou Hongming? Yi Zhengrong, are you trying to fool me? How can we get a marriage certificate when my son and your daughter are not here? Yi Zhengrong chuckled, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou looks like you, and my daughter looks like Shirong. I can find a few professional makeup artists to put on some makeup, and then contact the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wouldn't it be easy to get a marriage certificate? Zhou Hongming. Let your wife go with me to get the marriage certificate? You can even think of such a dirty trick? Lin Xiaorong was also stunned and said directly, No, husband, how can I get a marriage certificate with someone else? No, this is absolutely not allowed. Yi Jingrong glared at her and scolded her, I'm telling you, for the sake of our Yi family, let alone asking you to pretend to be my daughter to get a marriage certificate, even if I ask you to remarry, you have to endure it. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Hongming and said with a smile, Mr. Zhou, what do you think of this idea? Zhou Hongming. How about it? I want to kick you out. But. He looked at Lin Xiaorong again. Although she didn't have the cold and aloof beauty of Yi Wanqiu, she still had a kind of graceful beauty. She was really a beautiful woman. However, the matter of obtaining a marriage certificate requires long-term consideration. What if the certificate is obtained and Yi Wanqiu doesn't come? Wouldn't that mean she would become the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family and flirt with other men outside? How could the Zhou family save face? So he said, this is a good plan. I will allow you to attend the family dinner tonight. Yi Jingrong chuckled and said, Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. No one knows Yi Wanqiu better than me. As long as you follow my plan, she will definitely become your Zhou family's daughter-in-law. Lin Xiaorong stood aside without saying a word, but she felt in her heart that her husband seemed to have changed. Chapter 42 Take you to get some fresh air. Evening, Zhou's house. Tom visits. Zhou Hongming took Tom's hand and introduced him warmly, Mr. Tom, let me introduce you to a new friend, my relative Yi Zhengrong, the founder of Xia Bailey Group. Yi Zhengrong bent down and grabbed Tom's hand, smiling coquettishly, I've heard a lot about Mr. Tom. I'm glad to see you today. Please take a seat. Tom calmly withdrew his hand, feeling disdainful in his heart. He doesn't know that he has a real dragon in his family, and still comes to lick the Zhou family's horse legs. What a fool. I'd like to see what you two are up to. 8 out of 10 things in life are not satisfactory, and only 3 out of 10 can be shared with others. Yi Wanqiu is very confused now. When the car stopped at the Castle Hotel, she suddenly said, I want to go for a walk. Lu Yida, let's go. When the two of them got out of the car, he naturally took Mr. Yi's hand. Mr. Yi's hands are soft and warm, and I can never get enough of touching them. Boss Yi, where are we going? Yi Wanqiu shook her head. She didn't know either. She was just afraid that after she returned, she would recall the confrontation with her parents today. She would feel very uncomfortable. Seeing her like this, Lu Yida pulled her towards the beach. Where are we going? Brother will take you for a ride. Lu Yida spotted a shared bike on the side of the road and said to Mr. Yi with a casual smile, Come, I'll take you for a walk along Binhai Road and relax. Yi Wanqiu looked at Xiao Huan under Lu Yida, feeling a bit amused and helpless. Are you sure it can bear the weight of both of us? Don't worry. Lu Yida patted the back seat impatiently. Hurry up and get in. I can't help but sprint. Yi Wanqiu hesitated for a moment. Binhai Road is uphill, can you do it? How can a man say he is not good enough? No. I was just worried you were too tired. I'm willing to work myself to death for Mr. Yi. The king of talk. Yi Wanqiu rolled his eyes at him. If you can't write any more and beg for mercy, I won't get off the bike. She was wearing a skirt and could only sit sideways at the back, her 2 little feet kicking the air aimlessly. I'm ready, let's go. Stupid, you have to hold on to me, or you'll fall. Ah. Yi Wanqiu was stunned for a moment, and then Lu Yida pulled her hands over and wrapped them around his waist. Boss Yi, hold on tight. Lu Yida glanced down at the little hand on his waist, grinned, and shouted, the Binhai Road driving god is about to set off. There is a long uphill section from the Castle Hotel to the Binhai Road. When the speed was slow at the beginning, Xiao Huan was wobbling. Yi Wanqiu was so scared that she hugged Lu Yida tightly, fearing that she would be thrown out by Lu Yida. Yi Wanqiu pressed tightly against Lu Yida's back. The thin skirt did not provide any barrier at all. The plump touch made Lu Yida tremble. He felt that as long as he leaned back, he could press his little white rabbit back. I finally understand the pleasure of riding an electric scooter with a beautiful woman and then suddenly braking. When they reached the flat road, Lu Yida patted Yi Wanchio's hand and said, "Boss Yi, hold on tight. I'm going to speed up." Yi Wanchio responded, moved her butt forward, and hugged Lu Yida's body tightly. In an instant, her whole body stiffened, and she felt that Lu Yida's back was so hard that it squeezed her body out of shape. She hurriedly stepped back a little, then leaned forward, half of her face resting on Lu Yida's back, looking at the night view of the sea of stars. The summer in Jiangnan is very comfortable. The gentle sea breeze blew on their faces, blowing away all their worries. "Are you still worried about your uncle and aunt's affairs?" Lu Yida asked. Yi Wanchio looked at the bustling sea of stars. In the center of the sea was a cross-sea bridge. The neon lights on it formed a sharp contrast with the silence here. Once upon a time, she longed for the neon lights that attracted everyone's attention and wanted to be the focus of the spotlight. But now, she felt that the deserted path seemed not bad either. After riding for so long, Lu Yida's back was slightly sweaty, but she stuck to it without disgust, smelling the sweat smell that she hated the most before. She felt that this made her feel safe. "I think you have a mentality problem," Lu Yida said as he rode his bike. "You think it wasn't easy for your parents to give birth to you and raise you, but you went against their will and even embarrassed them in public. That's not right." Yi Wanchio nodded. "But you're not a pig," Lu Yida said excitedly, his voice rising. "They have no right to kill you and sell you for money. I believe that the kindness of raising a child must be repaid, even doubled. But life is not a game of cultivation, and you are not a puppet. Even your parents have no right to make you live according to their ideas. You have your own life, a wonderful life." After listening to Lu Yida's words, Yi Wanchio fell silent. After a long time, she suddenly spoke. But what Dad said is right. If it weren't for the Yi family's resources, I would never have achieved what I have today. I have never been good enough." Crunch! Lu Yida suddenly braked hard, and Yi Wanchio was caught off guard and bumped heavily into his back. The little white rabbit felt pain, but before she could accuse Lu Yida suddenly shouted, "Get out of the car." Chapter 43. Yi Wanchio, you are the best. Before they knew it, they had arrived at Yanhua Ridge. Standing in the pavilion, there is a vast expanse of land under your feet. Several sail-shaped rocks stand in the water on the shore. The sound of waves crashing against reefs is endless. As far as the eye can see, the vast ocean seems to contain unfathomable power. Before Yi Wanchio could ask, Lu Yida had already put his hands to his mouth, making a trumpet shape, and shouted, "Yi Wanchio, you are the best." A huge shout rang in Yi Wanchio's ears, and then spread in all directions along the waves. There were many people walking along the coastal road, looking around curiously. But Lu Yida was not shy at all, and dragged Yi Wanchio into the pavilion. "Boss Yi, come and shout too." Yi Wanchio was a person who paid close attention to her image. Seeing so many people watching, she shook her head embarrassedly. "Forget it, there are so many people watching." Hearing this, Lu Yida ran towards the crowd with great momentum. Yi Wanchio thought he was going to clear the area and was about to pull him back, but he saw that the crowd of onlookers had all rushed into the pavilion. They stood in a row in front of the railing, making trumpet shapes with their hands and shouting at the same time. "Yi Wanchio, you are the best." Once was not enough, so he shouted twice. "Yi Wanchio, you are the best. Yi Wanchio, you are the best." The shouts followed the waves and spread to Shanghai, the high-tech park, and the entire Jiangnan region. Yi Wanchio covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide open. A group of passers-by were shouting at her without caring about their image in order to calm her down. What right did she have to not cheer up? But the next second, his true colors were revealed. Lu Yida held up his phone and yelled, 200 per person, get the money and leave, leaving us alone for the two of us. Thank you, bro. This little girl is so beautiful. Yi Wanchio, you are the best. Young man, let me remind you that there are surveillance cameras here. Don't do anything too exciting, or you'll end up on TV. Yes, open a hotel. It's safe and secure. Yi Wanchio? You're on crutches, could you be more serious? My good mood was completely destroyed because of this sentence. When the crowd dispersed, Lu Yida laughed and said, "Boss Yi, come and shout too." Yi Wanchio hugged her chest and snorted proudly, "I'm not as boring as you, go home." Lu Yida suddenly hugged her from behind, his two arms around her waist and meeting at her belly button, and he used such great strength that he wanted to rub Yi Wanchio into his body. What is he going to do? Yi Wanqiu widened his eyes. I hope he won't really do anything bad, as the old man said. So, he cursed out of nowhere, are you crazy? There are surveillance cameras here. Lu Yida originally didn't intend to do anything bad, but there was no one around, and the fragrant Ms. Yi was struggling in his arms, and every friction made him almost crazy. Mr. Yi, is it okay without surveillance? Lu Yida swallowed, his voice revealing strong excitement. Yi Wanqiu's face flushed instantly. She raised her right foot and stomped hard on Lu Yida's instep. Lu Yida, you bastard, let me go. Seeing that she was really angry, Lu Yida didn't dare to act wildly anymore. Boss Yi, if you don't shout now, I will bring a loudspeaker to your side every day and play this sentence on a loop. I will play it wherever you go, hee hee. Yi Wanqiu. Scoundrel. Do you think I'm not popular enough? But she felt that Lu Yida could really do it. So she compromised, I'll shout, and you let me go. Lu Yida reluctantly let go of his hand, then sniffed it hard and sighed contentedly, it smells so good. Pervert. Yi Wanqiu glared at him, walked to the edge of the pavilion, observed that no one was peeking, then raised his hands to his mouth and said quietly, Yi Wanqiu, you are the best. Lu Yida said from the back, no, the voice is too soft. Yi Wanqiu had no choice but to raise her voice a little, Yi Wanqiu, you are the best. Lu Yida was still not satisfied, did I not feed you enough? You are shouting so quietly, who can hear you? Yi Wanqiu gave up struggling. She took a deep breath and shouted with all her might. Yi Wanqiu, you are the best. After she shouted, she suddenly felt refreshed, as if all the troubles in her heart were swept away by the waves with this shout. Without Lu Yida's urging, she started shouting again. Yi Wanqiu, you are the best. Yi Wanqiu, you are. She didn't remember how many times she shouted, but she only knew that her voice was hoarse in the end. Lu Yida helped her sit on a chair, listening to the sound of waves hitting the scorched stones. Lu Yida put his arm around her waist, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. Thank you. I'm really happy. Lu Yida hugged her tightly and said softly, Boss Yi, you're already really great. Why bother about what others think? Your father forced you to marry, wasn't he just trying to get close to Zhou Hongming? If you become stronger than Zhou Hongming in the future, what reason would he have to force you? Yi Wanqiu sighed, Zhou Hongming has worked hard for decades and is one of the top 3 richest people in Jiangnan. How can it be easy to be better than him? Don't you still have me? Believe it or not, within a month, I will have Zhou Hongming come to you and beg you. Yi Wanqiu chuckled and was amused by Lu Yida. She stood up and touched Lu Yida's head. Little brother, your sweet words may be enough to appease a little girl who just graduated from school, but I won't fall for them. Let's go home. Lu Yida? Why does it feel like Mr. Yi has changed? After Yi Zhengrong destroyed her company, she seemed to become a little unconfident. Even when she interacted with Lu Yida, she acted like a little woman, like a young girl who had just fallen in love and was conquered by Lu Yida bit by bit. But now, she seems to have turned back into that aloof and cold female CEO. That kind of self-confidence that comes from the bones is really fascinating. But the problem is, it's not easy to capture. Damn it, am I not making things more difficult for myself? Lu Yida complained, got into the car obediently, and took Yi Wanqiu back to the hotel. But to his surprise, this time Yi Wanqiu put her arms around his waist without him saying anything, and put her face on his back. Don't think too much, this is a reward for you. Chapter 44 Mr. Yi, I'm going to take a shower. Feeling the tenderness coming from behind him, Lu Yida only hoped that this road would never end. Unfortunately, wonderful moments are always short-lived. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the two locked their bicycles and walked into the hotel. As soon as he walked in, he saw Li Shumin's eyes wide open, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Boss, why are you back? Nonsense, where would I live if I don't come back? Lu Yida complained. Li Shumin pulled him aside with an embarrassed look on his face and whispered, Boss, I thought you were staying at the Shangri-La today, so I didn't reserve a room for you. Now there's only one presidential suite left. Lu Yida pretended to be surprised and shouted, You sold my room to someone else? Li Shumin lowered his head awkwardly and explained in a low voice, There's a world-class auto show happening in Jiangnan next week, so there's been a lot of tourists and car dealers' staff lately, so we can't find accommodation. Then where do you want me to live? Sleep on the street? Lu Yida pointed at Li Shumin with a frown and said angrily, Li Shumin, if you don't want to be a manager anymore, then pack up and get out. Boss, please don't. Li Shumin was about to cry, grabbing Lu Yida's hand and begging for mercy, Our presidential suite is very big, how about you and Miss Yi squeeze in and stay in the same room? No. Lu Yida firmly denied it, then looked at Yi Wanqiu pitifully. Boss Yi, there is only one room left here. You go upstairs and rest first. I'll go back to my house in the city village for the night. Although it's shabby there and there's no hot water for a shower, I'm tough and will be fine. Lu Yida was like a homeless child, holding Yi Wanqiu's hand pitifully. I was screaming in my heart, please keep me here, please keep me here. Unexpectedly, Yi Wanqiu said goodbye without hesitation. Okay, then go back quickly, see you tomorrow. So ruthless. Humph, it must be that Li Shumen's acting was too exaggerated, and President Yi found out the flaw. Doesn't this destroy the good image I have in Mr. Yi's mind? Then I really left. Lu Yida walked out reluctantly. Every step is as slow as a snail. Alas, it seems that I was too hasty. In the past 2 days, Yi Wanqiu suffered a series of setbacks and was in pain, disappointment and sadness, which gave him the opportunity to take advantage of her. But if I really want to win Mr. Yi's heart, Master Rinzhong has to do it. But just as he was about to leave the hotel, Yi Wanqiu took his hand and walked towards the elevator. Stop acting, didn't you say there were no rooms in the hotel just because you wanted to live with me? Ah, this. Lu Yida's face flushed red after his little trick was exposed. Boss Yi, listen to my excuse. If you want to live with me, shut up. Woo. Lu Yida immediately covered his mouth, then moved closer to Yi Wanqiu and blinked repeatedly, as if to say, Boss Yi, I'll be obedient. Childish. Yi Wanqiu laughed and pressed the top button. This morning, Li Shumen helped Yi Wanqiu set up the fingerprint lock. With a light press, he opened the door, entered the room, and skillfully turned on the light, instantly lighting up the originally dim room. You sleep in this room and I sleep in that room. You are not allowed to enter my room at night without my consent, otherwise you will bear the consequences. The presidential suite is very large, with a total of 3 bedrooms. After Yi Wanqiu finished the distribution, he went into his own small room. I closed the door and prepared to take a shower, but found that there was no water in the bathroom. She was stunned for a moment and shouted outside, Lu Yida, ask manager Li to turn on the water. Lu Yida sat on the sofa and said with a smile, Boss Yi, manager Li said that the equipment is under maintenance and only the public toilet has water. Please bear with it and come out to wash. The Castle Hotel is much better than the Shangri-La. Each room is very large, and the 2 of them can easily go from the bedroom to the kitchen, then to the bathroom, and then back to the living room. They can use all their skills at will. Pooh. What was he thinking? He had only captured 30% of Mr. Ye's heart. He could only hug her, no more, or else someone would die. Humph. Yi Wanqiu came out with toiletries and threatened him, if you dare to peek secretly, I'll make it so that auntie won't be able to hold her grandson. Lu Yida, granddaughter is also fine. Childish. I'm going to take a shower. Yi Wanqiu walked into the bathroom, and the sound of dripping water instantly appeared in Lu Yida's ears. Through the frosted glass door, I could vaguely see a vague outline, and then I used my imagination to outline Mr. Yi's perfect figure. Puff. I have a nosebleed. Lu Yida panicked and picked up a tissue to wipe the blood from his nose. He ran into the bedroom and closed the door. Scary. Just the outline almost made him fall. He was really afraid that if he listened for a while longer, he would rush in to have an in-depth discussion with Mr. Yi. Lu Yida. Hold on steady. Ms. Yi is not the kind of girl who can applaud love and have in-depth communication without even knowing the other person's name. We need to proceed step by step and not rush things. Hold on. Chapter 45, this is the bath ball that Mr. Yi used. After reciting the meditation mantra several times, Lu Yida asked Li Shumen to bring some golden throat lozenges. At the door of the room, Li Shumen handed the medicine to Lu Yida and smiled mysteriously, Boss, do you want me to turn off the power in the bathroom? She was taking a bath when it suddenly became pitch black. Miss Yi must have been terrified. You could have rushed in and hugged her, acting like a hero in saving her. Comforting and caressing. Lu Yida, get lost. I'm not that kind of person. Li Shumen, yes, the boss is handsome, upright, and righteous. As for the lack of rooms in the hotel and the lack of water in the master bedroom bathroom, those were all arranged on my own initiative and have nothing to do with the boss. Lu Yida. He raised his leg and pretended to kick someone, but Li Shumen ran away. He muttered to himself, it turns out that what you can't get is the best. With the boss's financial resources, if he opens the door, who knows how many big stars will want to throw themselves into his bed, but he has to pursue Yi Wanqiu relentlessly. Isn't this too much to think about? Lu Yida glared at him and went back to his room. Oh shit. Is it that he doesn't want to rush in and save the beauty? The main thing is that he started bleeding from the nose just by looking at her through the frosted glass. If he really rushed in and hugged that fragrant body like soft jade in his arms, wouldn't he be foaming at the mouth? As soon as I entered the room, the bathroom door was pushed open. Yi Wanqiu walked out. Her rosy little face was so charming that people wanted to kiss her, and her purple gauze pajamas made her even more seductive. If Yi Wanqiu in her OL professional attire is a cold female CEO, her temptation is mixed with a hint of dominance, making people afraid to approach her easily. Yi Wanqiu, wearing a long skirt, is a youthful, sweet and lovely school beauty, making people want to hug her in their arms and cherish her. Then, Yi Wanqiu in her pajamas was a stimulant, with her delicate and charming collarbone, slender white neck, and a hint of snow whiteness. This kind of extreme temptation of half covered and half exposed is even more attractive than those teachers who come from all over the country to teach. Lu Yida was stunned. It was also the first time that Yi Wanqiu appeared in front of a man in pajamas. However, she only brought one nightgown into the bathroom. She couldn't ask Lu Yida to go to the room to get clothes. You know, her underwear was still in the room. If Lu Yida saw it, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? I'm done washing, you go ahead and wash. Yi Wanqiu took the clothes to change and prepared to go back to the room. Wait a minute. Lu Yida stopped her and handed her the medicine. Your throat is a little hoarse, take some Jinshengzi throat lozenges to moisten it. Well, thank you. Yi Wanqiu thanked him, then returned to the room, opened the medicine and took a pill, sighing, this little man is quite considerate. On the other side, Lu Yida stood in the bathroom, his mind full of images of Yi Wanqiu taking a bath. He even directed and acted out a scene of a couple taking a bath together. You can't blame him for being perverted, it's just that Mr. Yi is too attractive. He washed his face with cold water several times to calm his restless body. He looked around and found that Li Shumin had prepared very thoughtfully. The pajamas and toiletries were all brand new, and they were couple styles. It's a pity that Yi Wanqiu didn't wear couple pajamas, otherwise he would have taken a few photos and posted them on WeChat Moments to show off. He took off his clothes and stood under the shower to take a shower, when he suddenly saw the bath ball by the wall. It's wet on top. Mr. Yi had just used it to explore every inch of his skin. Gulu. Lu Yida hurriedly turned on the shower and let the water hit him. He suddenly remembered a song. I have felt the evening breeze that you have felt, so can we be considered to be hugging each other? I used the bath bomb you used, so does that count as us having sex? Ah. This is Mr. Ye's personal belongings. If he uses it secretly, what's the difference between that and stealing Mr. Ye's cute little thing to go on a date with the fifth girl? If Mr. Yi finds out, won't he be killed on the spot? But the next second, Lu Yida was stunned. He had no reaction to such an exciting scene. Brother Tong. Lu Yida screamed in despair. System, what's wrong, little dada? Lu Yida gnashed his teeth. Xiaotongzi, I am your beloved host, your brother, how could you treat me like this? Let me return to normal quickly. System, please pay attention to your address, host. Otherwise, the system will have to wrong Mr. Yi and turn you into Xiao Dazi. Lu Yida immediately got scared. Brother Tong, I was wrong for Mr. Yi's happy life, I will not lose anything. System, please rest assured, you are my beloved host, brother, how could I harm you? When the host conquers 50% of Mr. Ye's heart, not only will the host recover, but the ability will also be doubled. Double the power. Lu Yida, Brother Tong, I love you. System, in addition to this reward, there is also a system gift package. Please keep up the good work, host. Lu Yida, Brother Tong, how much more is needed? System, ding. Mr. Ye's favorability rating is 32/100. Another 2 points higher? It seems like taking down Boss Yi is just around the corner. Lu Yida, Brother Tong, how much favorability do I need to have before Mr. Yi will agree to be my girlfriend? System, everyone has different standards for dating. Some people will go to bed with someone once the favorability reaches 10, while others are unwilling to accept a confession even if the favorability reaches 90. Everything about Mr. Yi needs to be explored by my dear host himself. System, come on, little dada, I'm rooting for you. Chapter 46. My voice was made hoarse by the little man. 8:20 p.m. Anong, did you have a falling out with your parents? Anong, oh my god, your little man is too cruel. He actually made your dad kneel down to him. Picture. 9:31 p.m. Unknown, big sister, where have you been? Please reply to my message getting angry. 11 p.m. Unknown? Unknown, you're not fooling around with some little man, are you? At 12 o'clock, Yuanqiu returned to his room after taking a shower and found that his cell phone was buzzing while charging. She picked up her phone and made a video call. What's wrong? Where are you? Li Yunong's angry voice came from the phone. I've been out of touch for so long, are you trying to drive me crazy? My phone is out of battery, I just charged it. Yuanqiu replied, then swiped down the notification bar and found that hundreds of messages had come in during the few hours when the phone was turned off. Half of it was sent by Li Yunong, and the other half was sent by her mother Lin Xiaorong. After taking a quick glance at the content, she saw that it was all threats to break up with Lu Yida. The words were harsh and criticized Lu Yida for all his shortcomings. She was too lazy to read them and simply deleted the dialogue box. Where's he? Li Yunong asked with concern, are you hiding somewhere crying? Isn't it just a fight with your parents? What are you afraid of? I'll support you when I return home. No. Yuanqiu replied while sitting on the bed, I just checked WeChat. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. I can still do business without my parents' support. That's good. I was afraid you'd be upset. Li Yunong breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, the fire of gossip burned fiercely. I saw many people in the circle posted the video. Did your father really kneel down to Lu Yida? Yuanqiu slapped his forehead inside helplessly. Where did you get the news of this matter? Of course not. You and your little man are completely famous. Everyone in the circle is investigating his identity and background. Li Yunong suddenly changed the subject and laughed. Xiuqiu, let me gossip a little. How far have you and your little man got? Thinking of today's experience, Yuanqiu blushed and immediately defended herself. We are just a contracted couple. At most, we held hands in front of outsiders, nothing more than that. Li Yunong, really? I don't believe it. Yuanqiu was very stubborn and refused to give any clues. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Okay. By the way, why is your voice so hoarse today? Did you hurt your throat? It's all Lu Yida's fault. He made my voice hoarse. My throat hurts, so I'm going to sleep first. I'll talk to you tomorrow. The two of them screamed heart-wrenchingly at Yanwoling. It would be strange if their throats didn't have problems. But the little man was thoughtful and bought some Jinshengzi. Yuanqiu took a pill and prepared to turn off the video call. But at this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Mr. Yi, please get me a bath towel. In an instant, Yuanqiu's expression froze. On the screen, Li Yunong crossed her arms and stared at Yuanqiu with a smile. Her wise eyes were like Detective Conan, as if to say, there is only one truth. That's not the case. Yuanqiu said anxiously, Unknown, listen to my explanation. Li Yunong showed an expression of as expected on her face, and then she said with a smile, no need to explain, I understand everything. Your little man is calling you, hurry over. Forget it. Yuanqiu bit her lip, thinking that no matter how much she said, Li Yunong would not believe it. And she and Lu Yida did go to the couple's seat to watch a movie. They held hands the whole time and were even hugged around the waist. She and Lu Yida indeed ran to the bathroom in Shangri-La and hugged each other tightly. She could even feel Lu Yida's pounding heartbeat. Now she indeed booked only one room with Lu Yida, and took a shower in the same bathroom. Lu Yida also saw her wearing only pajamas. Who would believe that nothing happened between them? Besides myself, who else could believe that a man and a woman, so passionate about each other, would book a room and then sleep in separate rooms? I'm afraid the more I explain, the more trouble I'll get into. Anyway, from the very beginning, Li Yunong didn't believe that the two of them were just a contract couple, so let her misunderstand. I'm going to hang up. Yuanqiu got out of bed and prepared to get a bath towel for Lu Yida. But at this moment, Li Yunong suddenly smiled mysteriously. Xiuqiu, tell your little man, you don't have much experience with your throat, so don't poke so deep. If you get really disgusted and vomit all over him, it will affect the fun. Have fun, he. Drop. Li Yunong hung up the phone directly. Lu Yida wasn't the one collecting nucleic acid samples, so why did he poke my throat? Yuanqiu was full of confusion, but just as she hung the bath towel on the bathroom door handle, she received a WeChat message from Li Yunong. Anong, 18 ways to control men. Pictures, sex. Anong, what to do if you feel nauseous when deep-throating link. Anon, Bauer, these are all my treasures. If you can learn half of them, I guarantee that your little man will be reluctant to leave. By the way, give me your address and I will send you some supplements. Squinting smile. Anon, you're welcome. You're my baby after all. Hashtag nervous face. Hashtag Anon apply for color.jpg. Yi Wanqiu was stunned for a moment, and the hand holding the phone kept shaking. This idiot actually thought that her voice was made hoarse by biting Lu Yida? Late autumn, it's not what you think. My voice is hoarse from shouting. Anon, I understand, but it's the middle of the night, so please be quiet when you shout, or you might get knocked on the door by the neighbors and sue you for disturbing the public. Side-eyed smile. Late autumn, it's okay, the sound insulation here is good. Wanqiu, I lost my voice when I was shouting. Yi Wanqiu, you are the best. Crazy. Anon, shouldn't I say Lu Yida, you are the best? Oh, I understand. Anon, 18 positions for woman on top link. Anon, I wish you two a happy sex life tonight. Sexy. Yi Wanqiu. How can my bestie be so abominable? She has no use for these weird things, huh? At this time, Lu Yida pushed the door open and came out. Seeing her holding her phone in a daze in the living room, he couldn't help but ask, Boss Yi, what are you looking at? As he said this, he walked over and wanted to find out what was going on. Yi Wanqiu quickly locked the screen of his phone, ran into the room in a panic, and spoke coldly. Sleep. Lu Yida was a little confused. Why did Mr. Yi's behavior just now look so much like someone who had done something bad and was caught and was running away? Suddenly, a system sound came to his ears. Bite. The solid-state battery factory has been renovated ahead of schedule. Please check carefully. Chapter 47, Ambitious Zhou Hongming, Mr. Yi wants to borrow money. Early the next morning. When Lu Yida appeared at Dongsheng Electronics field with two big dark circles under his eyes, Wang Hao had already inspected the workshop. When he came out, his face was full of disbelief. It was as if he had seen an alien, and he was so excited that he even stuttered when speaking. Mr. Lu, where did you get those devices from? Lu Yida yawned and asked tiredly, don't worry about where it came from. Have you figured out how to operate it? We've figured it out. As long as Mr. Lu gives the order, we can start work this afternoon. But? Wang Hao looked conflicted, biting his lip as he asked, I'm worried that if it comes to patent issues, there will be trouble later. He was worried that the origin of these production lines was unknown and he would be sued. Patents? Lu Yida handed over the file bag in his hand and said calmly, all the patents are here. Wang Hao excitedly opened the file bag and saw 3 certificates inside. He immediately took out the first one and opened it. Utility Model Patent Certificate. Utility Model Name, Solid State Battery. Inventor, Lu Yida. Patent Number, ZL12345689101.1. Holy crap! Wang Hao stared at Lu Yida in disbelief, as if he had seen an alien. Solid-state batteries were actually invented by Mr. Lu? The next second, he bent down and bowed devoutly like a monk seeing Tathagata. Please accept my greeting, Mr. Lu. Seeing him so surprised, Li Shuman asked curiously, Mr. Wang, is this patent very powerful? That's more than amazing. The usually calm Wang Hao danced with excitement like a primary school student who had just ranked first in his grade. That's pretty awesome. With this patent, Mr. Lu is the uncrowned king of the battery industry. Even Tesla's CEO Musk has to be respectful when meeting Mr. Lu, otherwise Mr. Lu can pull him down from the altar in a matter of minutes. Wang Hao pointed to the sky with his left hand, as if Lu Yida had become the richest man in the world. It's so amazing. Li Shuman took a deep breath, feeling extremely lucky to have been supporting Lu Yida these past few days. His legs are really thick and strong. Who knows, one day Lu Yida might be in a good mood and give him a piece of his mind, and he could be promoted from a professional manager to a real businessman and boss. He looked at Lu Yida and found that Lu Yida stretched and yawned nonchalantly. He looked nonchalant. He couldn't help but stand in awe. As expected of Mr. Lu, he didn't show the slightest bit of complacency in the face of Wang Hao's flattery, as if getting the world's richest man to bow down to him was a trivial matter. No. I have to work hard to learn from Mr. Lu and remain calm and composed in the face of emergencies. We have to keep up with Mr. Lu. If Lu Yida knew what Li Shuman was thinking, he would be speechless. It's not that he has no desires, he is just too sleepy. After taking a shower last night, he was so excited that he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep when he thought of the fragrant Mr. Yi lying in the next room. He watched TikTok for half the night and fell asleep at almost 5 o'clock. As a result, as soon as he closed his eyes, Mr. Yi broke into his dream and fought with him for 300 rounds. Then, I woke up even more tired. Now he just wanted to go back to the hotel and take a nap. So he said, "We have the patent and the equipment is working, so let's ask the workers to come back and work overtime this afternoon." At this moment, Lu Yida's cell phone suddenly rang. "It's Tom." He answered the phone and asked, "What's wrong?" "Tom, Mr. Lu, I didn't bother you because we finished dinner too late yesterday. Is it convenient for you now? I'll come to you and report the intelligence I got yesterday." The story of Yi Jingrong and Zhou Hongming. Lu Yida suddenly perked up and said, "I'm handling things outside. You can talk on the phone." "Tom, okay, I noticed two important things from yesterday's banquet. First, Yi Jingrong and Zhou Hongming call each other in-laws and are very determined to get married. They even said they'll hold a wedding after Zhou Ning returns and want me to be the witness. Secondly, Zhou Group has developed a new battery that charges faster and lasts longer. The new car they've co-developed with BYD will debut at the auto show next week. Zhou Hongming said he's confident it will be a huge success, surpassing CATL within 3 months to become the largest battery company in China. He remembered that CATL's market capitalization had already exceeded 1 trillion yuan, making it a true oligopoly. And yet, Zhou Hongming was claiming to surpass CATL? This Zhou Hongming was truly insane. As for the marriage, he had known for a long time that the old man Yi Zhengrong would not give up. The fact that the household registration book was not at home was just an excuse for him to delay time. His real purpose was to wait for Zhou Hongming to rescue him. That's great. Then he would beat Zhou Hongming down together and see who Yi Zhengrong could turn to for help. I understand. Keep Yi Zhengrong in the loop regarding the cooperation and wait for my news. Lu Yida hung up the phone and looked at the cheerful Wang Hao. "I have a task for you. Please give me your orders, boss." Wang Hao immediately stood up straight, like a soldier waiting for orders from his leader. He was a technology enthusiast who stayed at Dongsheng Electronics to continue his research on batteries. However, after seeing Lu Yida's production line, he was stunned. This technology is one era ahead of the world. He was completely impressed by Lu Yida and just wanted to learn from him. Lu Yida said coldly, "I heard that Zhou Group has developed a new battery and reached a cooperation with BYD. The new car will be released at the auto show next week. I don't care what method you use, at the auto show next week, I want to see Dongsheng Electronics crush Zhou Group. If you want money, I'll give it to you. If you want connections, I have them. Can you do it?" Wang Hao finally understood why Zhou Group had been acquiring Jiangnan battery factories during this period. It turned out that they had developed new products but their production capacity was insufficient. Thinking about how his family was almost broken up by Zhou, Wang Hao immediately expressed his stance. "Please rest assured, boss. I will complete the task successfully." Wang Hao was full of confidence. Nowadays, mainstream electric vehicles all use lithium batteries, which are nothing compared to solid-state batteries. The difference between the two is like that between electric vehicles and high-speed trains, and there is no comparison at all. Lu Yida nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let the employees work harder. They will all receive 10 times their salary over the next few days. As for you, if you do a good job on this matter, I will consider giving you some shares." Wang Hao's face flushed with excitement. It is precisely because we understand the horror of solid-state batteries that we understand the great potential of Dongsheng Electronics. Even if he only gets 1% of the shares, he can become a billionaire. "Thank you, boss. I will definitely live up to your expectations." At this time, Lu Yida's cell phone rang again. "It's Yi Wanqiu." Lu Yida quickly answered the phone and said with a playful smile, "Boss Yi, you missed me again." Yi Wanqiu said, "I want to borrow some money from you." Chapter 48. From now on, you are my only peach blossom. Lao Wang, I have to go back to be with my wife. You can handle the Dongsheng Electronics matter. Oh, and the factory needs to be renamed. I'll send you the new name later. The most important thing in the world is my wife. What a shitty richest man, he is nothing in front of Mr. Yi. Okay, boss. Wang Hao waved enthusiastically, holding the patent certificate in his hand. As long as he can research solid-state batteries, Lu Yida is willing to be a hands-off boss for the rest of his life. Castle Hotel. Yu Wanqiu was holding the phone with a depressed look on his face. Why did Lu Yida suddenly hang up the phone when he mentioned borrowing money? Didn't he say before that he could contact him anytime if he ran out of money? Liar guy. Yu Wanqiu threw his phone aside angrily and started looking through his bank cards. He found that all of them were frozen and he still owed his employees more than 2 million yuan in wages. Her dad is really awesome. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from outside, and then Yu Wanqiu saw Lu Yida, who was panting, appear in front of her. With a click, Yu Wanqiu's hand trembled and the bank card fell on the coffee table. You're being chased by a wolf. You're running so fast. Of course I rushed here as soon as Mr. Yi had something to do. I'm not bragging. If you had waited for me at the finish line of the 100-meter race, even Bolt would have been left behind me. This is the power of love. Lu Yida acted cool and then sat next to Yu Wanqiu with a silly smile. The two of them were so close that she could even hear the little man's pounding heartbeat. Don't be so anxious. She pulled out a tissue and wiped the sweat off the little man's face, with a happy smile on her lips. This feeling of being missed and cared about, and of being told I need you and someone who will rush to you no matter how far it takes, made her feel an unprecedented sense of security. The little man is so sweet. Well, Mr. Yi, I'll do it myself. Lu Yida grabbed the wet wipes and moved his butt back at the same time. Mr. Yi finally took the initiative, which made Lu Yida quite shy. I am so disappointed. Mr. Yi, there is 50 million in this card and the password is your birthday. Take it and spend it first. If it's not enough, tell me later. Lu Yida handed the bank card to Yu Wanqiu. Why are you borrowing money from me without asking? Yu Wanqiu was shocked. This is 50 million, enough to buy a villa in Jiangnan. Is this little man so generous? Lu Yida said proudly, don't ask, I trust Mr. Yi unconditionally. My money is your money, spend it as you like. Yu Wanqiu blushed slightly, looking at the bank card and said, you're pretty good to me. Lu Yida, of course, if it's not good for you, who else can it be good for? Yu Wanqiu looked at him with a smile, that's great, I almost want to make it real with you. Lu Yida stood up excitedly, really? Yu Wanqiu held his chin in his hand and said thoughtfully, well, I do have some feelings for you, but I still need to think about it. I have a feeling that you have bad intentions towards me. Lu Yida covered his chest and collapsed on the sofa in an exaggerated manner. I am infatuated with you, and you actually suspected that I was greedy for your body. Mr. Yi, I am so sad. Comfort me. Comfort me. Yu Wanqiu chuckled, you're sad, so should I compensate you? Lu Yida sat up instantly and stared at Yu Wanqiu expectantly. Yes, my fragile heart needs to be comforted by Mr. Yi. The thin purple pajamas could not hide Ms. Ye's good figure at all, and the faintly visible whiteness made people's blood boil. Wouldn't it be so great if I could hug you? Who said chasing your wife will lead to a crematorium? Look at my Mr. Yi, so gentle and considerate. I'm just asking. Who else? Who else? Yu Wanqiu, but I don't want to make up for it. Lu Yida. Is there any justice in this world? You were the one who offered to compensate me, how could you suddenly change your mind? Lu Yida, if you don't compensate me, I won't lend you money. Yu Wanqiu, just now you said your money is mine, and now you change your mind. It's true that men's words are deceiving. How can I believe that you really like me? This is my fault, isn't it you who asked for compensation? This is too shameless. Lu Yida, you said you would compensate me. Yu Wanqiu, why do I remember that I said a question? Should I make up for it? Should there be compensation? High. Really high. He is indeed a graduate of a prestigious university. It's watertight. This is clearly an attempt to tease him on purpose. Etc. My bossy is so aloof and cold. Usually I'm the one teasing her, but why did she suddenly take over today? Could it be that the heart-wrenching cry at Yanhua Ridge last night activated some special attribute in Mr. Yi? You are stupid, Lu Yida. It would be great to take advantage of President Ye's despair and unbearable pain towards her parents and take her down in one fell swoop. Why should she turn back into this cold and aloof female CEO? Isn't this a complete mess? Yu Wanqiu, why do I feel like you are angry? Mr. Yi, your feeling is really accurate. Lu Yida, I'm not angry. At this moment, Yu Wanqiu suddenly raised her left hand, revealing a pink bracelet on her white and slender wrist. She took off the bracelet, then grabbed Lu Yida's hand and swiftly put it on his left wrist. Yi Wanqiu, this is the strawberry crystal bracelet my best friend asked me to use to attract romantic interests. I'm giving it to you to keep. This way, you're the only romantic interest I have. Don't be angry, Xiao Lulu. Lu Yida looked at the bracelet on his wrist. Although it was a little painful, he couldn't help but smile. He is the only peach blossom. Doesn't that mean that Mr. Yi only accepts his pursuit? Yes. It was impossible for him to be angry. If he could really coax Yi Wanqiu into his arms, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Lu Yida sat on the sofa and smiled foolishly. When he came to his senses, Yi Wanqiu had already changed into a professional suit. She waved to him and said, I have to go out to take care of some things. See you in the evening, Xiao Lulu. Yi Wanqiu closed the door and left. Lu Yida's mouth was almost cracked with joy. I didn't want to be led around by her, but she told me to see her in the evening. After going out, Yi Wanqiu looked at the chat history with Li Yunong, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Using the above moves is really effective against small men. But, looking at the pictures on the screen, her pretty face flushed. Does such an embarrassing posture really exist? Just as I was fantasizing, I suddenly received a text message. Yi Wanqiu, your mother and Zhou Hongming will go to the Zhongshan District Civil Affairs Bureau in half an hour to get a marriage certificate for you in Zhouning. Quickly ask Lu Yida to stop them. Chapter 49. Mr. Yi, whom he had never met. 10 o'clock in the morning. A Bentley was parked outside the Zhongshan District Civil Affairs Bureau. The car door opened, and the first person to get out was Zhou Hongming, who was wearing a suit. After dressing up carefully, he looked to be in his early 30s. The door on the other side opened, and the beautiful young woman Lin Xiaorong got out. She looked around, as if looking for something. Suddenly, Zhou Hongming put his arm around her waist and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Let's go get the marriage certificate. Lin Xiaorong frowned, looking conflicted. Mr. Zhou, why don't we just forget about it? If someone finds out, there's no way to end it. Bang! Zhou Hongming's dirty hands slapped her butt, and then started to rub it. Lin Xiaorong shuddered, pushed Zhou Hongming away with force, and yelled in fear. What are you doing? Zhou Hongming sniffed the scent on his fingertips and said with a perverted look on his face, It smells really good. Let me smell it carefully after I get the certificate. Lin Xiaorong was terrified and backed away while calling Yi Zhengrong, Husband, where are you? Jie Chou is crazy, come here quickly. But the next moment, the voice coming from the phone made her despair. Wife, for the future of our little Bailey, please make a sacrifice. Lin Xiaorong was stunned, her eyes wide open, her voice trembling. Yi Zhengrong, are you crazy? I'm your wife, and you want me to sleep with someone else? I tell you, this is impossible. The voice on the phone suddenly turned cold. Lin Xiaorong, I've raised you for so many years, so what if I ask you to sacrifice a little bit of your looks? I'm warning you, if you can't satisfy Director Zhou today, I'll remove your father's ventilator. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lin Xiaorong seemed to have lost her soul. Her hand trembled and the phone fell to the ground with a snap. Zhou Hongming came over, picked up the phone, put his arm around her and walked inside. He smiled meaningfully and said, Next month, my son will marry your daughter. This will make us even closer. I've already made arrangements with the Civil Affairs Bureau. Let's go in and take a photo, sign, get the certificate, and then we can leave. Lin Xiaorong didn't hear what he was saying at all. She followed him in like a puppet, took photos, got the certificate, and then got into the Bentley and drove to Zhou Hongming's house in Gobinyuan. They didn't notice that a black Mercedes was following them. The woman in the passenger seat would occasionally pick up her camera and take pictures. This woman is Yi Wanqiu. An hour later, in a law firm in Xingye Wangzuo. Ms. Yi, since you got the news in advance, why didn't you notify Mr. Liu to stop it? Lawyer Zhang San asked in surprise while observing the photos on the table. Yi Wanqiu's expression was calm, as if she wasn't the one being married. Why would I ask others for help when I can handle it myself? Domineering. As expected of Mr. Yi. Zhang San gave a thumbs up, then frowned. Your mother and Zhou Hongming. Yi Wanqiu stood up, opened her bag, and threw a dozen red banknotes on the table. She said calmly, I don't care about other things. I just want to win when I sue them. Zhang San hugged the money in his arms and said with a smile, Don't worry about me. Oh, by the way, I heard that Yi Zhengrong used his connections to bankrupt all your companies. Do you want me to help you deal with it? Collect evidence. Either don't fight back or kill them with one strike. Yu Wanqiu picked up his bag and left the law firm in a cool manner. In fact, she also knew that the easiest way was to go to Lu Yida and act coquettishly, so that Lu Yida would act like a god of war and help her deal with Yi Zhengrong and Zhou Hongming. But if she really did that, she would no longer be Yu Wanqiu. She has never been anyone's vassal, nor does she want to be anyone's vassal. In her opinion, whether it is friendship or love, only equal strength can last long. Even if she really falls in love with Lu Yida, she will not be a housewife, staying by Lu Yida's side like a little bird, and leave her own destiny and happiness to Lu Yida. These days, because all her companies went bankrupt at the same time and she was severely cheated by her parents, she was almost on the verge of collapse, which is why she behaved like a little woman. But last night, the hysterical screams at Yanwoling made her find herself again. I will fight back, on my own. Yu Wanqiu took a deep breath, took out his cell phone and contacted the managers of several stores, transferring the employees' wages and members' refunds to them. Then she transferred all the remaining money into the stock market. She wants to take a gamble. After betting all her money on stocks, she bought some fruit and came to the hospital. Lu's mother has been transferred to the intensive care unit. Not only is it a single room with a nurse looking after her 24 hours a day, but there are also 2 bodyguards at the door to prevent Su Qing and others from harassing her. Auntie, I'm here to see you. After entering the ward, Yu Wanqiu seemed like a different person, instantly transforming from a cold female president into a sweet princess with a happy smile. Mother Lu happily took the fruit from her hand and said, Xiaoyan, if you come, just come. Why do you bring so many fruits? It must be tiring to carry them. Yu Wanqiu helped Lu's mother sit down. Auntie, I'm not tired. Yu Wanqiu smiled very sweetly, and Lu's mother was extremely satisfied with her daughter-in-law. Where's my son? Why isn't he here with you? Yu Wanqiu said, he has been too busy these days. It's just as well that he didn't come, so he wouldn't interrupt our conversation. Lu's mother said that now that she had a daughter-in-law, her son and the others should get out of here right away. During the conversation, Lu's mother suddenly asked a sensitive question, by the way, when can you invite your parents to have dinner together? Yu Wanqiu made an excuse, my parents are on a business trip abroad. They probably won't be back until the wedding. But don't worry, Auntie. My parents have already agreed to our marriage. This excuse was reasonable, and Lu's mother didn't think much about it. Instead, she asked excitedly. So when are you planning to have the wedding? She grabbed Yu Wanqiu's hand and said earnestly, don't blame me for being anxious. You know how sick I am. I might die suddenly one day. I'd rather see him get married and start a family sooner so I can rest assured and close my eyes. Yu Wanqiu quickly said, Auntie, what are you talking about? We have contacted many foreign laboratories and we are sure that we can cure your disease. You can't give up on your own. We are both waiting for you to take care of the child. Wedding. Suddenly I feel a little bit excited. I don't know how the little man is preparing. Since the drama has already begun, she will stay with it to the end and send Lu's mother on her final journey. Of course, if Lu Yida's wedding was too perfunctory, she would not agree. Even when acting, one must be sincere enough and take it seriously enough. Because the moment she gave the strawberry crystal bracelet to Lu Yida, she had already made up her mind that from then on she would only accept his pursuit. If Lu Yida can impress her, she will make the fake play real. If Lu Yida can't impress her, she will live alone and be her own queen. Chapter 50 Confession Balloon. Boss, we have fresh ingredients in the hotel, you don't need to come out to buy them. Li Shuman pushed the shopping cart and followed behind Lu Yida. He watched him pick and choose like an auntie in the vegetable market, and then bought 2 potatoes. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Do you understand what a loving dinner is? Lu Yida said seriously, from selecting the ingredients to controlling the heat, I personally take care of every step. This way, Mr. Yi can feel my love when he eats the food. Li Shuman widened his eyes and sighed in his heart. As expected of you, boss, this theory is truly unique. Think about it this way, the boss left several companies alone and came to the market to buy vegetables to make a loving dinner for Yu Wanqiu. He must be obsessed. This Yu Wanqiu must be Su Daji, she charmed the boss with her second skill. Now it seems that just knowing how to manage a hotel is not enough. You have to know how to pick up girls. If you help the boss to win Yu Wanqiu over, won't it be easy to get promoted and make a fortune? But the boss seems to respect Yu Wanqiu too much. Yu Wanqiu had already agreed to sleep in the same suite with him, so didn't he understand what that meant? Did he have to wait until Yu Wanqiu was naked and lying on his bed before he dared to have sex with her? Do women want respect? Women want initiative. We have to find a way to create some opportunities for the boss. Otherwise, with his personality, when will he be able to eat meat? Lu Yida didn't know what Li Shumin was thinking, otherwise he might have kicked him onto the chopping board. He was planning a candlelight dinner for the evening. He decided to capture Mr. Yi's stomach first. Once Mr. Yi gets used to the dishes prepared by his god-level cooking skills, he can't do without him. Carrot. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the two returned to the hotel. Lu Yida asked, "How is the room layout going?" Li Shumin patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, boss. The candles are already set up, and the bed in the master bedroom is covered with flowers. The atmosphere is definitely there." Lu Yida, "Mr. Yi hasn't come back yet?" Li Shumin nodded, "No, there are people watching the parking lot and the gate. They will report it immediately if they see President Yi." Suddenly, Lu Yida's cell phone rang. "It's Mr. Yi's WeChat." "Where are you?" "Hey. Are you thinking about him? Ms. Yi is really becoming more and more like a girlfriend, asking where he is twice a day?" "Mr. Yi's little Lulu, I'm in the hotel. He just changed his WeChat name today, and even changed his profile picture to a photo with Yi Wanqiu. There was no other way. He would feel sorry for himself if he didn't show off such a beautiful wife." So you have prepared a surprise for me? Holy crap! How did she know? Isn't it that he has already returned?" "Mr. Yi's little Lulu, are you back?" I actually guessed it right. This little man is quite romantic. "See you later," Xiao Lulu smiles. "Mr. Yi's little Lulu, waiting for you carrot." Lu Yida ran to the room in a hurry, carrying the vegetables. "Candlelight dinner with red wine, brother wants to eat meat tonight." Bang! Lu Yida excitedly pushed the door open, only to see the pretty Yu Wanqiu standing in front of him. With a pop, Lu Yida was so scared that he dropped all the vegetables in his hands to the ground. Why are you back? We just said we would see each other in a while, how come something unexpected happened?" "A deceiving goblin." "Why, you don't want me to come back? Then I'll move next door." "No way." Lu Yida excitedly closed the door, then pointed at the dishes on the ground with an embarrassed look on his face. "It's just that you came back too early, the surprise is gone." This bastard old Li asked him to send someone to watch the parking lot and delay Mr. Yi when he came back, but Mr. Yi had already arrived home and he didn't receive any news at all. What a stupid teammate. Are you sad that the candlelight dinner didn't happen? Yu Wanqiu picked up the dishes on the ground, her eyes curved into crescents, and she teased Lu Yida with a smile. "A little bit." Lu Yida said with a frustrated look on his face, "I wanted to give Mr. Yi a surprise, but it all went to waste. Who would have thought that Yu Wanqiu would come back so early? Come with me." Yu Wanqiu held the dishes in one hand and Lu Yida's hand in the other, and led him to the restaurant. Xiao AI, turn on the romantic mode. In an instant, all the lights in the room went out, the curtains were automatically drawn, and the room was pitch black. The next moment, 2 puff sounds were heard in the dark room, and 2 candles were automatically lit. And this is just the beginning. Suddenly, colorful lights appeared under the feet of the 2 people. It turned out that heart-shaped balloons were pulled into the air by ropes. In an instant, the 2 people seemed to be in the starry sky. Gorgeous. I shine in this starry sky, blooming the most beautiful light, and my beauty is only for you to appreciate. Lu Yida widened his eyes. This. It's so romantic. There is love in this, I want to express it but I have forgotten the words. Yu Wanqiu pulled a chair and asked Lu Yida to sit down, then carried the dishes into the kitchen. When he came back, he had a serving of fragrant stir-fried pork in his hand. She went back and forth a few times, and soon the table was filled with delicious food. Xiao AI, play Jay Chou's Confession Balloon. In an instant, Jay Chou's moving voice rang out in the room. Coffee on the left bank of the Seine. I hold a cup in my hand to taste your beauty. Lipstick. Who wrote the name of the rose wrongly in the flower shop? The confession balloon was blown across the street. Smile flying in the sky. You said you were hard to catch. Want me to give up? You don't have to choose the most expensive gift. As long as the fallen leaves of the Champs-Élysées. Oh, create a romantic date. Not afraid to mess up. Owning you owns the whole world. Yu Wanqiu sat down, looked at Lu Yida opposite him, and spoke with a smile. Are you still sad, Xiao Lulu? Chapter 51 Candlelight Dinner, Mr. Yi's first time. The dim room is decorated with colorful heart-shaped balloons, making it look like a dream. Jay Chou's moving singing seemed to bring time back to that night, raising the atmosphere to its peak. The flickering candlelight shone on Yu Wanqiu's face, making it look unfairly beautiful. Before Lu Yida came back, she dressed up carefully. She not only put on light makeup, but also changed into a white dress, like a princess walking out of a movie. Those affectionate eyes can make all male compatriots fall in love with her. Moreover, every dish on the table was his favorite. Yi Wanqiu was really well prepared. No, I'm not sad anymore. 2 lines of hot tears flowed down uncontrollably. Lu Yida has lived for more than 20 years, and no one has ever prepared a surprise for him. Su Qing didn't even know when his birthday was. He didn't think much of it before, but suddenly someone was so nice to him, and his strong heart collapsed in an instant. He quickly covered his face to prevent Yu Wanqiu from seeing his tears. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Why are you still crying? Yi Wanqiu was startled. She immediately took out a tissue and walked over to help Lu Yida wipe his tears. No, it's okay. Lu Yida quickly forced a smile. It's just that this is the first time someone has been so nice to me. I'm a little touched. First time? Yi Wanqiu was a little surprised. Has Su Qing never cooked for you? No. She doesn't even remember when my birthday is, let alone a surprise like this. Lu Yida's voice was a little low, and then he laughed. Thank you, Mr. Yi, I'm really happy. Yi Wanqiu was stunned. Although she was not familiar with Lu Yida before, she knew that Lu Yida would prepare gifts for Su Qing on every holiday and would often come to the company to work overtime for Su Qing. But Su Qing didn't he even know his birthday? This is too excessive. She couldn't understand. Although she has never been in love, she firmly believes that love is mutual. Lu Yida gave her a city-wide confession of love. She cannot afford it for the time being, but she can cook a candlelight dinner for him herself. Lu Yida took her to the amusement park, and she could take Lu Yida to see a movie. Lu Yida gave her a skirt, and she could buy a tie for Lu Yida. There is no distinction between high and low in love. But we must never let a person make unilateral efforts without any return. However, let us not talk about sad topics anymore. Yu Wanqiu changed the subject and said, I'm giving you my first time today too. The first time. Lu Yida instantly became excited and stared at Yi Wanqiu with anticipation. This was a candlelight dinner with red wine. Was the atmosphere set for sex? If you say that, I'll be in high spirits. What are you thinking about? Yu Wanqiu said with a look of disgust, I mean it's the first time I prepared a surprise for a boy, the first time I cooked for a boy. Little men have all kinds of wild thoughts all day long. It seems that I have to think carefully about whether to agree to you. I didn't. Lu Yida looked embarrassed. You idiot, it's only 30% captured, why are you in such a hurry? Besides, if you want to regain your strength, you must first take over 50% of Mr. Yi's territory. Thinking of this, he poured himself and Yi Wanqiu a glass of wine, and then asked, Mr. Yi, how do you know I like to eat these? Every dish here is his favorite. I went to the hospital this afternoon and asked Auntie about it. She also told me a lot of embarrassing things about you when you were a child. If you ever make me angry, I will post them online and make you socially devastated. As she said that, she stood up and picked up a piece of meat for Lu Yida. Lu Yida suddenly put away the plate and opened his mouth. Yi Wanqiu was stunned. What are you going to do? I want to eat what Mr. Yi feeds me. Lu Yida chuckled. Childish. Yi Wanqiu sneered, but stretched out his hand and put the stir-fried pork into Lu Yida's mouth. Then, without any disgust that his chopsticks had been bitten by the other party, he picked up a piece of meat and put it into his own mouth. Wow! She bit the chopsticks I had bitten before, does that count as kissing? Moreover, it smells so good. Can a strong woman like Ms. Yi actually cook? Lu Yida ate the stir-fried pork happily and felt warm in his heart. His gaze fell on Yi Wanqiu opposite him, and his eyes instantly softened. If I could marry Ms. Yi, I would be very happy. If he had pursued Yi Wanqiu before just to cure his mother's illness, then at this moment he really fell in love with her. Although he is very cold, he is always unexpectedly gentle. When Nuwa created her, she may have only closed the window of family affection for her, but all other attributes were maxed out. Regardless of personality, figure, or appearance. They are all top-notch. Just ask, who can not love such a woman? Lu Yida can't do it anyway. Why are you in a daze? Is the food I cooked not tasty? Yi Wanqiu frowned slightly. She tasted it and it tasted pretty good. No, it's just that Ms. Yi is so beautiful that I'm stunned by her. Lu Yida replied shamelessly, and then frantically put food into the bowl, telling Yi Wanqiu with practical actions how much these dishes suited his taste. Mr. Ye's cooking is really delicious. It would be great if I could eat it for the rest of my life. Lu Yida stammered as he wolfed down his food. You are just sweet talking. Yi Wanqiu picked up a piece of vegetable. Today's vegetables seemed a little sweet. Yi Wanqiu has been praised for her appearance by countless people, but she only feels a little happy when she hears Lu Yida praising her. She took a sip of red wine, trying to hide her blushing face. This time, she took the initiative and said, "Come sit over here, let's take a picture. I want to post it on WeChat Moments to show our love." Lu Yida immediately ran over excitedly, and then the two of them squeezed on the same chair. He hugged Yi Wanqiu's slender waist, and Yi Wanqiu rested her head on his shoulder. Both of them showed happy smiles on their faces at the same time. Lu Yida took the opportunity to act like a rogue. "Boss Yi, I'll sit here so you can feed me." "Well, that's fine." Before Lu Yida could be happy, Yi Wanqiu changed his tone. "However, what happened today won't happen again." Lu Yida ran back to his seat in a flash. "Nonsense, one should not be too pushy, one should take things slow and steady." Looking at his miserable appearance, Yi Wanqiu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The little man is good in every way except that he is too timid. There's nothing she can do if he just stays here and refuses to leave. She took a few more photos of the candlelight dinner and then edited a circle of friends. "My first candlelight dinner with Mr. Lu. It turns out that when you like someone, you really do everything you can to please them. Please take care of me for the rest of my life. Picture. Just as she was about to put down her phone, a WeChat message suddenly came. Anong, Xiuqiu, Zhou Ning is back. Chapter 52 Lin Xiaorong visits, Yi Wanqiu's bizarre life story. Candlelight dinner, touching. So much so that Lu Yida had another beautiful dream at night. In the dream, President Yi was gentle and considerate, shy and enthusiastic. The next morning, looking at the marks on his underwear, his old face couldn't help but blush. It's not that he is not reserved, it's that President Yi is too charming. He glanced at the time and saw that it was only 6 o'clock. He planned to make a loving breakfast for Mr. Yi to consolidate their relationship, but as soon as he went out, he saw several plates on the dining table. Stir-fried pork, a bowl of porridge, an egg, and a glass of milk. There was a note taped to the side. "I'm going out to meet someone, remember to eat breakfast smiley face. Lu Yida." No. Mr. Yi is so thoughtful. How can I use my god-level cooking skills? It must be arranged tonight. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Yi Wanqiu. "Mr. Ye's little Lulu, thank you Mr. Yi for the loving breakfast. I love you even more." Picture I will be a little busy today and may not be able to reply to messages immediately, don't worry. Mr. Ye's little Lulu, received, JPG today I am also your little security guard who silently protects you, JPG. Suddenly, a phone call came. It's Li Shumin. Lu Yida answered the call and turned on the hands-free mode. While eating, he asked, "What's wrong, Lao Li?" Li Shumin reported the situation. "Boss, Miss Ye's mother, Lin Xiaorong, came to see you and said she wanted to talk to you about Miss Ye's matter." "Do you want to see her? Lin Xiaorong?" Lu Yida put down his chopsticks. Didn't this couple have their eyes set on Zhou Hongming? Why did they come looking for him? He thought for a moment and said, "Let her wait. Of course I have to meet him, but I have to wait until he finishes his loving breakfast." Half an hour later, Lu Yida saw Lin Xiaorong who was sitting restlessly. Today, her eyes were red and her expression was haggard, completely different from the beautiful and noble lady she was when we last met. Lu Yida sat down, not even looking at her, and said calmly, "Aunt Lin, what do you want to see me about?" Lin Xiaorong stood up with a stiff expression and stammered, "Mr. Lu, I want to ask you for a favor." "Beg?" Lu Yida pretended to be surprised. "As far as I know, Aunt Lin had a family dinner with Zhou Hongming the night before yesterday. If you have any problems, go to your good-in-laws to solve it." Lin Xiaorong's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect that Lu Yida even knew about the family dinner. But now, she is really desperate. Apart from Lu Yida, there was really no one who could help her. She gritted her teeth, plopped to her knees, and cried, "Mr. Lu, please save Wancho's grandfather. As long as you agree, I will agree to your marriage with Wancho." Lu Yida frowned and said, "Stand up and speak." Lin Xiaorong burst into tears, "If you don't agree, I won't get up." Lu Yida stood up, shrugged, and said nonchalantly, "Then kneel down." "I'm leaving now, haha, playing the emotional card? I won't fall for that." Seeing that Lu Yida was really going to leave, Lin Xiaorong suddenly became anxious. Why didn't this guy listen to any persuasion? She hurriedly got up and grabbed Lu Yida. "I'm getting up, I'm getting up." Lu Yida slapped his hand away, sat on the chair, and asked calmly while making tea, "Tell me, what's going on? Who doesn't want their love to be recognized by their parents?" Although Yi Wancho said that she didn't care, she certainly didn't want to fall out with her parents in her heart. Lu Yida wanted to give her perfect love, so he was not afraid of the Yi family asking for too much, but he was afraid that they would never agree. Of course, we can't be weak in momentum. This couple is just mean. If you are nice to them, they will be arrogant and treat you like a nobody. If you are mean to them, they will be obedient and beg you. Lin Xiaorong's eyes were filled with tears as she spoke pitifully. Wancho's grandfather is seriously ill and has been receiving treatment in the affiliated hospital. To threaten Wancho, that bastard Yi Jingrong sent people to guard the door of the ward every day and even threatened that if Wancho dared not marry him, he would pull out the ventilator. In order to force your daughter to get married, you want to remove the father-in-law's ventilator? Is this still a human being? Excuse me for asking, is your husband a psychopath? Any normal person would not do such a wicked thing. Lin Xiaorong bit her lower lip. She didn't know how Lu Yida would react after she told the truth, but now she really had no choice. Her old father was lying on the hospital bed and could be killed by Yi Jingrong at any time. She could only ask Lu Yida for help. She sighed deeply, and said with a troubled look on her face, "Mr. Lu, I'm going to tell you a secret. You must not tell Wancho." Lu Yida's attitude was indifferent, and he said very forcefully, "You are not qualified to bargain with me." Ah! Lin Xiaorong sighed. She didn't want to beg Lu Yida so humbly, but that old bastard Yi Jingrong had made her sleep with someone else just to get rich. What else could that bastard not do? She clenched her fists and revealed a shocking revelation: Wancho is not Yi Jingrong's child. Chapter 53: Childhood Sweethearts? Lu Yida's sense of crisis. What did you say? Lu Yida stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open. You cheated on him? Oh shit. What the hell is this bloody plot? No wonder Yi Jingrong was so cruel to Yi Wancho. It turned out that he was someone else's child. Wait, with Yi Jingrong's perverted personality, wouldn't he have killed Lin Xiaorong if he knew he was cuckolded? Could it be that he'd been kept in the dark the entire time? When you think about it this way, this old guy is a bit pitiful. Lin Xiaorong explained with a painful expression. Old Yi was injured when he was young, and then he became inhumane. I married him for his money at the time, so I didn't care about these things. Because he had lost his male happiness, he became increasingly radical and extreme, and his obsession with power and wealth reached an unprecedented peak. He saw many wealthy people using marriage alliances to expand their power. Furthermore, in those years, the Zhou family, the Wang family, these major families all gave birth to sons one after another. He wanted to quickly have a daughter so that he could cling to them when she grew up. But he couldn't be humane. He secretly selected a group of young men with high education, good looks, and good figures, and used artificial insemination to make me pregnant. I gave birth to 3 children in total. The first was a son, but he gave her away. The second was a daughter, and when she was 10 years old, he thought she was ugly and gave her away too. The third was Wancho, who was beautiful, intelligent, and sensible, so he kept her. As soon as Wancho was born, he spent a lot of money to send her to the best kindergarten in Jiangnan. He also let her learn piano, dancing, and various talents, just to train her into a little princess. He achieved his goal. Zhou Ning has been in love with Wancho since childhood, and he also used this relationship to get close to the Zhou family. A few years ago, Zhou Ning was sent abroad to study, and before leaving, he even threatened to marry Wancho. But because of your appearance, his plan failed, so he pointed the gun at Wancho's grandfather. Wancho has a very good relationship with her grandfather. If Lao Yi uses her grandfather as a threat, she will definitely compromise. Lin Xiaorong was almost crying when she spoke here. In the past, she believed that Yi Wancho would definitely compromise and get married obediently, but after being forced to jump off the roof by Lu Yida that day, she was no longer sure. She was afraid that Yi Wancho would not agree and Yi Jingrong would really unplug the ventilator. So, she had no choice but to come to Lu Yida for help. Lu Yida's eyes widened. Because he is inhumane and only wants to gain power and wealth. Then he hired a group of outstanding men to make his wife pregnant, just to give birth to a beautiful daughter to help him get to the top. Damn, this is such a bloody plot, even TV dramas wouldn't dare to perform it like this. Where is her grandfather? After thinking about it, Lu Yida decided to take Mr. Yi's grandfather to the People's Hospital first, so as to prevent Yi Zhengrong from having any bad intentions. Seeing Lu Yida's willingness to help, Lin Xiaorong breathed a sigh of relief, but then added with a worried look, at the affiliated hospital, the hospital's director, Wu Jinghua, is Zhou Ning's teacher and the most respected medical expert in Jiangnan. Her grandfather's illness can only be cured if Wu Jinghua personally treats it, but ordinary people simply can't afford to hire Wu Jinghua. If you dare to bring people to the affiliated hospital to cause trouble, you will be sprayed to death. Wu Jinghua? I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. At this time, Lin Xiaorong continued, Wanqiu may have guessed that old Yi would use her grandfather as a threat, so she went to the affiliated hospital early this morning. But I heard that Zhou Ning also rushed there. She went to the affiliated hospital? Lu Yida remembered the WeChat message Yi Wanqiu replied. It was indeed about going to meet someone. This stupid Mr. Yi, why didn't he discuss such a big thing with him? He immediately asked, when did Zhou Ning return to China? Last night. Lin Xiaorong said somewhat awkwardly, Wanqiu doesn't know her background. Please don't tell her, or she will definitely be very upset. I will take care of Grandpa's affairs. If Yi Zhengrong and Zhou Hongming make any more small moves, just call me. After Wanqiu and I get married, you will have no worries about food and clothing. After saying that, Lu Yida stood up and prepared to leave. He would not allow Mr. Yi to face danger alone. At this time, Lin Xiaorong said anxiously, Mr. Lu, Wanqiu and Zhou Ning are childhood sweethearts. Before Zhou Ning went abroad, they had always had a very good relationship. They studied and played together every day. Although Wanqiu has always disagreed with this marriage, she does not hate Zhou Ning. You must go there quickly, otherwise I am worried that Zhou Ning will use her grandfather as a threat and Wanqiu will soften her heart and agree to such a marriage. Lu Yida didn't answer and slammed the door and left. Looking at his back, Lin Xiaorong burst into tears. Daughter, you are much happier than your mother. Mom, I'm sorry. Oldly, let's go to the affiliated hospital. Lu Yida got into the car in a hurry. Seeing his angry face, Li Shuman frowned and asked, Boss, what happened? Lu Yida didn't answer because he was a little confused. Childhood sweetheart? Lu Yida was not aware of this relationship before. These 4 words contain so much emotion. It's impossible not to worry. But the most important thing is Yi Wanqiu's grandfather, and we have to find a way to rescue him. Have you heard of Wu Jinghua from the affiliated hospital? Li Shuman started the accelerator and said as he drove, Mr. Wu was an authority in the medical community in Jiangnan. He participated in the fight against the epidemic in 2002 and presided over the epidemic prevention and control work last year. Almost all the people in Jiangnan know him. Having presided over 2 anti-epidemic operations, it is no wonder that Lin Xiaorong said that anyone who dared to cause trouble in the affiliated hospital would be scolded to death. This is a major issue for the country. By the way, boss, didn't Mr. Wu ask you to meet him a few days ago, but you were in a hurry to come back to see Mr. Yi, so you refused? Li Shuman suddenly said. Lu Yida must be the number 1 in Jiangnan for daring to refuse Mr. Wu. Lu Yida suddenly remembered that he had sent out several samples of I Want Happy pills before, one of whom was Wu Jinghua. After acquiring Dongsheng Electronics, he was originally planning to meet Wu Jinghua, but Yi Wanqiu called him and he hurried back. I've been busy with my love life these days and forgot about this matter. Contact Mr. Wu and tell him I'll be at the affiliated hospital soon and ask to see him. Chapter 54. Let us delete each other. I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand. Half an hour later. Lu Yida and Li Shuman appeared in the hospital corridor. They leaned against the wall and looked out curiously like paparazzi taking photos. A man and a woman were standing in front of the ICU ward not far away. Li Shuman lowered his voice and said, Boss, it's Mr. Yi and Zhou Ning. Lu Yida stretched his neck to look outside. The man standing opposite Yi Wanqiu looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He was 1.8 meters tall with a handsome face. Wearing a white suit, he looked like a Prince Charming from a TV drama. Damn, this guy is quite handsome. Lu Yida clenched his fists, feeling a little uneasy. They were childhood sweethearts, and the guy was handsome and stylish. The other party had too much of an advantage. At this time, Zhou Ning's voice was heard in the silent corridor. Wanqiu, you should know very well that the only person in Jiangnan who can save your grandfather is Dean Wu. But Dean Wu hasn't been in the operating room for 3 years. Last year, when the mayor's father was seriously ill, he wanted Dean Wu to perform the surgery, but he refused. Yi Wanqiu's voice was cold. What do you want to say? Zhou Ning smiled and said, I am Dean Wu's last disciple. If I ask him, he might make an exception and perform the surgery on your grandfather. Yi Wanqiu bowed and thanked him in advance. Then I'd like to trouble you to ask Dean Wu for me. When Yi Wanqiu was young, Yi Zhengrong and his wife were busy with their careers. She grew up with her grandfather, who was the relative she cared about most. But, why should I help you? Zhou Ning looked at Yi Wanqiu meaningfully. When he first saw Yi Wanqiu while playing house in elementary school, he vowed to marry Yi Wanqiu home. Now, it's time to fulfill his childhood wish. Yi Wanqiu was stunned for a moment, then took out a bank card, handed it to Zhou Ning and said, There's 1 million in it. I'll treat you to some tea. You know this isn't what I want. Zhou Ning slapped the bank card away and shouted impatiently, Yi Wanqiu, we've known each other for more than 10 years, don't you understand my feelings? As long as you agree to marry me, I will go and ask Dean Wu to treat your grandfather's illness. Zhou Ning's handsome face became a little ferocious. He had pursued Yi Wanqiu for more than 10 years and always wanted to impress Yi Wanqiu with his love, but he didn't expect that Yi Wanqiu suddenly fell in love. This almost made him collapse. He gave up the medical experiment in the United States and rushed back to Jiangnan. He stopped pretending and came clean. He just wants to marry Yi Wanqiu. Even if it means coercion and inducement, even if it means using power to oppress, even if it goes against Yi Wanqiu's wishes. He also wants to possess Yi Wanqiu, no matter what means. Yi Wanqiu took 2 steps back and said in a cold voice, You should have seen my circle of friends. I am married and I love him very much. If you want to use my grandfather to threaten me, I'm sorry, you have made the wrong calculation. Why? Zhou Ning's eyes widened, and he shouted frantically, In terms of looks, I'm not inferior to him. In terms of education, he graduated from a technical secondary school and was a bootlicker for someone else for 3 years. I'm a PhD student at Harvard University, and I'm still keeping my first love for you. In terms of family background, he's just a nouveau riche playing with virtual currency, and his assets are all bubbled, while my Zhou family is in the real industry. In terms of feelings, you've only known each other for a few days, and we've been childhood sweethearts. You don't like him at all, you just don't want to obey your family's arrangements and marry me. I promise you, after we get married I will never restrict your freedom. You can start your own business or go out into the world. I just want to give you a warm home. That upstart isn't worthy of you at all. If you stay with him, you won't get anyone's blessing, and you'll have to watch your grandfather pass away. Don't you feel bad? Coercion and inducement. First, he belittled Lu Yida and said he was useless, then he praised himself to the skies, and finally he used Yi Wanqiu's grandfather as a threat. If you don't agree to marry him, Grandpa will die. Not to mention Lu Yida, even Li Shumen was so angry that his teeth itched, gritting his teeth and saying, This guy is really good at pretending. Last year when he returned to Jiangnan, he found 2 top female celebrities and played with them in my hotel. Now he comes to Mr. Yi to pretend to be innocent. Boss, let's go ahead and don't let Mr. Yi get cheated. Lu Yida's heart felt cold. Zhou Ning's character is simply perfect. A handsome and elegant nobleman, a childhood sweetheart, who has been waiting for love for more than 10 years. Any girl would be confused if he were in his place. And what about him? We have only known each other for a few days, and there is a past love affair that is hard to look back on. There is no comparison at all. Lu Yida was a little panicked. He clenched his fists and prepared to rush forward, but just as he took a step forward, he suddenly heard Yi Wanqiu's voice in his ears. You're right. In terms of education and background, he can't compare to you. Lu Yida's heart skipped a beat and he retracted his legs. At the same time, he grabbed Li Shumen who was about to take action and lowered his head gloomily. Could it be that Mr. Yi was going to leave him? But, Yi Wanqiu changed the subject and said coldly, He treats me well without any purpose. I feel very happy and comfortable when I'm with him. That feeling is something no one else can give me. Yi Wanqiu picked up her phone and deleted Zhou Ning's phone number in WeChat. Then, she said coldly, The reason I came to see you today is because I thought we were just friends. But I didn't expect you actually wanted to marry me. So let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand. Zhou Ning was stunned. He never expected that Yi Wanqiu's attitude would be so resolute. He said in disbelief, "Yi Wanqiu, we've known each other for over 10 years, and we grew up together as childhood sweethearts. For him, you actually deleted me?" Yi Wanqiu looked calm and said calmly, "It's not just you. I've deleted everyone who has ever confessed to me or hinted that they like me. Since I've chosen to be with him, I need to give him an unparalleled sense of security. Let's not contact each other anymore, bye." After saying that, Yu Wanqiu sat on the chair and thought about how to ask Wu Jingguo to come out of retirement to help his grandfather treat his illness. Zhou Ning stood there, stunned. Is this still the proud and aloof Yi Wanqiu? Is this still the Yi Wanqiu who claimed that she could make a name for herself without relying on men? Is this still the Yi Wanqiu who argued at a university debate that lovers should have their own private space and shouldn't interfere with each other's private lives? How did it suddenly become like this? He originally thought that by using both reason and emotion, and then taking advantage of her grandfather's illness, he could easily win over Yi Wanqiu, but why did they delete each other? Director, this script is wrong. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the corridor. Well said. Your name is Zhou Ning, right? Don't contact my wife anymore. Chapter 55 Xiaozhou, you have to call this guy Uncle Lu. Lu Yida is here. When he walked out, Yi Wanqiu and Zhou Ning were stunned. The next second, Mr. Yi smiled, took the initiative to walk over and took Lu Yida's arm, and whispered softly, "Why are you here? I heard that someone was harassing you, so I came to see who is so blind that he even dares to harass my woman, Lu Yida." Lu Yida put his arm around her waist and looked at Zhou Ning with a proud look on his face. "See, your goddess is in my arms. If you don't agree, come and bite me." This little bird-like posture made Zhou Ning's mentality explode instantly. In his impression, Yu Wanqiu is synonymous with coldness and arrogance, and every inch of her skin is the most precious treasure in the world. But now, the thing he had dreamed of and longed for more than 10 years was held in Lu Yida's arms unscrupulously. How can I not be angry? Zhou Ning clenched his fists, suppressing the anger in his heart, and gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Yida, if you really like her, stay away from her, because you can't give her happiness at all." Without waiting for Lu Yida to speak, Zhou Ning burst into laughter. "If she follows you, she won't have the blessing of her family. If she follows you, she will be laughed at by people in the circle. If she follows you, her dearest and most beloved grandpa will have to lie in the ICU and wait to die. Do you understand?" After belittling Lu Yida, Zhou Ning began to brag about herself. "If she marries me, her parents will applaud, everyone in the circle will bless her, and her grandfather can receive the best treatment and recover his health. You are just a toad with more money. You are not qualified to marry a white swan. Do you understand?" Arrogant attitude and harsh words. It was as if he and Lu Yida were from completely different worlds. Lu Yida was about to speak, but Yi Wanqiu got there first and scolded him coldly, "My husband is not a toad, and you are not a Prince Charming. Besides, you look so pathetic when you're being so unreasonable." She looked indifferent, as if she was looking at a stranger. This look instantly broke Zhou Ning's heart. "You?" Zhou Ning's rationality could no longer suppress his anger. He pointed at Lu Yida and cursed, "Coward, is all you can do to hide behind a woman?" Yi Wanqiu wanted to help Lu Yida, but he pulled her behind him. Indeed, it was not fair for a grown man to always hide behind his wife. From what young Master Zhou said, without your consent, no one can cure Wanqiu's grandfather. Lu Yida looked at Zhou Ning with a smile and said, "Thank you, old Zhou. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know that President Yi deleted all the suitors for me. It feels so great to be chosen by someone so firmly." Zhou Ning didn't know what Lu Yida was thinking, otherwise he would have been so angry that he would have vomited blood. He said arrogantly, "That's right, in the whole of Jiangnan, except for my teacher, no one dares to treat her grandfather." Lu Yida curled his lips in disappointment. "I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you still have to beg others for help." "You can beg, but we can't?" Zhou Ning sneered, "The mayor personally came to visit my master and he didn't agree." "You?" I, Zhou Ning, will put it here today. Apart from me, no one can let my master treat Yi Wanqiu's grandfather." Zhou Ning's confidence is well founded. He has won many awards abroad and is an outstanding talent. In order to bring him back to China, Wu Jingguo promised him many benefits, one of which was to perform an operation on Zhou Ning. Wu Jingguo is old and his energy is not as good as before. The energy consumption of each operation is terrifying. Unless someone has made outstanding contributions to society, he is not qualified to perform the operation. It's funny to say. Zhou Ning returned to serve the motherland, but the motherland had to pay a huge price. Wow! Lu Yida clapped his hands, with a perfunctory expression on his face. You are so amazing. Zhou Ning said arrogantly, so, if you love her, stay away from her, because only I can give her happiness. Lu Yida, really? I don't believe it. Zhou Ning. I don't believe you, Dad. Do you think you are Lu Yu? Okay. If you don't agree, we'll just wait and see. He knew Yi Wanqiu too well, and it was absolutely impossible for him to watch his grandfather die and do nothing. As long as he could keep his composure, Yi Wanqiu would come to beg him in a few days. When the time comes, he can do whatever he wants, right? But when he saw the two of them kissing each other, his heart ached like a needle. Damn it, just wait for me. I will kill you sooner or later. You'll believe it sooner or later. Zhou Ning snorted coldly and prepared to leave, but just as he took a step, he suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps. He looked up and saw a group of people walking towards him from the other side of the corridor. The leader was surprisingly his teacher, Wu Jinghua. Wu Jinghua is 72 years old this year. He has white hair and his face is covered with wrinkles, but he is in excellent spirits. At this moment, he walks with vigor and a proud look on his face, as if he is going to welcome his bride. Did he hear someone was causing trouble for him and come to support him? Damn it, I'm calling you crazy. You will soon know who has the final say in this affiliated hospital. Zhou Ning was delighted and immediately went to greet him. Teacher, I was just about to meet you, but I didn't expect you to come to me first. I am really flattered. These words directly revealed Wu Jingguo's identity and explained the relationship between them to Lu Yida and others. When passing by Lu Yida, he glanced at him sideways. You see, this is my position in the affiliated hospital. Even the dean has to come to greet me. Yi Wanqiu's heart instantly turned cold. If Zhou Ning said a few bad words at this time, making their image in Wu Jingguo's mind ugly, then asking Wu Jinghua to save them would be a fantasy, wouldn't it? Why? But suddenly, she felt the hand on her waist become stronger. She looked up and saw Lu Yida smiling gently. I'll take care of everything. Grandpa will be fine. Does he have any other solution? Are you trying to use money to force Wu Jinghua to see a doctor? But Wu Jinghua is incorruptible, a veteran figure who was indifferent to money and fame. Will that work? But for some reason, Yi Wanqiu felt warm in her heart after hearing his words. It seems that as long as he is around, there is nothing that cannot be solved. Wu Jinghua was stunned when he saw Zhou Ning. Didn't this guy say he would return next month? Why did he come back so early? But soon a warm smile appeared on his face. He would feel relieved if Zhou Ning came back sooner. He took Zhou Ning's hand and came to Lu Yida, talking as they walked. Xiao Zhou, you've come at the perfect time. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lu Yida. You have to call him Uncle Master. Chapter 56 Xiao Zhou, I still like your rebellious look just now. Uncle Master? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into dead silence. Zhou Ning was completely confused. Who is Wu Jinghua? He is the director of the affiliated hospital, and together with academician Zhong Nanshan, they are known as Zhong in the south and Wu in the north. They are leading figures in the field of Chinese medicine. What about Lu Yida? A country bumpkin who got rich off virtual currency. His fortune was all thanks to the internet bubble, and he could go bankrupt at any moment. The gap in their identities was so great that there was no possibility of any intersection. But what was outrageous was that Wu Jinghua actually took his hand and enthusiastically introduced Lu Yida's identity, his uncle. It's so outrageous. Yi Wanqiu was also dumbfounded and looked at Lu Yida in surprise. How many secrets does this little man have? At this time, Zhou Ning couldn't help but ask, Teacher, do you know Lu Yida? Wu Jinghua, this is also our first meeting. Mr. Lu is much younger than I thought. Zhou Ning was stunned when he heard this. Snap. It seems like you two just met and you already want me to call you uncle? Could it be that the old man's eyesight was blurry and he was fooled by Lu Yida? He immediately said, Teacher, did you recognize the wrong person? His name is Lu Yida, he graduated from a technical secondary school, has accomplished nothing, and is just an idler in society. How could he be your junior fellow apprentice? Wu Jinggua's fellow junior colleagues are all directors of major hospitals. He, Lu Yida, is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Wu Jinggua's expression froze, and his tone became much more severe. Xiao Zhou, I remember you won a major international award for your research on depression some time ago, right? Zhou Ning didn't understand why, but he still raised his head proudly. Yes, a professor at Harvard said my theory is 10 years ahead of the world. Major medical laboratories in the United States have offered me jobs, but I'm determined to serve my country and have rejected them all. Wu Jinghua shook his head slightly. Dedicated to serving the country? If I hadn't given you so many benefits, would you have come back? Alas, both are young men in their 20s, but Zhou Ning only cares about himself, while Lu Yida cares about the world. This is what a real doctor is. He patted Zhou Ning's shoulder, his eyes somewhat disappointed. Mr. Lu developed a drug to treat depression a few days ago. According to clinical trials, the cure rate is 100%. Holy crap! Zhou Ning's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide, he was so shocked as if he had seen an alien. This is no wonder. Zhou Ning has been studying depression for several years in college and is very clear about how difficult it is to treat depression. Yet, his theory alone won a major award in the United States. Lu Yida's medicine has a cure rate of 100%. You know, in China alone, there are millions of people suffering from depression who commit suicide every year. What is the concept? Lu Yida can save millions of people every year. He is even more like a living bodhisattva than a living bodhisattva. Zhou Ning thought this was too magical. How could a rubbish graduate from a technical secondary school develop a drug to treat depression? But he knew Wu Jinghua too well. He was a man of strong character who never bowed to power or money. The fact that he supported Lu Yida so much showed that this matter must be true. Wu Jinghua said, "Xiao Zhou, I know you've been very successful, but you need to be humble. Your pride is nothing compared to Mr. Lu. I plan to have you learn from him after you start working here. If you can learn a little bit of his skills, it will be enough for you to benefit greatly." Puff! When Lu Yida heard Wu Jinghua asked Zhou Ning to follow him, he couldn't help laughing out loud. This old Wu is really a great assist. Zhou Ning's face instantly fell, but he didn't dare to quarrel with Wu Jinghua. The medical community pays attention to background and seniority. The title of Wu Jinghua's last disciple can bring him many benefits. He could only smile along, but his smile was particularly ugly. "Uncle Master, please give me more guidance in the future." Wu Jinghua nodded in satisfaction and said to Lu Yida, "Mr. Lu, Xiao Zhou just came back from abroad and his main treatment is also depression. I'd appreciate your guidance." Lu Yida walked over and patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder like an elder. "Nephew, I still like the way you were so unruly just now." Zhou Ning. Fuck you, Lu Yida. Once I leave the hospital, I'll show you how I'm going to deal with you. Mr. Lu, did Xiao Zhou offend you just now? Wu Jinghua was stunned for a moment, then immediately scolded, "Xiao Zhou, why don't you apologize to your uncle right away?" Lu Yida laughed out loud, "No, it's just a misunderstanding. How could an elder like me have the same opinion as Xiao Zhou?" Wu Jinghua breathed a sigh of relief. He had also investigated Lu Yida. Although he had a kind heart, he liked to act on impulse. If Zhou Ning offended him and caused him to not want to jointly release "I want happy pills" with the affiliated hospital, the affiliated hospital would suffer a huge loss. He quickly said, "Why don't you thank your uncle?" Zhou Ning said with a wry smile, "Thank you, master, for wanting my uncle to kill someone. You are so generous." At this time, Lu Yida brought Yi Wanqiu over and looked down at Zhou Ning. "Xiao Zhou, let me introduce you. This is my wife. You have to call her master's aunt." Lu Yida's smiling eyes were like a knife, stabbing into Zhou Ning's heart. Zhou Ning. That was the goddess he had loved for more than 10 years and dreamed of marrying her. Asking him to call Yi Wanqiu master's aunt was even more painful than killing him. This is too much, too much. This bastard who relies on the power of others, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because Wu Jinghua is here? He really doesn't dare. Zhou Ning raised his head, his eyes red, like a wild dog whose food had been snatched away. He gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. "Hello, Aunt Master." Pa 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 pa. Lu Yida suddenly applauded, startling the senior executives in the corridor. He said, "Okay. Since you're so sensible, Xiao Zhou, you should just follow me from now on. The little knowledge I share with you will be enough for you to study for several years." Zhou Ning was almost mad with anger, but he had no choice but to agree. Not long ago, he was still madly mocking Lu Yida's college degree, saying how awesome it was that he had a PhD from Harvard. But now, he, a top student, has to study with Lu Yida. This retribution came too quickly. Lu Yida continued, "President Wu, an elder in my family is seriously ill. I heard that you are the only one in Jiangnan who can perform surgery. Could you please help? Wu Xingguo immediately agreed. Where is the patient? Perform the surgery immediately. Lu Yida leaned close to Zhou Ning's ear and said with a smile, Xiao Zhou, didn't you say that you were the only one in Jiangnan who could invite Dean Wu? How come Dean Wu agreed as soon as I asked him? Zhou Ning clenched his fists and felt the blood in his body boiling. He wants to kill someone. Chapter 57. Even if it is an iceberg, I will melt her. Soon, Wu Xingguo brought a group of experts into the operating room. After they left, Zhou Ning fled immediately. Because the corridor was too slippery, he fell down before entering the elevator and was photographed by Li Shuman on the spot. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Ning kicked the tree hard. With a bang. The tree didn't move at all, but Zhou Ning fell to the ground with his butt, screaming in pain, attracting countless people to watch. A little kid asked his father, Dad, why is this uncle kicking the tree? Dad, this uncle is crazy, Tutu, don't learn from him. Zhou Ning. You're the one with the broken brain, and your whole family has broken brains. Feeling the gazes of the onlookers who were looking at him as if he were a fool, Zhou Ning was furious. He, the eldest son of the Zhou group, has always been the focus of attention, both in school and in society, since he was a child. When have you ever felt so frustrated? Lu Yida, if I don't kill you, my last name wouldn't be Zhou. Achoo. In front of the operating room door, Lu Yida sneezed. He looked at Yi Wanqiu and said with a playful smile, Mr. Yi, you miss me again. Yi Wanqiu? We were just sitting together, holding hands, why would I miss you? However, Lu Yida's performance today really surprised her, especially Wu Xingguo's attitude. She met Wu Xingguo once last year. The mayor and the provincial secret doctors were there, but Wu Xingguo was serious throughout and didn't even smile at them. But just now, when he was talking to Lu Yida, he was smiling the whole time. That enthusiasm is definitely not fake. She asked with a puzzled look on her face, how did you become Dean Wu's junior apprentice? Lu Yida shook his head with a depressed expression, I don't know either, but it seems that he is of a high generation, so it's not bad to have him as a junior apprentice. Especially when I heard Xiao Zhou call me aunt, it was really refreshing, ha. He felt particularly comfortable when he thought of Zhou Ning's gnashing of teeth in hatred, yet having to call her master's aunt. You even dare to pry into his corner. You are really courting death. Yi Wanqiu was worried that he might get carried away, so she changed the subject and asked, what about the medicine for depression? Do you understand medicine? Lu Yida was even more proud, of course, I know a lot of things, such as medical skills, cooking skills, driving skills, and so on. If I were in ancient times, I would definitely be a top scholar. The little man is really not profound, he gets carried away by a few words of praise. Yi Wanqiu, it seems I need to get to know you better before I can know your abilities. Learn more. Mr. Yi, I can do it. He excitedly grasped Mr. Yi's hand and said, yes, let's go back and get to know him better. I'll show you my 18 postures, 18 martial arts. You wish. Yi Wanqiu flicked the little man's head, I really want to take your head apart to see what's inside. You have so many random thoughts all day long. Lu Yida, you are the one pretending. Yi Wanqiu. The little man has such a sweet mouth. She decided to change the subject and stop the little man from teasing her, thank you so much today. If you hadn't shown up in time, I don't know how I would face Grandpa. Lu Yida, Mr. Yi's grandfather is my grandfather, why are you being polite? Yi Wanqiu, by the way, how did you know I came to the hospital? The little man wouldn't secretly follow me, would he? That's not a good habit. Lu Yida, Old Li and I have an appointment with Dean Wu. I happened to see you, so I came up to see what's going on. Next time you encounter something like this, tell me. Don't carry it alone. He didn't know how to explain Yi Wanqiu's life experience, so he decided to keep it a secret for now. As for Lin Xiaorong, if she really turned over a new leaf, Lu Yida wouldn't mind letting her live a life of wealth and luxury. Yi Wanqiu said with some concern, you just humiliated Zhou Ning so much, he will definitely not let it go. You should be careful during this period. 10 days, at most 10 days, I will handle this matter. You handle it? Lu Yida was stunned for a moment and wanted to tell Yi Wanqiu about the Dongsheng electronics matter, but then he thought that if he told it directly, there would be no surprise. It would be better to wait until he took down the Zhou family and then let Yi Wanqiu have a good time. So he laughed and said, okay, then I'll wait for Mr. Yi's good news. At this time, the door of the ward opened. Wu Xingguo, sweating profusely, walked out with the help of others. His hands were even shaking, which showed how much the operation had exhausted him. Yi Wanqiu immediately rushed over and asked with concern, "Dean Wu, how is my grandfather?" Wu Jinghua smiled and said, "The operation was very successful. I estimate the patient will wake up in an hour, but he can't be discharged yet." "That's great." Yi Wanqiu was so excited that she almost cried. Thank you so much, Dean Wu." Wu Jinghua looked at Lu Yida and said, "Thank your husband. If he hadn't asked me to do that, I, with my old bones, wouldn't have been able to enter the operating room." Sigh. "But now that this operation is over, I've said goodbye to the operating room for good." His hands were shaking. This is a very serious flaw for a doctor performing surgery. Yi Wanqiu turned around and saw Lu Yida standing behind her with a smile on his face. She was about to thank him, but Lu Yida spoke first. "Don't thank me, because I am very happy to be able to help you." Their eyes met, tenderness flowing. Lu Yida's eyes were full of love and tenderness, like the afternoon sun shining on Yi Wanqiu's heart. The frozen heart seemed to melt again. She suddenly felt that it was great to have someone to rely on. Chapter 58. I'll test his depth for you. As an old man, I won't disturb you young people from showing your affection. I'm going back to rest first. Wu Jinghua looked at the young couple exchanging glances and couldn't help but sigh that it was great to be young. When he was young, he wanted to be with his wife every day, anytime, anywhere. Forget it, let us not talk about it. These hands can barely hold a scalpel, what else can they hold? Yi Wanqiu suddenly blushed and chased after him. "Dean Wu, I want to tell you something about my grandfather's illness." Lu Yida also wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Li Shumen. "Boss, I found the right person for the professional manager you asked me to look for. He's a top graduate of Harvard Business School's MBA program. He interned at Microsoft for 6 months and just returned yesterday. He's very capable and very beautiful." Lu Yida snorted and said proudly, "Our CEO Yi is so beautiful, do I still need to find a beautiful female secretary? I can find a male one instead. I'm so handsome, what if this beautiful female secretary takes a fancy to me? Yi will always be jealous." Li Shumen quickly explained, "Boss, being pretty is an advantage during negotiations, and she's really capable. Most importantly, the other people we've targeted either dislike our company's small size or have no plans to leave. She's the most suitable." "Well, there's nothing we can do about that. Anyway, he is planning to be a hands-off boss and may not see his secretary many times a year. Mr. Yi should not be jealous. Then let's meet." "When?" Li Shumen, "Now, she has arrived at the Castle Hotel." Lu Yida, "Alright, send me her information and I'll go back to see her. You can give the formula and information of the happy pill to Dean Wu to discuss cooperation. By the way, tell Mr. Yi." Lu Yida gave some instructions, took the car keys and left. There will definitely be many industries coming one after another in the future, and it would be good to have an outstanding manager to help manage them so as not to affect his plans of picking up girls. In the elevator, he received the information sent by Li Shumen. Name, Li Yunong. Gender, female. Height, 168. Measurements, 85 60 90. Photos, picture. Graduated from Peking University Guanghua School of Management, undergraduate studies, and then went to Harvard Business School as an exchange student in my junior year. Etc. It seems like something shady has sneaked in. Who would fill out their measurements in their personal profile when applying for a job? But to be honest, these photos are quite beautiful. If they hadn't been photoshopped, they would definitely be of the star level, especially those eyes, which are smart and enthusiastic, and look full of vitality. No wonder there's a saying going around in the underworld, secretaries do the work when there's work to do, and secretaries do the work when there's nothing to do. Such a beautiful girl, only I, Lu Yida, can hold my own. Someone opened his mobile phone to take a selfie, and took the picture very narcissistically. Yi Wanqiu followed Wu Jinghua back to the office. On the way, they mainly talked about her grandfather's safety. She hopes to hire a few bodyguards to protect her grandfather's safety and prevent Yi Jingrong from going crazy. Of course Wu Jinghua didn't mind and agreed that from today on, only she and Lu Yida could enter Grandpa's ward, and everyone else would be kept out. Only then did Yi Wanqiu feel relieved. Coincidentally, Li Shumen came to Wu Jinghua to discuss the matter of "I want happy pills." Yi Wanqiu tactfully withdrew and sat in his grandfather's ward waiting for him to wake up. As soon as I sat down, my cell phone rang. It's a WeChat message. Yi Wanqiu first muted his phone, then walked to the window and turned it on. Anong, honey, your husband is so awesome. Even Zhou Ning was driven crazy by him. Yi Wanqiu, confused, how did you know? Anong video. Yi Wanqiu put on headphones and turned on the video. In the picture, a young man in a white suit sits in front of a big tree and roars heartbreakingly, Lu Yida, if I don't kill you, I won't be named Zhou. Yi Wanqiu frowned slightly. He had clearly provoked Lu Yida first and was the one who got slapped in the face, but he still held a grudge and wanted revenge? Ha, what kind of man is this with such a small temper? It's far inferior to Xiao Lulu. Even Yi Wanqiu didn't realize that Lu Yida's position in her heart had become higher and higher without her realizing it. Anon, seeing him crying so heartbreakingly, someone who didn't know would think that your man stabbed him. Anon welcomed the man straight up. JPG. Late autumn, Zhou Ning tried to threaten me with my grandfather, but Xiao Lu, who knew Dean Wuzhenghua, slapped Zhou Ning hard in the face. Zhou Ning even reluctantly called me Master's Aunt Smile. Anon, shock thumbs up, he has liked you for more than 10 years, but he was forced to call you Aunt Master in front of his rival. Your little man is so disgusting. If I were Master Zhou, I would go crazy too. Late autumn, Xiao Lu is not disgusting, it is Zhou Ning who is disgusting. Smile. Anong, oh my, a few days ago you were saying you couldn't be with him, and now you're protecting him? Anong, tell me, have you two been honest with each other? Laughing with sidelong glances, laughing with sidelong glances, laughing with sidelong glances. Late autumn, I agreed to let him pursue me, but we are still in the probation period. We need time to get to know each other better. Maybe after spending some time together, she will find that I am not as good as he imagined and give up on her own initiative. Anon, I want to get to know him better and measure his strengths and weaknesses. Smile. Late autumn, goodbye. Anon, to put it bluntly, you are just worried that she is greedy for your body. She is being nice to you now just to sleep with you, and her true colors will be revealed after you sleep with her. Is that right? Late autumn. Anon, proud as expected, I guessed it right. As your best friend, I will help you find out whether your little man can be trusted. Wait for my good news. Late autumn? Late autumn, Li Yunong, what do you want to do? Anon, of course I am prepared to make some small sacrifices for your happiness. Anon, picture the plane ticket has been bought. I will return to Jiangnan on the 7th of next month. Remember to bring your little man to pick him up at the airport. Let me help you take a good look at him. Late autumn, he is very good, you don't need to judge him. Smile. Late autumn, I will bring him to pick you up on the 7th. After exiting the chat box, Yi Wanqiu sent a WeChat message to Lu Yida. Late autumn, Zhou Ning is a vindictive person, you should be careful. Mr. Yi's little Lulu, Mr. Yi, don't worry, I can handle that kind of guy with ease, hee. Castle Hotel, Chinese restaurant on the 2nd floor, table by the window. A sweet-looking girl put down her phone and smiled triumphantly. Hee, sister is all about surprise. For Chocho's happiness, I'm going to test Lu Yida's character. Chapter 59. Am I too proactive? 20 minutes later, Lu Yida returned to the hotel. I asked the waiter for the location and went upstairs. Soon, his attention was attracted by Li Yunong, who was sitting by the window. She wore a simple white shirt, but it created an explosive visual effect. The buttons on her chest seemed like they would burst at any time. She held her chin, looked at the scenery outside the window, and left everyone with an exquisite and perfect profile. She's even prettier than in the photo. Lu Yida couldn't help but sigh. In today's age of beauty filters and rampant photo fraud, it's so rare to find someone who's prettier in person than in the photo. Lu Yida walked over, sat down opposite Li Yunong, and greeted her. Hello, I'm Lu Yida. Hearing his words, Li Yunong turned her head and looked over, her bright big eyes blinking as she took a comprehensive look at her best friend's little man. Clothing style, 3 points. Appearance, 9 points. Figure, 9 points. Sound, 10 points. Ability, you don't know until you try it, you have to ask Xiao Chocho. The first impression is pretty good. Li Yunong stood up and shook hands with Lu Yida. Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm Li Yunong, and I'm here to interview you as your secretary. Lu Yida shook his hand lightly and then immediately withdrew it. Li Yunong said it was okay as she didn't take advantage of the opportunity. Lu Yida had already read the information before coming, and he said straight to the point, I have read your information and I am quite satisfied. If you have no other requirements, we can sign the contract today. Li Yunong didn't expect Lu Yida to make the decision so quickly. She was stunned for a moment and said, "Boss Lu, I'd like to ask what my main job is?" Lu Yida said, "In the future, I might open many companies, covering various industries. Your job will be to communicate with the managers of each company and supervise their work. Occasionally, you'll also need to help me negotiate acquisitions. That's basically it." Ah. Xiuqiu is a little man with big ambitions. Opening many companies, covering various industries. It sounds similar to venture capital, but the work is not that difficult. "Mr. Lu, I have a question. I heard from Manager Lee that our company hasn't been officially established yet and doesn't even have an office. So where will I work?" While speaking, she supported her chin with both hands, looked at Lu Yida with an innocent face, and kept giving him flirtations. "Lu Yida, when there is work, you go to work. When there is no work, you can go wherever you want. But doesn't a secretary have to be with the boss every day?" Li Yunong suddenly stood up and smiled brightly. "Boss Lu, would you consider hiring me as your personal secretary? I cook delicious food. This way, I'll help you with your work during the day and cook for you at night." "How wonderful!" Li Yunong is very beautiful and has an incredible figure. When she smiled and acted like a spoiled child, the older brother at the next table was stunned and accidentally stuffed rice into his nostrils. Lu Yida's heart also trembled. Work during the day, cook at night, warm the bed at night. Who can stand this kind of service? Thinking of that embarrassing scene, Lu Yida's face turned red. Li Yunong felt a little disgusted when she saw this. This little man had fallen for her after just a few words? It was too funny. Fortunately, Xiuqiu didn't fall for him, otherwise it would have been a big loss. She took advantage of the situation, her eyes sparkling, and said delicately, "Mr. Lu, I'm still single, so it's okay if you don't go home at night." The sweet voice made the big brother at the next table feel melted. I wanted to shout, "Let go of that man, let me come." "Lu Yida, you mean, stay at my house tonight?" Li Yunong nodded shyly. "I just returned to China and don't have a place to live yet. If Mr. Lu is willing to take me in, that would be great. We can also live together and discuss work frequently." "That's right. I'm going to stay at your house and tempt you with a uniform tonight. I don't believe you won't take the bait. Then, once you've taken off all your clothes and are taking a shower, I'll call Xiuqiu over and show you your true colors." "Humph. Lu Yida, it's more convenient for you to stay at my house to discuss work, and there's someone to cook for me." "It sounds really good. Li Yunong, right, Mr. Lu, let's go home now." She walked over and prepared to hold Lu Yida's hand. However, the next second, Lu Yida suddenly slapped her hand away and took 3 steps back. "Ms. Li, although I don't know what you've experienced while working abroad, I want to say that I hired you only because of your strong work ability, not because of any other ability. I'll give you a day to think it over. If you're willing to join, come to the Castle Hotel to see Manager Lee at 1 p.m. tomorrow. If not, I wish you a bright future." After saying that, he turned and left. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu." Li Yunong reached out to shout, but Lu Yida didn't even turn his head. She sat down in the chair angrily. "What? There's nothing right with this script. Also, what did that jerk mean by that last sentence before he left? He hired her only because you're a strong worker, not because of any other abilities. He hadn't even tried her, so how could he know if she was strong enough? Bah! Bah! What are you thinking about, Li Yunong? Could it be that Xiuqiu misunderstood Lu Yida and that she was a gentleman? No, no. This concerns Xiuqiu's lifelong happiness. I can't let this guy go so easily. It must be that I was too proactive today, making him suspect that I had other intentions. I have to proceed step by step, so that he will be hooked by me inadvertently. Yes, that's it." Suddenly, the guy at the next table came over and said with a lewd smile, "Beautiful girl, you have no place to live, why don't you be my secretary? I'll pay double what he offers you. You don't have to work anymore in the future, just work for me, hee hee hee." That lewd smile on his face was like Zhu Beiji seeing China. Stupid. Li Yunong grabbed the cup of water and poured it directly on Pig Brother's face, then grabbed the bag and left. Chapter 60 The Unreliable Little Tongzi. Mr. Lu, when I was interning in the United States, I met many idiots who looked serious on the outside but were actually disgusting at heart. So, since you're so handsome, I wanted to test you. Now I know that Mr. Lu is a handsome, righteous, upright, and honest man. I will work hard and live up to his trust. Lu Yida looked at the 2 text messages and felt something strange about them. But on second thought, Lee Yunong is so beautiful and has such an amazing figure. It is inevitable that she will encounter some harassment from LSPs when she first enters the workplace. It seems reasonable to test him in advance. But who cares? Anyway, he just hired a tool, so there was no need to get to know him in depth. The most urgent task is to capture Mr. Yi. Go to Li Shumin to sign the contract at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. After replying the text message, Lu Yida prepared to cook some nutritious meals and send them to Yi Wanqiu and his grandfather. After a busy period, Lu Yida prepared 4 dishes and a soup, packed them in a special lunchbox, and took it out. He was humming a little tune while driving. We soon arrived at the hospital parking lot. As soon as he got off the car, he heard noisy footsteps all around. Lu Yida frowned slightly and looked around, and saw more than a dozen people surrounding him from all directions. They all carried baseball bats and looked very aggressive. Lu Yida immediately opened the car door and prepared to get in, but the gangster was quick-witted and grabbed Lu Yida's waist and pulled him back hard. Snap! Lu Yida fell to the ground, the lunchbox flew 5 or 6 meters away, and the dishes were scattered all over the floor. She stepped on the stir-fried pork with one foot, crushed it hard, and sneered, "You are really a qualified housewife." Lu Yida raised his head and found that it was Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning's eyes were red, like a mad hungry wolf, staring at Lu Yida intently. "Boy, you are the first one in the whole Jiangnan who dares to snatch a woman from me." The thugs next to him hit their palms with baseball bats, waiting for Zhou Ning's order so that they could blow Lu Yida's head off. I was wondering who it was that made such a big scene to welcome me. It turned out to be you, my junior nephew. Lu Yida appeared calm on the surface, but he was panicking inside. He had never had a fight in his life, so how could he have seen such a scene? I screamed in my heart, "Brother Tong, your little Dazi is going to be bullied. Hurry up and issue a task so that I can transform into Ultraman." Bite. Here are Ultraman Possession, Superman Possession, Spider-Man Possession, Sun Wukong Possession, and Bull Demon King Possession. Which one do you want? Sun Wukong, let Monkey Brother possess you quickly. Lu Yida shouted in his heart. Then, with a confident smile on his face, he raised his middle finger to the onlookers and taunted them, "You brought just a few random people over here and you think you can stop me? You don't know your own limitations. Damn it, look at me, I'm going to punch each of you and blow your dog heads off." When these words were spoken, the gangsters were furious. "Young master, this kid is too arrogant. Don't waste time on him, just do it. First, cripple his 3 legs so that he can't bully the young lady. Fuck him." Everyone was eager to try and took a step forward. Zhou Ning didn't expect Lu Yida to be so tough. He could remain so calm even when surrounded by more than a dozen people, and even a little crazy. He originally thought that he would scare Lu Yida today, make him kneel down to him, and then send the photos to Yi Wanqiu. With Yi Wanqiu's proud personality, she would definitely hate Lu Yida who knelt down to others. Then, wouldn't he have a chance? But Lu Yida was so arrogant that he would not feel relieved unless he beat him up. Then he shouted, "Come on, everyone. Beat him until he's disfigured." At Zhou Ning's command, all the thugs rushed forward. But the next scene made Zhou Ning's eyes widen. He saw that facing the siege of more than a dozen people, Lu Yida did not retreat but rushed forward directly. The thug running in front swung a stick and hit Lu Yida's head hard. Then, Lu Yida did not dodge or evade, but instead swung his fist. "Take my punch!" Lu Yida shouted, as if possessed by the Monkey King, and could break everything with one punch. Zhou Ning was stunned. Fists against a baseball bat? Is this guy crazy? Or he actually practiced martial arts and was pretty good at fighting? Zhou Ning felt the second possibility was more likely, so he shouted, "This kid has practiced martial arts. Be careful, don't let him." He stopped talking halfway. Because Lu Yida was bleeding. Ah! The moment the baseball bat and fist collided, Lu Yida howled miserably and took 7 steps back. His right fist was directly broken and blood was flowing. Lu Yida grimaced in pain. "Brother Tong, what the hell is going on? I, the great Monkey King, can't even break a baseball bat?" Lu Yida was in so much pain that he was almost crying. Ding! Failed to lean over. It is recommended that the host find another method. Fuck you. Damn system, you're kidding me. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you couldn't transform? Lu Yida was dumbfounded. If he had known he couldn't transform, he would have bribed him with money. But Zhou Ning didn't intend to give him this opportunity. Seeing Lu Yita's embarrassed look, Zhou Ning showed a cruel smile on his face. You shouted so loudly, I thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect you to be an idiot. Hit him. Zhou Ning gave an order, then turned around and lit a cigarette. He wanted to smoke while listening to Lu Yita's screams. I'll give you money. Lu Yita shouted, but the gangsters didn't listen to him at all and rushed up directly. More than a dozen sticks came crashing down on him. If this thing hits him, Lu Yita will have to go to see the king of hell tomorrow. He was so scared that he squatted on the ground and covered his head. Damn it, wait until I get beaten up, and then you'll see how I'll take revenge on you tomorrow. He was ready to be beaten, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a scream. It seems to be sent by a gangster. Ah! He raised his head cautiously and saw a big white leg passing by in front of his eyes and kicking the gangster hard in the chest. The gangster flew out more than 10 meters. Chapter 61 My little man, only I can bully him. Just now, Lu Yita came to the hospital with a love lunchbox. As soon as he got off the car, he was blocked by Zhou Ning and his men. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly rushed out, kicked the gangster away, and resolved Lu Yita's crisis. Lu Yita looked up and his jaw dropped in shock. Boss Yi. The one who saved him was Yi Wanqiu. If Yi Wanqiu is usually a female CEO, cold and noble, then at this moment, she is the Black Widow in the Marvel Universe, domineering and unparalleled. The gang of thugs didn't know Yi Wanqiu's identity. When they saw their companion being beaten, they rushed forward with baseball bats in hand. Seeing Yi Wanqiu in danger, Lu Yita, who had just given up resistance, suddenly burst into energy and rushed forward, knocking over two thugs and shouting at Yi Wanqiu. Mr. Yi, please leave quickly. While shouting, he was punched twice by the thugs. Looking at Lu Yita, who was risking his life for her, Yi Wanqiu's eyes showed a chill. She took off her high heels and rushed forward with a brisk step. Her fair little hand was like the scythe of the god of death, instantly chopping down a gangster. She pulled Lu Yita behind her, picked up a baseball bat, and rushed into the crowd. The next moment, the sound of sticks colliding and the screams of gangsters formed a moving melody. 1 minute later, the thugs who were showing off their power just now were all lying on the ground in pain. Some of them were covering their heads, some were covering their stomachs, and they were grimacing in pain. Lu Yita was stunned on the spot. Ah, this. What is this? A defenseless beauty beat down a dozen tattooed thugs? It must be fake. He suddenly remembered that when the two of them first met, Yi Wanqiu said that he had practiced and could beat 8 people like him. Of course, he didn't take it seriously and thought Yi Wanqiu was fooling him. But now he believes it. Mr. Yi is truly a man of both literary and martial talents. Zhou Ning was also stunned. When Yi Wanqiu jumped out to save people, he was already stunned and didn't even have the chance to call for a stop. He thought Yi Wanqiu would be injured and even prepared an apology, but now, Yi Wanqiu knocked down all his men. I fuck your mother. I spent so much money to support you, but at the critical moment, you can't even beat a woman, and you still have the nerve to ask for wages? The key is how to end it now? Zhou Ning was at a loss. Just as he was about to explain, Yi Wanqiu walked up to Lu Yita and asked with concern, Are you hurt anywhere? Lu Yita shook his head. No, luckily you came in time, otherwise you would have been tricked by this idiot. You're still saying no. Yi Wanqiu grabbed his right hand and looked at the bleeding wound, feeling a little distressed. The bones are exposed, and you're still stubborn. Lu Yita bared his teeth and said, I'm afraid you'll worry. Besides, as a man, this little injury is nothing. Looking at Yi Wanqiu's face full of concern, Lu Yita felt sweet in his heart. See, Mr. Yi still cares about him very much. The wound on my hand no longer hurt in an instant. It needs to be bandaged, otherwise the wound will get infected. Yi Wanqiu turned and looked at Zhou Ning. In an instant, her expression changed from gentle to extremely cold. Zhou Ning, I didn't expect you to be such a sinister villain. Wanqiu, listen to my explanation. Zhou Ning panicked instantly. He had threatened Yi Wanqiu with his grandfather, which had already caused Yi Wanqiu's dissatisfaction. Now he was caught beating Lu Yita. He would definitely be sentenced to death. There's nothing to explain. Yi Wanqiu picked up the baseball bat and walked up to Zhou Ning. My husband, only I can bully him, no one else can. Bang! The baseball bat hit Zhou Ning's back of the hand hard. No mercy. In an instant, Zhou Ning fell to the ground, clutching his right hand and grimacing in pain, but he was very tough and did not let out a scream. His scarlet eyes stared at Lu Yita. Killing intent. The blow directly broke his hand, which was a devastating blow to a doctor. But he would not hate Yi Wanqiu, he would only hate Lu Yida. It was this bastard who bewitched his goddess and turned her into a devil. He wants revenge, he wants to take the goddess back. Lu Yida didn't expect Yi Wanqiu to be so cruel. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Wanqiu had already thrown away the stick and helped him walk into the hospital. Go bandage it first. Lu Yida, why are you here? Yi Wanqiu, I saw your car upstairs and guessed you were here to deliver food, so I came down to pick you up. Lu Yida, oh, the food fell to the ground, what a pity. But Mr. Yi, you looked so handsome just now. Yi Wanqiu, are you scared now? If you dare to touch me again, I will knock you out and throw you into the sea of stars. Lu Yida, you are the one who can't bear to part with it, hee hee. Lu Yida, Zhou Ning must be furious after being beaten by you, but this matter is not over yet. Yi Wanqiu, the Zhou family's power is not as simple as you think. Just listen to me. I will be able to resolve this matter in 10 days at most. Yi Wanqiu's hands were shaking constantly. She had indeed learned martial arts and taekwondo, but today was her first time fighting with others, and facing more than a dozen thugs. Looking back now, it even seemed incredible. But when she saw Lu Yida being beaten, there was only one voice in her head, go save him. Even she herself didn't know since when Lu Yida's position in her heart had become so important. Lu Yida, well, I'll listen to you. I thought to myself, I don't have the habit of hiding behind a woman, Zhou Ning, right? This grudge has been created. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message. Chapter 62 Xiao Lu meets his parents for the first time. Only after seeing Lu Yida treat the wound with his own eyes did Yi Wanqiu breathe a sigh of relief. She suddenly suggested, let's hire some bodyguards. Lu Yida thought it made sense. He was not the protagonist in a movie who could punch a tiger, kick a steel plate, or knock away bullets with a wine bottle. If he was really blocked by someone, he would have no choice but to run away. I'll ask Lao Li to arrange it when we get back. Lu Yida suddenly remembered the Anshin bento and said quickly, it's noon now. Grandpa hasn't eaten yet, right? I'll go buy some. Yi Wanqiu held him back and said, Grandpa just woke up and can't eat yet, but he wants to see you. Meet me. Lu Yida suddenly became very nervous, I didn't bring anything, and my hand is injured. How about we do it next time? He didn't have this feeling when he met his parents, but it was different with his grandpa. He was Mr. Ye's closest person, and Lu Yida was afraid that his look would leave a bad impression on his grandpa. Seeing his bewildered look, Yi Wanqiu smiled and teased, Xiao Lulu, are you nervous? Who's nervous? Lu Yida puffed out his chest and pretended to be calm as he took Yi Wanqiu's hand. I'm so handsome, Grandpa will definitely be very satisfied. I must not embarrass myself in front of Mr. Yi. The two bought some fruits and came to the intensive care unit. Yi Wanqiu's grandfather was lying on the bed resting. When he heard the footsteps, he immediately looked up. After the operation, the old man looked pale and weak, but his eyes were full of wisdom, as if he could see through everything. His eyes instantly fell on Lu Yida. When their eyes met, Lu Yida felt like he was being seen through, and quickly greeted him, Grandpa, I'm Mr. Ye's boyfriend, my name is Lu Yida. It's over, it's over. Why is Grandpa's aura so strong? What if he doesn't like me? Mr. Yi won't kick me out, will he? Oh. Lu Yida stood in front of the bed meticulously, like a student participating in military training, not even daring to breathe hard. The next second, Grandpa suddenly laughed. I heard Wan mention you. Stop standing and sit down. When he smiled, Lu Yida felt relieved, but he did not dare to get carried away. He quickly moved a chair over for Yi Wanqiu to sit down, and then sat beside her to peel an apple. My grandfather had a good first impression. He is handsome and well-mannered. Before sitting down, he moved a chair for Yi Wanqiu. It seems that he is a caring person. He asked, Xiao Lu, how long have you and Wan known each other? Click. The paring knife cut hard into the apple. Isn't this the end? If I tell Grandpa that they have only known each other for 3 days and they are already living together, won't he sit up in shock in his dying state and slap him away? We've known each other for over a year, and we just got together a few days ago, right, Mr. Yi? He quickly grabbed Mr. Ye's little hand. Mr. Yi received the signal and nodded, you have been pursuing me for more than a year, and I finally agreed. Lu Yida widened his eyes. How come you've been pursuing me for more than a year? Grandpa smiled and said, Wan has a cold personality. Xiao Lu must have gone through a lot of hardships to win her over. Lu Yida quickly shook his head. No, the process of pursuing Mr. Yi was sweet and very happy. Yi Wanqiu, really? Then let's break up. You can pursue me again and I will make you happy. Lu Yida. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Mr. Yi. Grandpa said, okay, you two young people, stop showing off your affection in front of this old man and get back to your business. Xiao Lu, you don't have to be nervous here. Although I'm old, I support free love. As long as you can get Wanwan's approval, I have no objection. In a few days, when I can get out of bed, I'll invite your mother and we'll have dinner together. That's a good feeling. His mother kept urging him to meet her parents, and he didn't know what to do. Now Grandpa wants to go, isn't this the best of both worlds? He nodded quickly. Okay Grandpa, when you feel better, we will meet again. Grandpa nodded and said, Wan has been spoiled since she was a child and has a bad temper. Xiao Lu, you have to take better care of her. Lu Yida quickly shook his head and said, Boss Yi has a very good temper, and she loves me so much that she wouldn't be willing to lose her temper with me, right, Boss Yi? Lu Yida put his arm around Yi Wanqiu's waist with a smug expression on his face. I told you to be so naughty just now, wait and see how I will deal with you. Hee, you don't dare to lose your temper in front of Grandpa, right? Yi Wanqiu guessed Lu Yida's little thoughts at a glance, but how could she be controlled by a little man? She directly hugged Lu Yida's left arm and spoke with a smile. Grandpa, we are very loving and we won't quarrel, don't worry. Mr. Yi hugged him very tightly, and the plump touch on his left arm made Lu Yida feel numb all over. In an instant, his face turned red. He suddenly doesn't want to leave. But Grandpa didn't know what was going on in his mind. Seeing how affectionate the two were, he waved his hand and said, okay, both of you go and do your work. I'm going to take another nap. Grandpa Lu Yida said goodbye and left the ward reluctantly. As soon as he got out, Lu Yida covered his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. When I first went in, Grandpa's aura was so strong that I almost confessed everything. Really? You were very bold when you hugged me just now. Yi Wanqiu looked at the little man with a smile. When they first met, she felt uncomfortable when the little man held her hand, but now she no longer averse to physical contact with Lu Yida. She would even occasionally take the initiative to tease Lu Yida. According to the book, this is called the body accepting the other person before the soul. Mr. Yi. I clearly wanted to tease Mr. Yi, but why did Mr. Yi tease me instead? A speechless incident. At this time, Lu Yida's cell phone rang. He took it out and took a look at it, then said to Yi Wanqiu, Boss Yi, someone is applying for a job in my company. I'll go back and take a look. Well, be careful. Chapter 63 Enoki Mushroom Jiangnan Tour. What the hell? I must kill him. Hospital, orthopedics. Hysterical roars were heard from a ward. The nurse wanted to remind the other party to keep quiet in the hospital, but when she arrived at the door, she found 6 or 7 thugs with tattoos standing there, and she immediately ran back in fright. The person lying in the ward was Zhou Ning. He had 3 broken fingers on his right hand. Although they had been reattached, the doctor said it would take at least 2 weeks for them to be able to use them properly. He wanted to kill someone. Young master, do you want to intercept him again tonight and kill him directly? One of the men said viciously. Are you fucking crazy? We just beat him up at noon, how could he be defenseless now? Zhou Ning grabbed the fruit plate and smashed it on his men's heads. A group of burly men were knocked down by a woman. It was so fucking embarrassing. The men lowered their heads and dared not even breathe loudly, fearing that Zhou Ning would vent his anger on them. At this time, Zhou Ning's cell phone rang. It was Zhou Hongming calling. As soon as he answered the phone, a steady voice came from the other end. Where are you? Zhou Ning replied, in the hospital. Zhou Hongming, go home and show you something good. Zhou Ning said impatiently, I'm not in the mood. Let's do it another time. Zhou Hongming, it's related to Yi Wanqiu. Zhou Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. I'll go back right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning jumped out of bed excitedly and shouted excitedly, go home. At critical moments, you still have to rely on me. No matter how rich Lu Yida is, he is just a country bumpkin with no background and cannot be compared with him. When he has time, I will destroy his family. Zhou Hongming's home is in the Yanlingshan Villa area. To go back from the affiliated hospital, he has to pass by Hongqi West Road. There are villas everywhere around here, with few people and vehicles. Halfway through the drive, the driver noticed that several vans in the opposite lane suddenly stopped across the road, blocking their way. At the same time, several black cars that had been following them also blocked the road, blocking their way back. The driver quickly stopped the car and reported the situation. "Young master, there's an accident." Zhou Ning looked outside the car. 7 or 8 people came out of each van, holding baseball bats in their hands, and surrounded them aggressively. If you didn't know, you would think that Young and Dangerous came to Jiangnan to shoot a sequel. "Young master, please call the master quickly." The driver swallowed hard and didn't dare to get out of the car. "What the hell are you afraid of? I don't believe that there is anyone in Jiangnan who dares to touch me, Zhou Ning," he said very toughly, but his body honestly opened the phone. But just as he was about to call Zhou Hongming, a baseball bat suddenly hit the car window. With a bang, spider web-like cracks appeared on the car window. Afterwards, the group of people smashed the car window violently. After a few seconds, the glass was shattered all over the floor. Before the call was even connected, the phone was snatched away and thrown on the ground, and then smashed to pieces with a stick. Then he opened the car door and dragged everyone inside out. "Squat on the ground and hold your head." The leader roared, and the security guards were so scared that they squatted on the ground. But who is young Master Zhou? As the eldest son of the Zhou family, no one in the entire Jiangnan region has ever dared to make him squat on the ground with his head in his hands. He stood up, pointed at the other person and shouted, "Do you know who I am?" The big man smiled and said, "Young Master Zhou Ning, the crown prince of the Zhou group." Zhou Ning's tone suddenly turned cold. "Since you know my identity and still dare to provoke me, believe it or not, I will make you disappear from the world tomorrow." "Disappeared?" The big man licked his lips and said, "I'll wait and see." "Hit me." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the stick and hit him. With a loud bang, Zhou Ning was hit on the head. Blood flowed down his forehead into his mouth. He widened his eyes, unable to believe that the other party dared to attack him. He's the crown prince of the Zhou group. Aren't these people afraid of retaliation? Obviously, they are not afraid. Because at the moment the big man took action, a group of people rushed up and punched and kicked Zhou Ning. After a few hits, Zhou Ning fainted from the pain. "Okay, don't kill anyone." The leader raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then pulled up Zhou Ning, who was covered in blood, stripped off his clothes, and then carried him to a modified off-road vehicle. There was a stick on the roof of the car, and the leader tied the naked Zhou Ning directly to it. Then he got into the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove into the city. The car was not going very fast, and there was a speaker on the passenger seat, playing a sentence in a loop. His name is Zhou Ning. He seduced a married woman. My wife is divorcing me now. His name is Zhou Ning, seducing. His name is Zhou Ning. The sound of the loudspeaker spread throughout the streets and alleys, and the citizens who were shopping turned their heads to look. Zhou Ning also woke up in the cool breeze. He found himself tied to a cart, with pedestrians on both sides of the street staring at him with disgust, just like criminals being taken for a street patrol in ancient times. Besides, he had nothing on. If someone filmed this and posted it online, how would he survive in Jiangnan in the future? When had young Master Zhou ever suffered such injustice? He immediately yelled into the car, "Let me go." But the next second, an egg hit his face and a roar came to his ears. "Bah, you damned enoki mushroom dared to seduce someone else's wife, how shameless." Chapter 64, Jay Cho, your good son is being paraded. "Bah, you damned enoki mushroom dared to seduce someone else's wife, how shameless. Someone give me a few eggs, I'm going to smash his enoki mushrooms to pieces. The eggs are gone, and my dog just took a shit. Do you think it's okay? Give me the shit. I'm a shot putter. I can hit it accurately. All of you get out of the way. I need to take a shit. I had snail noodles for lunch, and my shit stinks." Zhou Ning was just about to introduce himself when he scared the crowd to death. But the moment he opened his mouth, eggs, vegetables, ice cream, dog shit, chocolate, all splashed onto Zhou Ning's face. As luck would have it, dog shit and ice cream were shot into his mouth at the same time, allowing him to experience the taste of dog shit flavored ice cream. Suddenly, the car stopped on Xi'an Road. The onlookers rushed up instantly, some cursing, some punching and kicking, and some taking photos frantically. Anyway, it's fun to watch the fun. A big man took advantage of the chaos to run out of the car, rushed into a shopping mall, changed his clothes in the bathroom, and got into a van from the back door of the mall. The van started and headed straight for Jiangnan Airport. On the way, he took out his cell phone and dialed, "Boss, it's done. I'll fly away in an hour. No one will know that it was you who did it." Okay, have a safe trip. When the Zhou family collapses, I will take you back. The other side. Roosevelt Mall, 5th floor. Lu Yida and Li Shumen were holding binoculars, watching the excitement below. A group of police rushed over, dispersed the crowd, and took Zhou Ning away from the scene. When he left, he was covered in blood, his hair was a mess of eggs and vegetables, and he looked extremely miserable. Li Shumen swallowed his saliva and said with lingering fear, "Boss, this is getting a bit out of hand. Even though there's no evidence, Zhou Ning will definitely guess it's you." The Zhou family's revenge. Lu Yida looked at his bandaged right hand and chuckled. "I originally wanted to let the Zhou family thrive for a few more days, but they're courting death. Who can I blame? Post the video you just recorded online. Doesn't Mr. Zhou value his reputation? I'll make him an internet sensation. Also, inform Wang how to speed up the process. We must destroy the Zhou group at next week's auto show. Yanlan Mountain, Zhou family villa. Zhou Hongming, Yi Zhengrong, and their spouses." Yi Zhengrong frowned and said, "I didn't expect Lu Yida to know Wu Xinghua. He's completely disrupted our plans. However, we've already got the marriage certificate, so leaving him alone won't do anything." On the table was the marriage certificate of Yi Wanqiu and Zhou Ning. However, he is still considering when to confess to Yi Wanqiu. At this time, Zhou Hongming looked at the housekeeper in confusion. Why hasn't the young master come back for so long? Give him a call and ask. Yes. The housekeeper responded, and just as he was about to make a call, he received a WeChat message, "Old Wang, please check to see if this is your young master." Video. The housekeeper was stunned for a moment, then immediately clicked on the video. The next second, I was stunned. He saw his young master, naked and tied to a car, surrounded by hundreds of people watching. He raised his voice, and immediately harsh insults came out of the phone. "Bah, you damned Enoki mushroom, dared to seduce someone else's wife, how shameless." Hearing these words, the expressions of the three people in the room changed drastically. "I asked you to make a phone call, what are you doing?" Zhou Hongming glared at the housekeeper fiercely. "Damn it, I just slept with someone else's wife, and you said this. Who are you mocking?" The housekeeper was startled and quickly shouted, "Mr. J, something terrible has happened. Check out this video." He handed over the phone. Zhou Hongming took it and saw that a group of people were surrounding a young man and throwing eggs at him, cursing him with obscene words. It's like the prisoners being paraded through the streets in ancient times, which is embarrassing. But the next second, he was stunned. Why does the young man in the video look like his own son? Impossible. What is the status of his Zhou family in Jiangnan? It is the undisputed overlord. Who would dare to treat his son like this? He rubbed his eyes hard and zoomed in on the video, only to find that the person being scolded was actually his precious son. Where did this video come from? Zhou Hongming's first thought was to destroy the video quickly and not let it spread outside, otherwise his Zhou family would be completely disgraced. The housekeeper said with a sad face, "A friend sent it to me." Apparently, this video has spread all over Jiangnan. Zhou Hongming's head buzzed and he collapsed into the chair. Spread throughout Jiangnan? Doesn't that mean that the Zhou family has lost all face? This wasn't aimed at Zhou Ning, this was aimed at him, Zhou Hongming. Yi Jingrong was also shocked when he saw this and asked quickly, "Mr. Zhou, what's wrong?" At this time, pop-up windows appeared on his and Lin Xiaorong's phones. Breaking news! Zhou Ning, the eldest son of the Zhou group, was paraded through the streets. The reason was... The two were startled and quickly turned on their phones. After watching the video, the two people's expressions changed drastically. Yi Zhengrong was actually a little happy, because Zhou Ning had such a big thing happen, it would be more difficult for her to marry someone else's daughter, so she could only marry his daughter. Lin Xiaorong immediately thought of Lu Yida. Could it be this young man who did it? Thinking about her own experience and what Lu Yida had done for Yi Wanqiu, she actually felt a little envious of her daughter. How much she wished there was someone like Lu Yida who would always stand in front of her and protect her from the wind and rain. At this moment, Zhou Hongming suddenly roared angrily. "This is too much, this is too much. Do you really think there's no one in my Zhou family?" He immediately took out his phone and dialed, "Chief Xiao, I don't care who is messing with my son. I need to arrest them within 1 day. I want him to spend the rest of his life in jail." Chapter 65, Holding Wenji Automobile. Director Zhao. The chief of the Jiangnan City Police Department personally visited the Nanshan Police Station in Zhongshan District to review the case. Damn, the director is here. Because Zhou Ning's father, who was screwed, is one of the top 3 richest people in Jiangnan. I don't know who was so blind as to dare to mess with him. Looking for death. A group of police officers were talking in low voices. The director of the Nanshan police station brought Zhao Bin into his office and reported the situation. Director Zhao, we've arrested the driver. He told me they captured his son and told him to take Zhou Ning on tour. If he didn't go, they would kill him. He was forced into this situation. Zhao Bin asked, where's the murderer? Any clues? The director shook his head and said, these robbers are well trained and wore masks the entire time, so we couldn't see their faces at all. We can only be sure that they have left Jiangnan. Where's the car you're driving? They are all decks. Damn it. Zhao Bin frowned and ordered, this incident has a terrible impact. We must find out the truth as soon as possible. Another thing, Zhou Ning has a grudge against Lu Yida, so you should keep a close eye on him. Clear. The director saluted firmly. But I couldn't help but smile bitterly in my heart. The other party was obviously well trained and had planned this for a long time. The people had already escaped and the hope of catching them was almost zero. Zhou family. Zhou Hongming looked at his precious son with a face full of heartache. Son, are you okay? Dad, I'm not clean anymore. It must be Lu Yida, it must be that bastard. You must help me get revenge. Zhou Ning cried heart-wrenchingly. If he has a lot of capital, then when he is on tour, he can still shout arrogantly, who else can do that? But the problem is, he really is Inoki Mushroom. When sleeping with a woman, he usually has to bring several layers of small umbrellas to show his masculinity. Now everyone in Jiangnan knows that he is Inoki Mushroom. Who would be willing to sleep with him in the future? Woo woo woo. Zhou Hongming took out a cigarette and lit one. Son, don't worry. I don't care what background Lu Yida has. If he dares to do this to you, I will kill him. In addition, Zhou Hongming took a marriage certificate from the side. Zhou Ning took a look. Full of confusion. Marriage certificate? Yes, open it and take a look. Zhou Ning opened it and saw the groom Zhou Ning and the bride Yi Wanqiu. Dad, this is the marriage certificate. Zhou Ning was stunned, staring at his father with wide eyes. The latter smiled and said, this is the real certificate that Dad got for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yi Wanqiu will be your wife from now on. Wait until the auto show is over in a few days. Our batteries are popular all over the country. I will help you complete the wedding chamber. Dad. You're awesome. Zhou Ning nodded excitedly. For so many years, he has been obsessed with Yi Wanqiu. He will die with his eyes open if he doesn't sleep once. But now Yi Wanqiu must know that he is Inoki Mushroom, and she must be disgusted with him. It seems that some hospitals can make prostheses. Would you like to get one? At the same time, Yi Zhengrong also watched the video. He was also shocked. Lu Yida actually dared to touch Zhou Ning. Isn't he afraid of being torn apart and Zhou Hongming killing him? Yi Zhengrong looked at the phone in disbelief. The video of Zhou Ning's tour is still playing. So fucking small, I can't even be humane. Forget it, as long as my little Bailey store can be sold in Walmart, that's all that matters. Yi Zhengrong thought happily. That night. Pengcheng, BYD headquarters. Lu Yida, dressed in a suit, appeared in the office of BYD's product manager. The product manager, Yang Zhaowen, 45, is a veteran of BYD. He looked the young man up and down and asked, who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Yida, and I'm the owner of Jiangnan Dongsheng Electronic Technology Company. Our company has recently developed a solid-state battery that, in theory, can allow a new energy electric vehicle to travel continuously for 100,000 kilometers. I wonder if your company would be interested in learning more about it. Although it was very satisfying to deal with Zhou Ning. But to be honest, this little thing couldn't cause Zhou Ning any serious harm. He has money, how can he be short of women? Even if you are an Inoki Mushroom, people will praise you as a dragon. So, he came to pry her away. Don't you, Zhou Hongming, want to make BYD's new cars popular across the country? Then I will let you cooperate. Yang Zhaowen looked at Lu Yida in shock. Solid-state batteries? 100,000 kilometers? Don't young people nowadays even think before they brag? Young man, do you know what 100,000 kilometers means? Lu Yida said, "Of course I know. 100,000 kilometers is just a conservative estimate. We estimate that the limit can reach 200,000 kilometers." Yang Jiawen sneered, "Take your 200,000 kilometer battery and get out of here. I don't have time to waste with you. Still 200,000 kilometers. Just say unlimited battery life." Stupid. Lu Yida was not angry either. "Manager Yang, have you heard a word?" Yang Jiawen looked at him and didn't answer. Lu Yida said, "If you ignore me today, I will make you out of reach tomorrow. Once I leave this door today, BYD will never be able to buy our batteries even if you beg me." After saying that, Lu Yida turned and left. Stupid. Yang Jiawen cursed, then called the president. "Boss, a battery seller just told me that his battery can last 200,000 kilometers. Ha ha ha, isn't that funny? Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at BYD Auto headquarters and obtaining a 51% stake in Wenji Auto. The equity transfer letter has been placed in the host's car, please check it." Lu Yida's heart moved. Ask the world car? Isn't this a patriotic brand? Although it was established not long ago, it has captured a lot of market share in China with the support of China Yue, and it directly controls 51's shares. Brother Ton, you are so awesome. I love you so much. This system does not like men. Hey, I was just joking with you, but you took it seriously. I only love my wife. Lu Yida was very excited. He hurried back to the car and saw a document on the passenger seat. At the same time, as he sat down, his cell phone rang. It was a number calling from Pengchang. With the experience of the previous few times, Lu Yida knew that it was most likely someone from the questioning world. So he answered the phone. "Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Lu? I'm the secretary of Mr. Yu of Wenjie. He just informed me that you've acquired 51% of Wenjie's shares, making you the company's largest shareholder. When would you be free to come over for an inspection?" Lu Yida opened the map and searched, and found a store called Wenjie 5 kilometers away. As it happened, he hadn't seen the car from Wenjie yet. So go see how it goes. If it is beautiful, you can consider getting one for transportation. After all, it's not so good that the boss drives a car of another brand. So he said, "I'm going to the 4S store in Nanshan District, Pengchang. You can meet me there." Chapter 66 We Got Married Finale. Not long after, Lu Yida came to Pengchang 4S store and took over all the business of Wenji Automobile. As a result, as soon as he got home, he received a call saying that Yi Zhengrong had blocked Yi Wanqiu in the office. Lu Yida was furious and went over immediately. When Yi Zhengrong saw him, he was furious. "Boy, it's all your fault, you bastard. You made young Master Zhou like this. Just wait for your sentence to go to jail." "Go to jail, huh? I think you should go to jail." Lu Yida directly slapped the evidence in Yi Zhengrong's face. When Yi Zhengrong picked it up and took a look, it turned out to be the plan he and his wife had made to get a marriage certificate for Yi Wanqiu, as well as a copy of the marriage certificate. How is that possible? Yi Zhengrong was shocked and couldn't believe that these things would appear in Lu Yida's hands. What he didn't know was that these things were actually obtained by Yi Wanqiu, who just didn't want to turn against him. "Yi Zhengrong, I call you Mr. Yi for Wanqiu's sake. Otherwise, you are nothing in front of me. You want Wanqiu to marry Zhou Ning, isn't it because you are interested in the Zhou family's assets? Let me tell you, those things are nothing in front of me, Lu Yida." Lu Yida took out another document and threw it at Yi Zhengrong's face. This time, he was completely stunned. Because this document turned out to be the equity agreement of Wenji Automobile. It says that Lu Yida holds 100% of the shares. He was so scared that his eyes almost popped out. "Is the car yours?" He was shocked. "Ha, do you still think I'm not worthy of you, girl? Get out of here right now and get a divorce before noon today, or I'll destroy your family." Lu Yida roared. Yi Zhengrong was so scared that he turned around and ran away. This time he was really scared. "Is the car yours?" Yi Wanqiu was also shocked. She knew that Lu Yida was very wealthy, but she didn't expect that the now famous Wenji Automobile in the country would actually be Lu Chen's property. "Why, how about giving it to you as a betrothal gift?" Lu Yida laughed. "I don't want it. I have my own business and I like it very much." Yi Wanqiu also laughed. The two of them were flirting in the company for a while, and then Yi Zhengrong called and said that they were divorced. Lu Yida and Yi Wanqiu took their ID cards and household registration books and got their marriage certificate. A month later, the two held a grand wedding in Shanghai Square. At the wedding, Yi Wanqiu was as happy as a child. The entire internet was amazed by this grand wedding. Some people envied Yi Wanqiu for marrying well, while others envied Lu Chen for marrying well. Yi Zhengrong also tells everyone how good his son-in-law is. But he didn't know that his wife had already paid the price for his stupid decision one night. Another party involved, Zhou Ning, continued to develop abroad because he could not stand the name enoki mushroom. The two of them finished their wedding. Back downstairs at the Deep Blue Center, Lu Yida looked at the flower bed in the square and said with a smile, "Wife, it was here that day that I fell in love with you the first time I saw you." Yi Wanqiu rolled her eyes at him and said, "I was just scared of being pressured to get married that day. I wanted to find an excuse to refuse my family, so I asked you to give me a fake certificate. I didn't expect that the fake certificate would become the real one now. Are you happy then?" Happy. Under the cover of night, the two people hugged each other. Everyone hopes that time will always stop at this moment. Love forever. Grand finale.